Hi, everyone. I'm Kim Stanley Robinson, the author of 60 Days and Counting, and I want to thank you for giving it a listen. It's the third volume in a larger narrative that I call Science in the Capital that tells the story of climate change striking the world and how Americans respond to it in the very near future. It's so near that the election described it in the previous volume, 50 Degrees Below, has led to a new administration with new policies that would directly tackle all of the problems that climate change and environmental destruction that follows it at once, as not just as a reactive thing, but as a positive spur to making a better life for everyone within a more healthy biosphere. So it's a utopian novel. It might be a utopian black comedy at times, but I'm thinking of it as a domestic comedy in which things turn out well, and so I appreciate you joining the voyage. The book was written in 2006, and so some of the things that I wrote about have already come true. Some are coming true even as I record this in September of 2008, and some of them are going to be happening in one form or another directly in the next couple of years. So I hope this is a kind of a preview of the response we can make, because it seems to me, although the situation is quite dangerous environmentally and socially, the opportunity is huge also to make American lives happier. And the pursuit of happiness, of course, is one of the goals of our national existence. And I think that the carbon burn that we've been making as a society, 25% of the world's carbon burn per year, even though we're only 5% of the population, has been a kind of technological and social mistake. It didn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to be that way now. And the reduction doesn't mean a reduction in quality of life. In fact, the reverse may be true. There's some spectacularly smart reductions in our carbon burn that lead to a more direct engagement with the world and a happier life, more vivid and alive. So I hope that you enjoy 60 Days and Counting, and that it gives you some ideas for action in the world. Science fiction and realism mashed together like this has really been not that hard. I think it might look familiar to you because really that's where we live now. So thanks for giving it a listen, and I hope you enjoy 60 Days and Counting.
Audible Frontiers presents 60 Days and Counting. Written by Kim Stanley Robinson and read by Peter Gannon.
Chapter 1. A New Reality. I believe the 21st century can become the most important century of human history. I think a new reality is emerging. Whether this view is realistic or not, there is no harm in making an effort. The Dalai Lama, November 15th, 2005. Washington, D.C. Why do you do what you do? I guess because we still kind of believe that the world can be saved. We? The people where you work? Yes. Not all of them, but most. Scientists are like that. I mean, we're seeing evidence that we seem to be starting a mass extinction event. What's that? A time when lots of species are killed off by some change in the environment, like when that meteor struck and killed off the dinosaurs. So people hit Earth like meteor? Yes. It's getting to be that way for a lot of the big mammals, especially. We're in the last moments already for a lot of them. No more tigers. That's right. No more lots of things. So, most of the scientists I know seem to think we ought to limit the extinctions to a minimum, just to keep the lab working, so to speak. The Frank principle. I guess. Some people at work call it that. Who told you that? Drepung tell me. Saving world so science can proceed. The Frank principle. Right. Well, it's like Buddhism, right? You might as well try to make a better world. Yes. So, your National Science Foundation. Very Buddhist. Haha. I don't know if I'd go that far. NSF is mostly pragmatic. They have a job to do and a budget to do it with. A rather small budget. But a big name. National Science Foundation. Foundation means base, right? Base of house? Yes, it is a big name, but I don't think they regard themselves as particularly big, nor particularly Buddhist. Compassion and right action are not their prime motivation. Compassion? So what? Does it matter why, if we do good things? I don't know. Does it? Maybe not. Maybe not. By the time Phil Chase was elected president, the world's climate was already far along on the way to irrevocable change. There were already 400 parts per million of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and another 100 parts would be there soon if civilization continued to burn its fossil carbon, and at this point, there was no other option. Just as Franklin Delano Roosevelt was elected in the midst of a crisis that in some ways worsened before it got better, they were entangled in a moment of history when climate change, the destruction of the natural world, and widespread human misery were combining in a toxic and combustible mix. The new president had to contemplate drastic action, while at the same time being constrained by any number of economic and politic factors, not least the huge public debt left deliberately by the administrations preceding him. It did not help that the weather that winter careened wildly from one extreme to another, but was in the main almost as cold as the previous record-breaking year. Chase joked about it everywhere he went. It's 10 below zero. Aren't you glad you elected me? Just think what it would have been like if you hadn't. He would end speeches with a line from the poet Percy Bysshe Shelley. O wind, if winter comes, can spring be far behind? Maybe it can, Kenzo pointed out with a grin. We're in the youngest dryas, after all. In any case, it was a fluky winter, above all windy, and the American people were in an uncertain state of mind. Chase addressed this. The only thing we have to fear, he would intone, is abrupt climate change. He would laugh, and people would laugh with him, understanding him to be saying that there was indeed something real to fear, but that they could do something about it. His transition team worked with an urgency that resembled desperation. Sea level was rising. Temperatures were rising. There was no time to lose. Chase's good humor and casual style were therefore welcomed, when they were not reviled, much as it had been with FDR in the previous century. He would say, "We got ourselves into this mess and we can get out of it. The problems create an opportunity to remake our relationship to nature and create a new dispensation. So, happy days are here again, because we're making history. We are seizing the planet's history, I say, and turning it to the good." Some scoffed. Some listened and took heart. Some waited to see what would happen. As far as Frank Vanderwaal's personal feelings were concerned, there was something reassuring about the world being so messed up. It tended to make his own life look like part of a trend, and a small part at that. A hill of beans in this world, perhaps even so small as to be manageable. Although, to tell the truth, it didn't feel that way. There were reasons to be very concerned, almost to the edge of fear. Frank's friend Caroline had disappeared on election night, chased by armed agents of some super-black intelligence agency. She had stolen her husband's plan to steal the election, and Frank had passed this plan to a friend at NSF with intelligence contacts. To what effect, he could not be sure. He had helped her to escape her pursuers. To do that, he had had to break a date with another friend, his boss, and a woman he loved. Although what that meant, given the passionate affair he was carrying on with Caroline, he did not know. There was a lot he didn't know, and he could still taste blood at the back of his throat months after his nose had been broken. He could not think for long about the same thing. He was living a life that he called parcellated, but others might call dysfunctional, i.e., semi-homeless in Washington, D.C. He could have been back home in San Diego by now, where his teaching position was waiting for him. Instead, he was a temporary guest of the embassy of the drowned nation of Kembalung. But hey, everyone had problems. Why should he be any different? Although brain damage would be a little more than different. Brain damage meant something like mental illness. It was a hard phrase to articulate when thinking about oneself. But it was possible his injury had exacerbated a lifelong tendency to make poor decisions. It was hard to tell. He thought all his recent decisions had been correct, after all, in the moment he had made them. Should he not have faith that he was following a valid line of thought? He wasn't sure. Thus, it was a relief to think that all these personal problems were as nothing compared to the trouble all life on Earth now faced as a functioning biosphere. There were days in which he welcomed the bad news, and he saw that other people were doing the same. As this unpredictable winter blasted them with cold or bathed them in Caribbean balm, there grew in the city a shared interest and good cheer, a kind of solidarity. Frank felt this solidarity also on the premises of the National Science Foundation, where he and many of his colleagues were trying to deal with the climate problem. To do so, they had to keep trying to understand the environmental effects of 1. The so far encouraging but still ambiguous results of their North Atlantic salting operation. 2. The equally ambiguous proliferation of a genetically modified, fast tree lichen that had been released by the Russians in the Siberian forest. 3. The ongoing rapid detachment and flotation of the coastal verge of the western Antarctic ice sheet. 4. The ongoing introduction of about 9 billion tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere every year, ultimate source of many other problems. 5. The ensuing uptake of some 3 billion tons of carbon into the oceans. 6. The continuing rise of the human population by some 100 million people a year. And, lastly, 7. The cumulative impacts of all these events, gnarled together in feedback loops of all kinds. It was a formidable list, and Frank worked hard on keeping his focus on it. But he was beginning to see that his personal problems, especially Caroline's disappearance and the election tampering scheme she had been tangled in, were not going to be things he could ignore. They pressed on his mind. She had called the Kampali embassy that night and left a message saying that she was okay. Earlier, in Rock Creek Park, she had told him she would be in touch as soon as she could. He had therefore been waiting for that contact, he told himself. But it had not come. And Caroline's ex, who had also been her boss, had been following her that night. He had seen that Caroline knew he was following her, and had seen also that Caroline had received help in escaping from him. So now this man might very well still be looking for her, and might also be looking for that help she had gotten, as another way of hunting for her. Or so it seemed. Frank couldn't be sure. He sat at his desk at NSF, staring at his computer screen, trying to think it through. He could not seem to do it. Whether it was the difficulty of the problem or the inadequacy of his mentation, he could not be sure, but he could not do it. So he went to see Edgardo. He entered his colleague's office and said, "Can we talk about the election result? What happened that night and what might follow?" Well, that will take some time to discuss, and we were going to run today anyway. Let's talk about it while en route." Frank took the point. No sensitive discussions to take place in their offices. Surveillance, an all too real possibility. Frank had been on Caroline's list of surveilled subjects, and so had Edgardo. In the locker room on the 3rd floor, they changed into running clothes. At the end of that process, Edgardo took from his locker a security wand that resembled those used in airports. Caroline had used one like it. Frank was startled to see it there inside NSF, but nodded silently and allowed Edgardo to run it over him. Then he did the same for Edgardo. They appeared to be clean of devices. Then, out on the streets. As they ran, Frank said, "Have you had that thing for long?" "Too long, my friend." Edgardo veered side to side as he ran, warming up his ankles in his usual extravagant manner. "But I haven't had to get it out for a while." "Don't you worry that having it there looks odd?" "No one notices things in the locker room." "Are our offices bugged?" "Yes, yours anyway. The thing you need to learn is that coverage is very spotty, just by the nature of things. The various agencies that do this have different interests and abilities, and very few even attempt total surveillance, and then only for crucial cases. Most of the rest is what you might call statistical in nature, and covers different parts of the datasphere. You can slip in and out of such surveillance. But these so-called total information awareness systems, what about them? It depends. Mostly by total information they mean electronic data, and then also you might be chipped in various ways, which would give your GPS location and perhaps record what you say. Followed, filmed, sure, all that's possible, but it's expensive. But now we're clear. So tell me, what's up? Well, like I said, about the election results and that program I gave you, from my friend. What happened? Edgardo grinned under his mustache. We foxed that program. We forestalled it. You could say that we unstole the vote in Oregon right in the middle of the theft. We did? Apparently so. The program was a stochastic tilt engine that had been installed in some of Oregon and Washington's voting machines. My friends figured that out and managed to write a disabler and to get it introduced at the very last minute, so there wasn't any time for the people who had installed the tilter to react to the change. From the sounds of it, a very neat operation. Frank ran along, feeling a glow spread through him as he tried to comprehend it. Not only the election, de-rigged and made honest. Not only Phil Chase elected by a cleaned-up popular and electoral vote, but his Caroline had proved true. She had risked herself and come through for the country, for the world, really. And so, maybe she would come through for him, too. This train of thought led him through the glow to a new little flood of fear for her. Edgardo saw at least some of this on his face, apparently, for he said, "So your friend is the real thing, eh?" "Yes." "It could get tricky for her now," Edgardo suggested. "If the tweakers try to find the leakers, as we used to say at DARPA." "Yeah," Frank said, his pulse rate rising at the thought. "You've sent a warning?" "I would if I could." "Ah!" Edgardo was nodding. "Gone away, has she?" "Yes," Frank said. And then it was all pouring out of him. He found himself telling Edgardo the whole story, of how they had met and what had followed. This was something he had never managed to do with anyone, not even Rudra or Anna, and now it felt as if some kind of hydrostatic pressure had built up inside him, his silence like a dam that had now failed and let forth a flood. It took a few miles to tell. The meeting in the stuck elevator, the unsuccessful hunt for her, the sighting of her on the Potomac during the flood, the brief phone call with her, her subsequent call, their meetings, their affair. And then, her revealing the surveillance program she was part of, in which Frank and so many others, including Edgardo, were being tracked and evaluated in some kind of virtual futures market in which investors, some of them computer programs, were making speculative investments, as in any other futures markets, but this time dealing in scientists doing certain kinds of biotech research. And then how she had had to run away on election night, and how on that night he had helped her to evade her husband and his companions, who were now clearly correlated with the attempted election theft. Edgardo bobbed along next to him as he told the tale, nodding at each new bit of information, lips pursed tightly, head tilted to the side. It was like confessing to a giant praying mantis. "So," he said at last, "now you're out of touch with her?" "That's right. She said she'd call me, but she hasn't." "But she will have to be very careful now that her husband knows that you exist." "Yes. But will he be able to identify who I am, do you think?" "I think that's very possible, if he has access to her work files. Do you know if he does?" "She worked for him." "So? And he knows that someone was helping her that night?" "More than one person, actually, because of the guys in the park." "Yes, that might help you, by muddying the waters. But still, say he goes through her records to find out who she has been in contact with. Will he find you?" "I was one of the people she had under surveillance." "But there will be a lot of those. Anything more?" Frank tried to remember. "I don't know," he confessed. "I thought we were being careful, but did she call you on your phone?" "Yes, a few times, but only from payphones." "But she might have been chipped at the time." "She tried to be careful about that." "Yes, but it didn't always work, isn't that what you said?" "Right, but..." Remembering back, "I don't think she ever said my name. Well, if you were ever both chipped at the same time, maybe he would be able to see when you got together. And if he sourced all your cell phone calls, some would come from payphones, and he might be able to cross-GPS those with her. Are payphones GPSed? Edgardo glanced at him. They stay in one spot, which you can then GPS. Oh, yeah. Edgardo cackled and waved an elbow at Frank as they ran. There's lots of ways to find people. There's your acquaintances in the park, for instance. If he went out there and asked around with a photo of you, he might be able to confirm. I'm just Professor Nosebleed to them. Yes, but the correlations. So, Edgardo said after a silence had stretched out a quarter-mile or more. It seems like you probably ought to take some kind of preemptive action. What do you mean? Well, you followed him to their apartment, right? Yes. Not your wisest move of that night, by the way. Frank didn't want to explain that his capacity for decision-making had been possibly injured, and perhaps not good to begin with. But now we can probably use that information to find out his cover identity, for a start. I don't know the address. Well, you need to get it. Also the names on the doorbell plate, if there are any, but the apartment number for sure. Okay, I'll go back. Good. Be discreet. With that information, my friends could help you take it further. Given what's happened, they might give it a pretty high priority to find out who he really works for. And who do your friends work for? Well, they're scattered around. It's a kind of internal check group. And you trust them on this kind of stuff? Oh, yes. There was a reptilian look in Edgardo's eye that gave Frank a shiver. In the days that followed, Frank passed his hours feeling baffled and, under everything else, afraid. Or maybe, he thought, the feeling would be better characterized as extreme anxiety. He would wake in the mornings, take stock, remember where he was, in the Kimbali Embassy House's garden shed, with Rudra snoring up on the bed and Frank on his foam mattress on the floor. The daylight, slanting through their one window, would usually have roused him. He would listen to Rudra's distressed breathing, sit up and tap on his laptop, look at the headlines and the weather forecast, and emersonfortheday.net. We cannot trifle with this reality, this cropping out in our planted gardens of the core of the world. No picture of life can have any veracity that does not admit the odious facts. A man's power is hooped in by a necessity which, by many experiments, he touches on every side until he learns its arc. Maybe Emerson, too, had been hit on the head. Frank wanted to look into that. And he needed to look into Thoreau, too. Recently, the keepers of the site had been posting lots of Henry David Thoreau, Emerson's young friend and occasional handyman. Amazing that two such minds had lived at the same time, in the same town, even, for a while, the same house. Thoreau, Frank was finding in these morning reads, was the great philosopher of the forest at the edge of town, and as such extremely useful to Frank, often more so, dare he say it, than the old man himself. Today's Thoreau was from his journal. I never feel that I am inspired unless my body is also. It, too, spurns a tame and commonplace life. They are fatally mistaken who think, while they strive with their minds, that they may suffer their bodies to stagnate in luxury or sloth. A man thinks as well through his legs and arms as his brain. We exaggerate the importance and exclusiveness of the headquarters. Do you suppose they were a race of consumptives and dyspeptics who invented Grecian mythology and poetry? The poet's words are, you would almost say the body thought. I quite say it. I trust we have a good body then. Except Thoreau had been a consumptive, active though he was in his daily life as a surveyor and wandering botanist. This passage had been written only 2 years before he died of tuberculosis, so he must have known by then that his lungs were compromised, and his trust in having a good body misplaced. For lack of a simple antibiotic, Thoreau had lost 30 years. Still, he had lived the day, and paid ferocious attention to it as a very respectable early scientist. And so, up and off, and up Frank would leap, thinking about what the New England pair had said, and would dress and slip out the door in a frame of mind to see the world and act in it. No matter how early he went out, he always found some of the old Kembalis already out in the vegetable garden they had planted in the backyard, mumbling to themselves as they weeded. Frank might stop to say hi to Kang if she were out there, or dip his head in the door to tell her whether he thought he would be home for dinner that night. That was hardly ever, but she liked it when he let her know. Then off to Optimodal on foot, blinking dreamily in the morning light, Wilson Avenue all rumbly and stinky with cars on the way to work. The walk was a little long, as all walks in D.C. tended to be. It was a city built for cars, like every other city. But the walk forced him to wake up, and to look closely at the great number of trees he passed. Even here on Wilson, it was impossible to forget they lived in a forest. Then into the gym for a quick workout to get his brain fully awake, or as fully awake as it got these days. There was something wrong there, a fog in certain areas. He found it was easiest to do the same thing every day, reducing the number of decisions he had to make. Habitual action was a ritual that could be regarded as a kind of worship of the day, and it was so much easier. Sometimes Diane was there, a creature of habit also, and uneasily he would say hi, and uneasily she would say hi back. They were still supposed to be rescheduling a dinner to celebrate the salting of the North Atlantic, but she had said she would get back to him about a good time for it, and he was therefore waiting for her to bring it up, and she wasn't. This was adding daily to his anxiety. Who knew what anything meant, really? Then, at work, Diane ran them through their paces as they produced the action plan that she thought was their responsibility to the new president. They were to lay out the current moment of the abrupt climate change they were experiencing and discuss in full whether there was any way back out of it, and if there were, what kind of policies and activities might achieve it. One thing that she had no patience for was the idea that having restarted the Gulf Stream, they were now out of the woods. She shook her head darkly when she saw this implied in communications from other agencies or in the media. It did not help that they were suddenly experiencing a warm spell unlike anything that had happened the previous year, when the long winter had clamped down in October and never let up until May. This year, after several hard freezes, they were experiencing a balmy and almost rain-free Indian summer. Everyone wanted to explain it by the restoration of the Gulf Stream, and there may even have been some truth to that, but there was no way to be sure. Natural variation had too great an amplitude to allow for any such one-to-one correspondence of climactic cause and effect, although, unfortunately, this was something the climate skeptics and carbon supporters were also always saying, so that it was tricky for Diane to try to make the distinction. But she was persistent, even adamant. We have to put the Gulf Stream action to one side and take a look at all the rest of it, she commanded. Chase is going to need that from us to go forward. Back in his office, therefore, Frank would sit at his desk, staring at his list of things to do, but all in a vain attempt to take his mind off Caroline. Ordinarily, the list would be enough to distract anyone. Its length and difficulty made it all by itself a kind of blow to the head. It induced an awe so great that it resembled apathy. They had done so much, and yet there was so much left to do. And as more disasters blasted into the world, their things-to-do list would lengthen. It would never shorten. They were like the Dutch boy sticking his fingers into the failing dike. What had happened to Kembalung was going to happen everywhere. But there would still be land above water. There would still be things to be done. One had to try. Caroline had spoken of her Plan B as if she had confidence in it. She must have had a place to go, a bank account, that sort of thing. Frank checked out the figures from the oceanography group. The oceans covered about 70% of the globe. About 200 million square kilometers, therefore, and in the wake of the first really big chunks of the West Antarctic ice sheet floating away, sea level was reported to have risen about 20 centimeters. The oceanographers had been measuring sea level rise a millimeter at a time, mostly from water warming up and expanding, so they were blown away and spoke of this 20 centimeters rise as of a Noah's flood. Kenzo was simply bursting with amazement and pride. Back of the envelope calculation, 0.2 meters times the 200 million square kilometers. Was that 40,000 cubic kilometers? A lot of water. Measurements from the last few years had Antarctica losing 150 cubic kilometers a year, with 30 to 50 more coming off Greenland. So now, about 200 years' worth had come off in 1 year. No wonder they were freaking out. The difference, no doubt, lay in the fact that the melt before had been actual melting, whereas now what was happening was a matter of icebergs breaking off their perch and sliding down into the ocean. Obviously, it made a big difference in how fast it could happen. Frank brought the figures in with him to the meeting of Diane's strategic group scheduled for that afternoon, and listened to the others make their presentations. They were interesting talks, if daunting. They took his mind off Caroline, one had to say that, at least most of the time. At the end of the talks, Diane described her sense of the situation. For her, there was a lot that was good news. First, Phil Chase was certain to be more supportive of NSF and of science in general than his predecessor had been. Second, the salting of the North Atlantic appeared to be having the effect they had hoped for. The Gulf Stream was now running at nearly its previous strength, up into the Norwegian and Greenland seas, following its earlier path in a manner that seemed to indicate the renewed pattern was, for now, fairly robust. They were still collecting data on the deeper part of the thermohaline circulation, which ran southward underneath the northerly flow of the Gulf Stream. If the southward undercurrent was running strong, they might be okay there. "There's so much surface pressure northward," Kenzo said. "Maybe all we'll have to do from now on is to monitor the salinity and the currents. We might be able to intervene early enough in any stall process that we wouldn't need as much salt as we applied last fall. Maybe a certain percentage of the retiring oil fleet could be mothballed, in case we needed a salt fleet to go up there again and make another application." "It would take a change in thinking," Diane said. "Up until now, people have only wanted to pay for disasters after they've happened, to make sure the payout was really necessary." Kenzo said, "But now the true costs of that strategy are becoming clear." "When it's too late," Edgardo added, his usual refrain. Diane wrinkled her nose at Edgardo, as she often did, and made her usual rejoinder. They had no choice but to proceed from where they were now. "So, let's follow up on that one. It would have to be a kind of insurance model or a hedge fund. Maybe the reinsurance industry will be trying to impose something like that on the rest of the economy anyway. We'll talk to them." She moved on to the West Antarctic ice sheet situation. One of Kenzo's oceanographer colleagues gave them a presentation on the latest, showing with maps and satellite photos the tabular superbergs that had detached and slipped off their underwater perch and floated away. Diane said, "I'd like some really good 3D graphics on this, to show the new president and Congress, and the public, too." "All very well," Edgardo said. "But what can we do about it, aside from telling people it's coming?" "Not much, or nothing. Even if they somehow manage to lower the level of atmospheric carbon dioxide, and therefore the air temperatures, the already rising ocean temperatures would be slow to follow. There was a continuity effect. So they couldn't stop the WAIS from detaching. They couldn't lower the rising sea level that resulted. And they couldn't de-acidify the ocean. This last was a particularly troubling problem. The CO2 they had introduced into the atmosphere had been partially taken up by the ocean. The absorption rate now was about 3 billion tons of carbon a year into the ocean, and one estimate of the total uptake since the Industrial Revolution was 400 billion tons. As a result, the ocean had become measurably more acid, going from 8.2 to 8.1 on the pH scale, which was a logarithmic scale, so that the 0.1 shift meant 30 times more hydrogen atoms in the water. It was felt that certain species of phytoplankton would have their very thin calcium shells, in effect, eaten away. They would die. A number of species would go extinct, and these very species constituted a big fraction of the bottom of the ocean's food chain. But de-acidifying the ocean was not an option. There were fairly arcane chemistry reasons why it was easier for seawater to become more acidic than to become more basic. A Royal Society paper had calculated, for the sake of estimating the scale of the problem, that if they mined and crushed exposed limestone and marble in the British Isles, features such as the White Cliffs of Dover would be rapidly consumed. Because it would take 60 square kilometers of limestone mined 100 meters deep every year just to hold the status quo. All at a huge carbon cost for the excavations, of course, exacerbating the very problem they were trying to solve. But this was just a thought experiment anyway. It wouldn't work. It was an unmitigatable problem. And that afternoon, as they went down Diane's list together, they saw that almost all of the climate and environmental changes they were seeing, or could see coming, were not susceptible to mitigation. Their big success of the fall, the restarting of the thermohaline cycle, had been an anomaly in that sense. The Gulf Stream had rested so closely to a tipping point in its action that humans had, by an application at the largest industrial scale they commanded, managed to tip that balance, at least temporarily. And as a result, maybe, the last month on the East Coast had been markedly warmer than the previous December had been. Perhaps they had even escaped the youngest Dryas. So now, in one of those quick leaps that humans were prone to make, although science was not, people were talking about the climate problem as if it were something that they could terraform their way out of, or even had solved already. It wasn't true. Most of their remaining problems were so big that they had too much heft and momentum for people to find any way to slow them, much less reverse them. So, at the end of this meeting, Edgardo shook his head. "Well, this is grim. There is not much we can do. We would need much more energy than we command right now, and it would have to be clean energy at that." Diane agreed. Clean power is our only way out. That means solar power, I'd say. Maybe wind, although it would take an awful lot of pylons. Maybe nuclear, just one last generation to tide us over. Maybe ocean power, too, if we could properly tap into currents or tides or waves. To me, when I look at factors like technical developmental readiness and manufacturing capability, and current costs and dangers and damage, I'd say our best chance lies in a really hard push on solar, a kind of Manhattan Project devoted to solar power. She raised a finger. And when I say Manhattan Project, I don't mean the kind of silver bullet that people seem to mean when they say Manhattan Project. I mean the part of the Manhattan Project that not only designed the bomb, but also entrained something like 20% of America's industrial capacity to make the fissionable material, about the same percent of capacity as the auto industry, and right when they needed every bit of capacity for the other parts of the war. That's the kind of commitment we need now, because if we had good solar power... She made one of her characteristic gestures, one that Frank had become very fond of, an opening of the palm, turned up and held out to the world. We might be able to stabilize the climate. Let's push all the aspects of this. Let's organize the case and take it to Phil Chase and get him prepped for when he takes office. After the meeting, Frank couldn't focus. He checked his email, his cell phone, his fog phone, his office phone. No messages. Caroline had not called for yet another day. No telling where she was or what was happening. That night he wandered north up Connecticut Avenue, past the hotel where Reagan had been shot, past the Chinese embassy with its Tibetan and Falun Gong protesters in front, singing, until he crossed the big bridge over Rock Creek, guarded by its 4 Disney-esque lion statues. Out on the middle of the bridge, there was a tiny relief from the claustrophobia of the city and forest. It was one of the only places where Rock Creek seemed like a big gorge. He continued to the clutch of little restaurants on the far side of the bridge, and chose one of the Indian ones. Ate a meal thinking about the names on the wine list. Vineyards in Bangalore. Why was this surprising? Read his laptop over milk tea. When it was late enough, he struck off to the northwest, toward Bethesda. Back streets, residential, the forest taking over. Night in the city, sound of distant sirens. For the first time in the day, he felt awake. It was a long hike. Up on Wisconsin, he came into the realm of the Persian rug shops and slowed down. It was still too early. Into a bar, afraid to drink, afraid to think. A whiskey for courage. Out again into the bright night of Wisconsin, then west into the strange tangle of streets backing it. The metro stop had been like a fountain of money and people and buildings pouring up out of the earth, overwhelming what had been here before. Some of the old houses that still remained undemolished suggested a little urban space of the 1930s, almost like the back streets of Georgetown. This was the Quiblers' neighborhood, but he didn't want to intrude, nor was he in the mood to be sociable. Too late for that, but not early enough for his task. Pass by and on up Woodson, off to the left. Now he was in the well-remembered neighborhood of Caroline and her ex-husband. Finally, it was late enough, and yet not too late. Midnight. His pulse was beginning to pound a little in his neck, and he wished he hadn't had that whiskey. The streets were not entirely empty. In this city, that wouldn't happen until more like 2. But that was okay. Up the steps of the apartment building that Caroline's ex had gone into. The drape had pulled back at the top window of the building. He shone his penlight on the address list under its glass, took a photo of it with his cell phone. Quite a few of the little slots had been left blank. He photoed the street address above the door as well, then turned and walked down the street, away from the streetlight he had stood under on that most fateful election night. His own fate, Caroline's, the nation's, the world's. But who knew? Probably it only felt that way. His heart was beating so hard. Fight or flight, sure. But what happened if one could neither fight nor flee? He turned a corner and ran. Back in his office, late in the day. He had given Edgardo his information from Bethesda a few days before. Soon he would have to decide again what to do after work. Unable to face that, he continued to work. If only he could work all the time, he would never have to decide anything. He typed up his notes from Diane's last 2 meetings. So, he thought as he looked them over, it had come to this. They had fucked up the world so badly that only the rapid invention and deployment of some kind of clean power generation, more powerful than what they had now, would be enough to extricate them from the mess, if it could be done at all. That meant solar, as Diane had concluded. Wind was too diffuse. Waves and currents too hard to extract energy from. Fusion was like a mirage on a desert road, always the same distance away. Ordinary nuclear, well, that was a possibility, as Diane had pointed out. A very real possibility. It was dangerous and created waste for the ages, but it might be done. Some kinds of cost-benefit analysis might favor it. But it was hard to imagine making it really safe. To do so, they would have to become like the French, gasp, who got 90% of their power from nuclear plants, all built to the same stringent standards. Not the likeliest scenario for the rest of the world, but not physically impossible. The U.S. Navy had run a safe nuclear program ever since the 1950s. Frank wrote on his notepad, "Is French nuclear power safe? Is U.S. Navy nuclear safe? What does safe mean? Can you recycle spent fuel and guard the bomb-level plutonium that would finally reduce out of it?" All that would have to be investigated and discussed. Nothing could be taken off the table just because it might create poisons that would last 50,000 years. On the other hand, solar was coming along fast enough to encourage Frank to hope for even more acceleration. There were problems, but ultimately the fundamental point remained. In every moment, an incredible amount of energy rained down from the sun onto the earth. That was what oil was, after all, a small portion of the sun's energy captured by photosynthesis over millions of years. All those plants, fixing carbon and then dying, then getting condensed into a sludge and buried rather than returning to the air. Millions of years of sunlight caught that way. Every tank of gas burned about 100 acres of what had been a forest's carbon, or say 100 years of a single acre's production of forest carbon. This was a very impressive condensate. It made sense that matching it with the real-time energy input from any other system would be difficult. But sunlight itself rained down perpetually. About 70% of the photosynthesis that took place on Earth was already entrained to human uses, but photosynthesis only caught a small fraction of the total amount of solar energy striking the planet each day. Those totals, day after day, soon dwarfed even what had been caught in the Triassic fossil carbon. Every couple of months, the whole Triassic's capture was surpassed. So the potential was there. This was true in so many areas. The potential was there, but time was required to realize the potential, and now it was beginning to seem like they did not have much time. Speed was crucial. This was the reason Diane and others were still contemplating nuclear. It would be good if they needed less energy. Well, but this was an entirely different problem, dragging in many other issues: technology, consumption, lifestyles, values, habits. Also the sheer number of humans on the planet. Perhaps 7 billion was too many. Perhaps 6 billion was too many. It was possible that 3 billion was too many. Their 6 billion could be a kind of oil bubble. Edgardo was not calling. Neither was Caroline calling. Desperate for ways to occupy his mind, though of course he did not think of it that way, in order not to break the spell, Frank began to look into estimates of the Earth's maximum human carrying capacity. This turned out, usefully enough for his real purpose, to be an incredibly vexed topic, argued over for centuries already, with no clear answers yet found. The literature contained estimates for the Earth's human carrying capacity ranging from 100 million to 12 trillion. Quite a spread. Although here, the outliers were clearly the result of some heavily ideological analysis. The high estimate appeared to be translating the sunlight hitting the Earth directly into human calories, with no other factors included. The low estimate appeared not to like human beings, even to regard them as some kind of parasite. The majority of serious opinion came in between 2 billion and 30 billion. This was satisfyingly tighter than the 7 magnitudes separating the outlier estimates, but for practical purposes, still a big variance, especially considering how important the real number was. If the carrying capacity of the planet were 2 billion, they had badly overshot and were in serious trouble, looking at a major dieback that might spiral to near extinction. If, on the other hand, the 30 billion figure was correct, they had some wiggle room to maneuver. But there were hardly any scientific or governmental organizations even looking at this issue. Zero population growth was one of the smallest advocacy groups in Washington, which was saying a lot, and negative population growth, a bad name, it seemed to Frank, turned out to be a mom-and-pop operation run out of a garage. It was bizarre. He read one paper, written as if by a Martian, that suggested if humanity cared to share the planet with the other species, especially the mammals, and could they really survive without them? Then they should restrict their population to something like 2 billion, occupying only a networked fraction of the landscape, leaving the rest of the animals in possession of a larger networked fraction. It was a pretty persuasive paper. As another occupier of his thoughts, though now hunger was going to drive him out into the world, he looked into theories of long-term strategic policy, thinking this might give him some tools for thinking through these things. It was another area that seemed, on the face of it, to be important, yet was understudied as far as Frank could tell. Most theorists in the field, he found, had agreed that the goal or method of long-term strategic thinking ought to be robustness, which meant that you had to find things to do that would almost certainly do some good, no matter which particular future came to pass. Nice work, if you could get it. Although some of the theorists actually had developed rubrics to evaluate the robustness of proposed policies. That could be useful. But when it came to generating the policies, things got more vague. Just do the obvious things, Vanderwall. Do the necessary. Diane was already acting in the manner suggested by most long-term strategy theory, because in any scenario conceivable, copious amounts of clean solar energy would almost certainly be a good thing. It was, therefore, a robust plan. So, solar power. 1. There were the photovoltaics, in which sunlight was transformed into alternating current by way of photons stimulating piezoelectricity in silicon. 2. There were the Stirling engines, external heat engines that used mirror dishes controlled by computers to reflect sunlight onto a hydrogen-filled, closed element that heated to 1,300 degrees Fahrenheit, driving pistons which generated the electricity. The engine had been designed by a Scot named Stirling in 1816. All solar technologies had efficiency rates measured as a percentage of the sunlight's photonic energy transferred successfully to alternating current electricity. They had been getting some really good numbers from solar panels, up to 20%, but this Stirling engine got 30. Given the amount of photons raining down, that was really good. That would add up fast. Then he found a link to a site that explained that Southern California Edison had built a Stirling system to power a 500-megawatt plant. Most traditionally powered plants were 500 or 1,000 megawatts, so this was full size. That meant there was some practical experience with real-world, commercial versions of this technology. Also, some manufacturing ability, ready to be deployed. All good news when contemplating the need for speed. Banishing the thought, recurrent about every hour, that they should have been doing this a long time ago, Frank called SCE and asked a long string of questions of the CPM, the Cognizant Program Manager, a useful acronym that only NSF appeared to use. This turned out to be a man who was more than happy to talk, who would have talked all day, maybe all night. With difficulty, Frank got him to stop. Lots of enthusiasm for the Stirling system there. Well, more grist for the mill. Over the past year, Frank had been giving alternative energy about a quarter of his working time, and now he saw he was going to have to bump that up. Everything from now on would be jacked to emergency levels. Not a comfortable feeling, but there was no avoiding it. It was like an existential condition, as if he had become Alice's white rabbit. I'm late, I'm late, I'm late. And most of the time, he managed to obscure from his conscious train of thought the true source of his anxiety. One day, later that week, when he was deep in work's oblivion, Diane appeared in his doorway, startling him. He was pleased, then nervous. They had not yet found a new balance. After Caroline had called Frank with her emergency situation, Frank had hastily called Diane to cancel, before thinking of any plausible, non-other woman-related reason for doing so, and so had given no explanation at all, which opacity was suspicious, and probably more impolite than the cancellation per se. Opacity seldom conducive to rapport. "Hi, Diane," he said now, aping normality. "What's happening?" She looked at him with a curious expression. "I just got a call from Phil Chase." "Wow. What did he want?" "He asked me if I would be his science advisor." Frank found he was standing. He reached out and shook Diane's hand, then hugged her. "Now that is news we have to celebrate," he declared, seizing the bull by the horns. "I'm sorry about that the other night. I still owe you dinner. Can I take you out tonight?" "Sure," she said easily, as if there had been no problem. She was so cool. Maybe there never had been a problem. Frank couldn't be sure. "Meet you at..." She checked her watch. "At 6, okay? Now I'm going to go call my kids." But then she stopped on her way out and again looked at him oddly. "You must have had something to do with this," she said suddenly. "Me? I don't think so. What do you mean?" "Talking to Charlie Quibler, maybe?" "Oh, no. I mean, of course I've talked to Charlie about some of our stuff, generally." "And he's been Chase's environment guy." "Well, yes. But you know, Charlie's just part of a large staff, and he's been staying at home with Joe, so he hasn't been a major factor with Chase for some time, as I understand it. Mostly just a voice on the phone. He says he doesn't get listened to. He says he's kind of like Jiminy Cricket was to Pinocchio, when Pinocchio's nose was at its longest." Diane laughed. "Yeah, sure. Let's meet over at Optimodal, shall we? Let's say 7 instead of 6. I want to run some of this off." Now that was something he could understand. "Sure. See you there." Frank sat in his chair feeling his chest puffed out. Another cliché revealed to be an accurate account of emotions' effects on the body. Everyone was the same. It occurred to him that maybe Charlie had something to do with it after all. Someone had to have advised Chase whom to choose for this post, and as far as Frank knew, Chase and Diane had never met. So, that was interesting. Frank went over to the Optimodal Health Club just after 6, waved to Diane on the elliptical in the next room, and stomped up the Stairmaster for the equivalent of about 1,000 vertical feet. After that, he showered and dressed, getting into one of his nicer shirts for the occasion, and met Diane out in the lobby at the appointed time. She, too, had changed into something nice, and for a second, Frank considered the possibility that she lived out of her office and Optimodal, just as he had contemplated doing before building his treehouse. What evidence did he or anyone else have to disprove it? When they arrived in the morning, she was there. When they left at night, she was there. There were couches in her big office, and she went to Optimodal every morning of the week, as far as he knew. But then again, she certainly had a home somewhere. Everyone did, except for him, and the bros in the park, and the Freegans and Fearals proliferating in the metropolis. Indeed, some 20 or 30 million people in America, he had read. But one thought of everyone as having a home. Enough. It was time to refocus on the moment and their date. It had to be called that. Their second date, in fact, the first one having occurred by accident in New York, after discussing the North Atlantic project at the UN. And now, they were in a Lebanese restaurant in Georgetown that Diane had recently discovered. And it was very nice. Now they could celebrate not only the actual salting itself, but its subsequent success in restarting the thermohaline, and now, also, Diane's invitation to become the new presidential science advisor. She was pleased with this last, Frank could see. "Tell me about it," he said to her when they were settled into the main course. "Is it a good position? I mean, what does the science advisor do?" Did it have any power, in other words? "It all depends on the president," Diane said. "I've been looking into it, and it appears the position began as Nixon's way of spanking the science community for publicly backing Johnson over Goldwater. He sent NSF packing out here to Arlington and abolished his Science Advisory Committee and established this position, so it became a single advisor he could appoint without any consultation or approval mechanism, and then he could stick them on the shelf somewhere, which is where these people have usually stayed, except in a few instances." That didn't sound good. But, well, in theory, if a president were listening, it could get pretty interesting. I mean, clearly there's a need for more coordination of the sciences in the federal government. We've seen that at NSF. Ideally, there would be a cabinet post, you know, some kind of Department of Science, with a Secretary of Science. The Science Czar. Yes. She was wrinkling her nose. Except that would create huge amounts of trouble, because really, most of the federal agencies are already supposed to be run scientifically, or have science as part of their subject, or in their operation. So if someone tried to start a Department of Science, it would poach on any number of other agencies, and none of them would stand for it. They would gang up on such an advisor and kill him, like they did to the so-called intelligence czar when they tried to coordinate the intelligence agencies. This gave Frank a chill. Yeah, I guess that's right. So now, maybe the science advisor could act like a kind of personal advisor. You know, if we presented a menu of really robust options, and Chase chose some of them to enact, then, well, it would be the President himself advocating for science. And he might want to do that, given the situation. Yes, it seems that way, doesn't it? Although Washington has a way of bogging people down. The swamp. Yes, the swamp. But if the swamp freezes over... They laughed. Then maybe we can ice skate over the obstacles. Frank nodded. Speaking of which, we were supposed to be going to try ice skating down here when the river froze over. That's right, we were. But now we've got this so-called heat spell. True. Return of the Gulf Stream. That is so crazy. I bet we will get freezing spells just like before. Yes. Well, until that happens, maybe we can just walk the shore then, and see where you could rent ice skates when the time comes. Sure. I think the Georgetown Rowing Club is going to do it. We can go check it out. I read they're going to convert to a skating center when the river freezes over. They're going to put out floodlights and boundary lines and everything. Good for them. Let's go take a look after dinner. And so they finished the meal cheerfully, moving from one great Levantine dish to the next. Even the basics were exquisite. Olives, hummus, dill, everything. And by the time they were done, they had split a bottle of a dry white wine. They walked down to the Potomac arm in arm, as they had in Manhattan so very briefly. They walked the Georgetown waterfront, where the potted shrubs lining the river wall were lit by little white Christmas tree lights. All this had been overwhelmed in the great flood, and they could still see the high water mark on the buildings behind the walk. But other than that, things were much as they had been before. The river as calm as a sheet of black silk as it poured under the Key Bridge. Then they came to the mouth of Rock Creek, a tiny little thing. Following it upstream in his mind, Frank came to the park and his treehouse, standing right over a bend in this same creek, and thus it occurred to him to think, here you are fooling around with another woman while your Caroline is in trouble God knows where. What would she think if she saw you? Which was a hard thought to recover from, and Diane saw that his mood had changed. Quickly, he suggested they warm up over drinks. They retired to a bar overlooking the confluence of the creek and the river, on the Georgetown side. They ordered Irish coffees. Frank warmed up again, his sudden stab of dread dispelled by Diane's immense calmness, by the aura of reality that emanated from her. It was reassuring to be around her, precisely the opposite of the feeling he had when... But he stayed in the moment. He agreed with Diane's comment that Irish coffee provided the perfect compound of stimulant and relaxant, sugar and fat, hydration and warmth. It must have been invented by scientists, she said. It's like made to a formula to hit all the receptors at once. Frank said, I remember it's what they always used to serve at the Salk Institute after their seminars. They've got a patio deck overlooking the Pacific, and everyone would go out with Irish coffees and watch the sunset. Nice. Later, as Frank walked her back up through Georgetown to her car, she said, I was wondering if you'd be interested in joining my advisory staff. It would be an extension of the work you've been doing at NSF. I mean, I know you're planning to go back to San Diego, but until then, you know, I could use your help. Frank had stopped walking. Diane turned and glanced up at him, shyly, it seemed, and then looked away, down M Street. The stretch they could see looked to Frank like the platonic form of a Midwestern Main Street, totally unlike the rest of D.C. "Sure," Frank heard himself say. He realized that in some sense he had to accept her offer. He had no choice. He was only in D.C. now because of her previous invitation to work on the climate problem, and he had been doing that for a year now. And they were friends. They were colleagues. They were... I'll have to check with my department and all first to make sure it will all be okay at UCSD. But I think it could be really interesting. Oh, good. Good. I was hoping you'd say yes. The next morning, at work, his doorway darkened, and he swung his chair around, expecting to see Diane, there to discuss their move to the Presidential Science Advisor's offices. "Oh, Edgardo." "Hi, Frank. Hey, are you up for getting a bite at the food factory?" Waggling his eyebrows grouchoistically. "Sure," Frank said, trying to sound natural. It was hard not to look around his office as he saved and shut the file he was working on. On the way to the food factory, Edgardo surreptitiously ran a wand over Frank, and gave it to Frank, who did the same for him. Then they went in and stood at a bar, noisily eating chips and salsa. "What is it?" "A friend of mine has tracked down your friend and her husband." "Aha! And?" "They work for a unit of a black agency called Advanced Research and Development Agency Prime. The man's name is Edward Cooper, and hers is Caroline Churchland. They ran a big data mining effort, which was a combination of the Total Information Awareness Project and some other black programs in Homeland Security." "Wait, she didn't work for him?" "No. My friend says it was more like the other way around. She headed the program, but he was brought in to help when some surveillance issues cropped up. He came from Homeland Security, and before that CIA, where he was on the Afghanistan detail. My friend says the program got a lot more serious when he arrived." "Serious?" "Some surveillance issues. My friend didn't know what that meant. And then this attempt on the election that she tipped us to." "But he worked for her?" "Yes." "And when did they get married?" "About 2 years before he joined her project." "And he worked for her." "That's what I was told. Also, my friend thinks he probably knows where she's gone." "What?" "That's what he told me. On the night she disappeared, you see, there was a call from a payphone she had used before, a call to the Kambali embassy. I take it that was to you?" "She left a message." Frank muttered, more and more worried. "But so?" "Well, there was another call from that payphone to a number in Maine. My friend found the address for that number, and it's the number of your friend's college roommate. And that roommate has a vacation home on an island up there. And the power has just been turned on for that vacation home. So he thinks that's where she may have gone, and, as I'm sure you can see, he furthermore thinks that if he can track her that well at his remove, then her husband is likely to be even faster at it." "Shit." Frank's feet were cold. "Shit indeed. Possibly you should warn her. If she thinks she's hidden herself—" "Yeah, sure," Frank said, thinking furiously. "But another thing, if her ex could find her, couldn't he find me too?" "Maybe so." They regarded each other. We have to neutralize this guy somehow, Frank said. Edgardo shook his head. Do not say that, my friend. Why not? Neutralize? He dragged out the word, his expression suddenly black. Eliminate, remove, equalize, disable, DX, disappear, liquidate. I don't mean any of those, Frank explained. I just meant neutralize, as in unable to affect us, made neutral to us. Hard to do, Edgardo said. I mean, get a restraining order? You don't want to go there. It doesn't work even if you can get them. Well, you may just have to live with it. Live with it? With what? Edgardo shrugged. Hard to say right now. I can't live with it if he's trying to harm her, and there's a good chance of him finding her. I know. I'll have to go find her first. Edgardo nodded, looking at him with an evaluative expression. Maybe so. At the Quibler's house in Bethesda this unsettled winter, things were busier than ever. This was mainly because of Phil Chase's election, which, of course, had galvanized his senatorial office, turning his staff into one part of a much larger transition team. A presidential transition was a major thing, and there were famous cases of failed transitions by earlier administrations that were enough to put a spur to their rears, reminding them of the dire consequences that ineptitude in this area could have on the subsequent fates of the presidents involved. It was important to make a good running start, to craft the kind of first 100 days that had energized the incoming administration of Franklin Delano Roosevelt in 1933, setting the model for most presidents since to try to emulate. Critical appointments had to be made, bold new programs turned into law. Phil was well aware of this challenge and its history, and was determined to meet it successfully. We'll call it the first 60 days, he said to his staff, because there's no time to lose. He had not slowed down after the election. Indeed, it seemed to Charlie Quibler that he had even stepped up the pace, if that were possible. Ignoring the claim of irregularities in the Oregon vote, claims which had become standard in any case ever since the tainted elections at the beginning of the century, and secure in the knowledge that the American public did not like to think about troubling news of this sort, no matter who won, Phil was free to forge ahead with a non-stop schedule of meetings from dawn till midnight, and often long past it. He was lucky he was one of those people who only needed a few hours of sleep a day to get by. Not so Charlie, who was jolted out of sleep far too often by calls from his colleague Roy Anastopoulos, Phil's new chief of staff, asking him to come down to the office and pitch in. Roy, I can't, Charlie would say. I've got Joe here, Anna's off to work already, and we've got Jimboree. Jimboree, am I hearing this? Charlie, which is more important to the fate of the Republic, advising the President or going to Jimboree? False choice, Charlie would snap. Although, Jimboree is far more important if we want Joe to sleep well at night, which we do. You're talking to me now, right? That's what telephones are for. How would this change in any way if I were down there? Yeah. Hey, Chucker, I gotta go now. But listen, you have to come in from the cold. This is no time to be babysitting. We've got the fate of the world in the balance, and we need you in the office and taking one of these crucial jobs that no one else can fill as well as you can. Joe was around too, right? so you can put him in the daycare down here at the White House, or anywhere else in the greater metropolitan region for that matter, but you have to be here, or else you will have missed the train. Phil isn't going to stand for someone phoning home like E.T., lost somewhere in Bethesda when the world is sinking and freezing and drowning and burning up and everything else all at once. Roy, stop. I am talking to you like once an hour, maybe more. I couldn't talk to you more if we were handcuffed together. Yeah, it's nice, it's sweet, it's one of the treasured parts of my day, but it's a face business, you know that, and I haven't seen you in months, and Phil hasn't either, and I'm afraid it's getting to be a case of not seen, not heard. Are you establishing a climate change task force? Yes. Are you going to ask Diane Chang to be the science advisor? Yes, he already did. And are you going to convene a meeting with all the reinsurance companies? Yes. And you're proposing the legislative package to the Congress? This was Charlie's big omnibus environmental bill, brought back, in theory, from death by dismemberment. Of course we are. So how exactly am I being cut out? That's every single thing I've ever suggested to you. But Charlie, I'm looking forward to how you will be cut out. You've got to put Joe in daycare and come in out of the cold. But I don't want to. I gotta go. You get a grip and get down here. Bye. He sounded truly annoyed. But Charlie could speak his mind with Roy, and he wasn't going to let the election change that. And when he woke up in the morning and considered that he could either go down to the mall and talk policy with policy wonks all day and get home late every night, or he could spend that day with Joe, wandering the parks and bookstores of Bethesda, calling in to Phil's office from time to time to have those same policy talks in mercifully truncated form, he knew very well which day he preferred. It was an easy call, a no-brainer. He liked spending time with Joe. With all its problems and crises, he enjoyed it more than almost anything he had ever done. And Joe was growing up fast, and Charlie could see that what he enjoyed most in their life together was only going to last until preschool, if then. It went by fast. Indeed, in the last week or so, it seemed that Joe was changing so fast that Charlie's desire to spend time with him was becoming as much a result of worry as of desire for pleasure. It seemed he was dealing with a different kid. But Charlie suppressed this feeling and tried to pretend to himself that it was only for positive reasons that he wanted to stay home. Only occasionally, and for short periods, could he think honestly about this to himself. Nothing about the matter was obvious, even when he did try to think about it. Because ever since their trip to Kembalung, Joe had been a little different. Feverish, Anna claimed, although only her closest ovulation-monitoring thermometer could find this fever. But, in any case, hectic, and irritable in a way that was unlike his earlier irritability, which had seemed to Charlie a kind of cosmic energy, a force chafing at its restraints. After Kembalung, it had turned peevish, even pained. All this had coincided with what Charlie regarded as undue interest in Joe on the part of the Kembalis, and Charlie had gotten Drepung to admit that the Kembalis thought that Joe was one of their great lamas, reincarnated in Joe's body. That's how it happened, to their way of thinking. After that news, and also at Charlie's insistence, they had performed a kind of exorcism ritual. They had not put it like that, designed to drive any reincarnated soul out of Joe, leaving the original inhabitant, which was the only one Charlie wanted in there. But now, he was beginning to wonder if all that had been a good idea. Maybe, he was beginning to think, his original Joe had in fact been the very personality that the Kembalis had driven out. Not that Joe was all that different. Anna declared his fever was gone, and he was therefore more relaxed, and that his moodiness was much as before. Only to Charlie he was clearly different, in ways he found hard to characterize to himself, but chiefly, the boy was now too content with things as they were. His Joe had never been like that, not since the very moment of his birth, which, from all appearances, had angered him greatly. Charlie could still remember seeing his little red face just out of Anna, royally pissed off and yelling. But none of that now. No tantrums, no imperious commands. He was calm. He was biddable. He was even inclined to take naps. It just wasn't his Joe. Given these new impressions, Charlie was not in the slightest inclined to want to put Joe in a new situation, thus confusing the issue even further. He wanted to hang out with him, see what he was doing and feeling. He wanted to study him. This was what parental love came down to, apparently, sometimes, especially with a toddler, a human being in one of the most transient and astonishing of all the life stages. Someone coming to consciousness. But the world was no respecter of Charlie's feelings. Later that morning, his cell phone rang again, and this time it was Phil Chase himself. "Charlie, how are you?" "I'm fine, Phil. How are you? Are you getting any rest?" "Oh, yeah, sure. I'm still on my post-campaign vacation, so things are very relaxed." "Uh-huh, sure. That's not what Roy tells me. How's the transition coming?" "It's coming fine, as I understand it. I thought that was your bailiwick." Charlie laughed with a sinking feeling. Already he felt the change in Phil's status begin to weigh on him, making the conversation seem more and more surreal. He had worked for Phil for a long time, but always while Phil had been a senator. Charlie had long since gotten used to the considerable and yet highly circumscribed power that Phil as senator had wielded. It had become normalized, indeed had become kind of a running joke between them, in that Charlie often had reminded Phil just how completely circumscribed his power was. Now, that just wasn't going to work. The President of the United States might be many things, but unpowerful was not among them. Many of the administrations preceding Phil's had worked very hard to expand the powers of the executive branch beyond what the constitutional framers had intended, which campaigns made a mockery of the strict constitutionalist talk put out by these same people when discussing what principles the Supreme Court's justices should hold, and showed they preferred a secretive executive dictatorship to democracy, especially if the president were a puppet installed by the interested parties. But never mind. The result of their labors was an apparatus of power that, if properly understood and utilized, could, in many ways, rule the world. Bizarre, but true. The President of the United States could rule the world, both by direct fiat and by setting the agenda that everyone else had to follow, or be damned. World ruler. Not really, of course, but it was about as close as anyone could get. And how exactly did you joke about that? "Your clothes are still visible?" Charlie inquired, oppressed by these thoughts. "To me they are, but look." Passing on a full riposte, as being understood in advance, although Phil could no doubt see the comedy of omnipotence as well as the comedy of constraint. "I wanted to talk to you about your position in the administration. Roy says you're being a little balky, but obviously we need you." I'm here already. I can talk 12 hours a day if you like. Well, but a lot of these jobs require more than that. They're in-person jobs, as you know. What do you mean? Like which ones? Well, like, for instance, head of the EPA. What? Charlie shouted. He reeled, literally, in that he staggered slightly to the side, then listed back to catch himself. Don't you be scaring me, Phil. I hope you're not thinking of making appointments as stupid as that. Jesus, you know perfectly well I'm not qualified for that job. You need a first-rate scientist for that one, a major researcher with some policy and administrative experience. We've talked about this already. Every agency needs to feel appreciated and supported to keep esprit de corps and function at the highest levels. You know that. Isn't Roy reminding you? You aren't making a bunch of stupid political appointments, are you? Phil was cracking up. See? That's why we need you down here. Charlie sucked down some air. Oh. Ha. Very funny. Don't be scaring me like that, Phil. I was serious, Charlie. You'd be fine heading the EPA. We need someone there with a global vision of the world's environmental problems. And we'll find someone like that. But that wouldn't be the best use for you, I agree. Good. Charlie felt as if a bullet had just whizzed by his head. He was quivering as he said very firmly, "Let's just keep things like they are with me." No, that's not what I mean either. Listen, can you come down here and at least talk it over with me? Fit that into your schedule? Well, shit. How could he say no? This was his boss, also the President of the United States, speaking. But if he had to talk to him in person about it... He sighed. Yeah, of course. Your wish is my demand. Bring Joe if you can. I'd enjoy seeing him. We can take him out for a spin on the tidal basin. Yeah. What else could he say? The problem was that yeah was pretty much the only thing you could say when replying to the President of the United States making a polite request of you. Perhaps there had been some presidents who had established a limit there, by asking for impossible things and then seeing what happened. Power could quickly bring out the latent sadism in the powerful, but if a sane and clever president wanted only ever to get yeses in response to his questions, he could certainly frame them to make it that way. That was just the way it was. Certainly, it was hard to say no to a president-elect inviting you and your toddler to paddle around the tidal basin in one of the shiny blue pedal boats docked on the east side of the pond. And once on the water, it indeed proved very hard to say no to Phil. Joe was wedged between them, life-jacketed and strapped down by Secret Service agents, in ways that even Anna would have accepted as safe. He was looking about blissfully. He had even been fully compliant and agreeable about getting into the life jacket and being tied down by the seat belting. It had made Charlie a bit seasick to watch. Now it felt like Phil was doing most of the pumping on the boat's foot pedals. He was also steering. Phil was always in a good mood on the water, rapping away about nothing, looking down at Joe, then over the water at the Jefferson Memorial, the most graceful but least emotional of the city's memorials, beaming at the day, sublimely unaware of the people on the shore path who had noticed him and were exclaiming into their cell phones or taking pictures with them. The Secret Service people had taken roost on the paddleboat dock, and there were an unusual number of men in suits, walking the shore among the tourists and joggers. "Where I need you in the room," Phil said out of the blue, "is when we gather a global warming task force. I'll be out of my depth in that crowd, and there'll be all kinds of information and plans put forth. That's where I'll want your impressions, both real-time and afterward, to help me cross-check what I think. It won't do to have me describe these things to you after the fact. There isn't time for that, and besides, I might miss the most important thing." "Yeah, well, none of that. This task force will be as close to a Department of Science or a Department for the Environment as I can make. It's going to set the agenda for a lot of what we do. It'll be my strategy group, Charlie, and I'm saying I need you in it. Now, I've looked into the daycare facilities for children at the White House. They're adequate, and we can get to work making them even better. Joe will be my target audience. You'd like to play all day with a bunch of kids, wouldn't you, Joe?" "Yeah, Phil," Joe said, happy to be included in the conversation. "We'll set up whatever system works best for you. What do you think of that?" "I like that," Joe said. Charlie started to mutter something about the Chinese women who buried their infants up to the neck in riverbank mud every day to leave them to go to work in the rice paddies, but Phil overrode him. "Gymboree in the basement, if that's what it takes. Laser tag, paintball wars, you name it. You'd like paintball wars, wouldn't you, Joe?" "Big truck," Joe observed, pointing at the traffic on Independence Avenue. "Sure, we could have big trucks, too. We could have a monster truck pull right on the White House lawn." "Monster truck." Joe smiled at the phrase. Charlie sighed. It really seems to him that Joe should be shouting, "Big trucks right now," or trying to escape and crawling around among the turning pedals underfoot, or leaping overboard to go for a swim. Instead, he was listening peacefully to Phil's banter, with an expression that said he understood just as much as he wanted to, and approved of it in full. Ah well, everyone changed. And, in fact, that had been the whole point of the ceremony Charlie had asked the Kimbalis to conduct. Charlie had requested it, had insisted on it, in fact, but without, he now realized, fully imagining the consequences. Phil said, "So you'll do it?" "I don't know." "You more or less have to, right? I mean, you're the one who first suggested that I run when we were over at Lincoln." "Everyone was telling you that." "No, they weren't. Besides, you were first." "No, you were. I just thought it would work." "And you were right, right?" "Apparently so." "So you owe me. You got me into this mess." Phil smiled, waved at some tourists as he made a broad, champing turn back toward the other side of the basin. Charlie sighed. If he agreed, he would not see Joe anywhere near as much as he was used to, an idea he hated. On the other hand, if he didn't see him as much, he wouldn't notice so often how much Joe had changed, and he hated that change. So much to dislike. Unhappily, he said, "I'll have to talk to Anna about it first, but I think she'll go for it. She's pretty pro-work. So, shit. I'll give it a try. I'll give it a few months and see how it goes. By that time, your task force should be on their way, and I can see where things stand and go emeritus if I need to." "Good." And Phil pedaled furiously, almost throwing Charlie's knees up into his chin with the force of his enthusiasm. He said, Look, Joe, all the people are waving at you. Joe waved back. Hi, people, he shouted. Big truck right there. Look, I like that big truck. That's a good truck. And so, change. The inexorable emergence of difference in time. Becoming. One of the fundamental mysteries. Charlie hated it. He liked being. He hated becoming. This was, he thought, an indicator of how happy he had been with the way things were, the situation as he had had it. Mr. Mom, he had loved it. Just this last May, he had been walking down Leland Street and had passed Gina, one of the Gymboree moms he knew, biking the other way, and he had called out to her, "Happy Mother's Day," and she had called back, "Same to you." And he had felt a glow in him that had lasted an hour. Someone had understood. Of course, the pure mom routine of the 1950s was an Ozzie and Harriet nightmare, a crazy-making program so effective that the surprise was there were any moms at all in that generation who had stayed sane. Most of them had gone nuts in one way or another, because in its purest form, that life was too constrained to the crucial but mindless daily chores of child-rearing and house maintenance. Uncompensated labor, as the economists put it, but in a larger sense than what they meant with their idiot bean-counting. Coming in the 50s, hard on the heels of World War II's shattering of all norms, its huge, chaotic space of dislocation and freedom for young women, it must have felt like a return to prison after a big, long breakout. But that wasn't the life Charlie had been leading. Along with the child care and the shopping and the housework had been his real work as a senatorial aide, which, even though it had been no more than a few phone conversations a day, had bolstered the unreal work of Mr. Momhood in a curious dual action. Eventually, which work was real had become a moot point. The upshot was that he felt fulfilled, and the lucky and accidental recipient of a full life, maybe even overfull. But that was what happened when Freud's short list of the important things in life, work and love, were all in play. He had had it all, and so change be damned. Charlie wanted to live on in this life forever, or if not forever, then as long as the stars. And he feared change, as being the probable degradation of a situation that couldn't be bettered. But here it was anyway, and there was no avoiding it. All the repetitions in the pattern were superficial. The moment was always new. It had to be lived, and then the next moment embraced as it arrived. This was what the Kimbalis were always saying. It was one of the Buddhist basics. And now, Charlie had to try to believe it. So, the day came when he got up, and Anna left for work, then Nick for school. Then it was Joe and Da's time, the whole day spread before them like a big green park. But on this day, Charlie prepped them both to leave, while talking up the change in the routine. "Big day, Joe. We're off to school and work, to the White House. They have a great daycare center there. It'll be like Gymboree." Joe looked up. "Gymboree?" "Yes, like Gymboree, but not it exactly." Charlie's mood plummeted as he thought of the differences. Not 1 hour, but 5, or 6 or 8 or 12, and not parents and children together, but the child alone in a crowd of strangers. And he had never even liked Gymboree. More and more depressed, he strapped Joe into his stroller and pushed him down to the metro. The tunnel walls were still discolored or even wet in places, and Joe checked everything out as on any other trip. This was one of their routines. Phil himself was not installed in the White House yet, but the arrangements had been made for Joe to join the daycare there, after which Charlie would leave and walk over to the Senate offices in the old Joiners Union building. Up and out of the metro into warm air, under low, windy clouds. People scudded underneath them, hurrying from one shelter to the next before rain hit. Charlie had gotten out at Smithsonian, and the mall was almost empty, only a few runners in sight. He pushed Joe along faster and faster, feeling more and more desolate, unreasonably so, almost to the point of despair, especially as Joe continued to babble on happily, energized by the mall and the brewing storm, no doubt expecting something like their usual picnic and play session on the mall. Hours that, no matter how tedious they had seemed at the time, were now revealed as precious islands in eternity, as paradises lost. And it was impossible to convey to Joe that today was going to be different. "Joe, I'm going to drop you off at the daycare center here at the White House. You're going to get to play with the other kids and the teachers, and you have to do what the teachers say for a long time." "Cool, Dad. Play." "Yeah, that's right. Maybe you'll love it." It was at least possible. Vivid in Charlie's mind was Anna's story about taking Nick to daycare for the first time, and seeing Nick's expression of stoic resignation, which had pierced her so. Charlie had seen the look himself, taking Nick in those first few times. But Joe was no stoic, and would never resign himself to anything. Charlie was anticipating something more like chaos and disorder, perhaps even mayhem, Joe moving from protest to tirade to rampage. But who knew? The way Joe was acting these days, anything was possible. He might love it. He could be gregarious, and he liked crowds and parties. It was really more a matter of liking them too much, taking them too far. In any case, in they went. Security check, and then inside and down the hall to the daycare center, a well-appointed and very clean place. Lots of little kids running around among toys and play structures, train sets and bookshelves and Legos and all. Joe's eyes grew round. "Hey, Dad! Big Gymboree!" "That's right, like Gymboree. Except, I'm going to go, Joe. I'm going to go and leave you here." "Bye, Dad." And off he ran, without a backward glance. Chapter 2. Cut to the chase. And if you think this is utopian, please think also why it is such. Brecht. Phil Chase was a man with a past. He was one of Congress's Vietnam vets, and that was by and large a pretty rambunctious crowd. They had license to be a little crazy, and not all of them took it, but it was there if they wanted it. Phil had wanted it. He had always played that card to the hilt. Unconventional, unpredictable, devil-may-care, friend of McCain. And for well over a decade, his particular shtick had been to be the world's senator, phoning in his work or jetting into D.C. at the last hour to make votes he had to make in person. All this had been laid before the people of California as an explicit policy, with the invitation to vote him out of office if they did not like it. But they did. Like a lot of California politicians who had jumped onto the national stage, his support at home was strong. High negatives, sure, but high positives, with the positives outrunning the negatives by about 2-to-1. Now that he was president, the numbers had only polarized more, in the usual way of American politics, everyone hooked on the soap opera of cheering for or against personalities. So, a checkered past was a huge advantage in creating the spectacle. In his particular version of the cliched list, Phil had been a reporter for the L.A. Times, a surfboard wax manufacturer, which business had bankrolled the start of his political career, a VA social worker, a college lecturer in history, a sandal maker, and an apprentice to a stonemason. From that job, he had run for Congress from Marin County and won the seat as an outsider Democrat. This was a difficult thing to do. The Democratic Party hated outsiders to join the party and win high office at the first try. They wanted everyone to start at the bottom of the ladder and work their way up until thoroughly brainwashed and obliged. Worse yet, Phil had then jumped into a weak senatorial race and ridden the state's solid Democratic majority into the Senate, even though the party was still offended and not behind him. Soon after that, his wife of 23 years, his high school sweetheart, who had served in Vietnam as a nurse to be closer to him after he was drafted, died in a car crash. It was after that Phil had started his globetrotting, turning into the world's senator. Because he kept his distance from D.C. through all those years, no one in the capital knew much about his personal life. What they knew was what he gave them. From his account, it was all travel, golf, and meetings with foreign politicians, often the environmental ministers, often in Central Asia. "I like the stands," he would say. In his frequent returns to California, he was much the same. For a while, he pursued his ongoing work education program, Project OWE, because he owed it to his constituents to learn what their lives were like. Pronounced OW, however, by his staff, because of the injuries he incurred while taking on various jobs around the state for a month or 3, working at them while continuing to function as senator in D.C., which irritated his colleagues to no end. In that phase, he had worked as a grocery store bagger and checkout clerk, construction worker, real estate agent, plumber, or plumber's helper, as he joked, barrio textile seamstress, sewage maintenance worker, trash collector, stockbroker, and a celebrated stint as a panhandler in San Francisco, during which time he had slept at undisclosed locations in Golden Gate Park and elsewhere around the city, and asked for spare change for his political fund, part of his spare change effort, in which he had also asked California citizens to send in all the coins accumulating on their dressers, a startlingly successful plan that had weighed tons and netted him close to $1 million, entirely funding his second run for senator, which he did on the cheap and mostly over the internet. He had also walked from San Francisco to Los Angeles, climbed the 7 summits, voting on the clean air bill from the top of Mount Everest, swum from Catalina to the Southern California mainland and across Chesapeake Bay, and hiked the Appalachian Trail from end to end. Very boring, was his judgment. Next time, the PCT. All these activities were extraneous to his work in the Senate, and time-consuming, and for his first 2 terms he was considered within the Beltway to be a celebrity freak, a party trick of a politician, and a lightweight in the real world of power, i.e., money, no matter how far he could walk or swim. But even in that period, his legislation had been interesting in concept, his contribution, and solidly written, his staff's contribution, and cleverly pursued and promoted by all, with much more of it being enacted into law than was usual in the Senate. This was not noted by the press, always on the lookout for bad news and ephemera. But by his 3rd term, it began to become evident to insiders that he had been playing the insider game all along, and only pretending to be an outsider, so that his committee appointments were strong, and his alliances within the Democratic Party apparatus finally strong, and across the aisle, with moderate Republicans and McCain and other Vietnam vets, even stronger. He also had done a good job making his enemies, taking on flamboyantly bad senators like Winston and Reynolds and Hoofenmouth, whose subsequent falls from grace on corruption charges or simply failed policies had then retroactively confirmed his early judgments that these people were not just political dunderheads, but also dangerous to the Republic. So ultimately, when the time came, everything he had done for 20 years and more turned out to have been, as it were, designed to prepare him not only for his successful run for the presidency, but for his subsequent occupancy as well. A crucial point, and something that many previous candidates obviously forgot. The world travel, the global network of allies and friends, the O program, the legislation he had introduced and gotten passed, his committee work, it all fit a pattern, as if he had had the plan from the start. Which he totally denied, and his staff believed him. They thought, in their gossip among themselves, that they had seen him come to his decision to run just a year before the campaign. At about the same time, Charlie thought, but never said aloud, that he had met for 20 minutes with the Kembali leaders. Whether he had harbored thoughts all along, no one really knew. No one could read his mind, and he had no close associates. Widowed, kids grown, friends kept private and out of town. To Washington he seemed as lonely and impenetrable as Reagan, or FDR, or Lincoln, all friendly and charming people, but distant in some basic way. In any case, he was in, and ready and willing to use the office as strong presidents do, not only as the executive branch of government, whipping on the other two to get things done, but also as a bully pulpit from which to address the citizens of the country and the rest of the world. His high positive, high negative pattern continued and intensified, with the debate over him in the States more polarized than ever, at least in the media. But in the world at large, his positives were higher than any American president's since Kennedy, and interest was very high. All waited and watched through the few weeks left until his inauguration. There was a sudden feeling of stillness in the world, as if the pendulum swinging them all together helplessly this way and that had reached a height and paused in space, just before falling the other way. People began to think that something might really happen. It seemed to Frank that with such a president as Phil Chase coming into office, in theory it ought to be very interesting to be the presidential science advisor, or an advisor to the advisor. But there were aspects of the new job that were disturbing as well. It was going to mean increasing the distance between himself and the doing of science proper, and was therefore going to move him away from what he was good at. But that was what it meant to be moving into administration. Was there anyone who did policy well? His intrusion on the Kimbalis was another problem. Rudra's failing health was a problem. His own injury and the uncertain mentation that had resulted, if it had, was a very central problem, perhaps the problem. Leaving NSF, meaning Anna and the rest of his acquaintances and routines there, except for Edgardo and Kenzo, who were also joining Diane's team, was a problem. Problems required solutions, and solutions required decisions, and he couldn't decide. So the days were proving difficult. Because above and beyond all the rest of his problems, there was the absolutely immediate one. He had to warn Caroline that her cover was insufficient to keep even a newcomer on the scene like Edgardo's friend from locating her. He had to warn her of this, but he did not know where she was. She might be on that island in Maine, but unless he went and looked, he couldn't know. But if he went, he could not do anything that might expose her, and him too, to her husband. His van was chipped with a GPS transponder. Caroline was the one who had told him about it, so its identity and location could be under surveillance and tracked wherever it went. He could easily imagine a program that would flag any time his van left the metropolitan area. This was a serious disadvantage, because his van was his shelter of last resort, his only mobile bedroom, and, all in all, the most versatile room in the disassembled and modular home that he had cast through the fabric of the city. "Can I de-chip my van?" he asked Edgardo next day on their run, after wanding them both again. "For certain, and, as if by accident or malfunction?" "I should think so," Edgardo replied. "It might be something you would need some help with. Let me look into it." "Okay, but I want to go soon." "Up to Maine?" "Yes." "Okay, I'll do my best. The person I want to talk to is not exactly on call. I have to meet them in a context like this one." But that night, as Frank was settling down in the garden shed with Rudra, who was already asleep, Kang came out to tell him there was a man there to see him. This caused Frank's pulse to elevate to a disturbing degree. But it was Edgardo, and a short man, who said, "Hello," and after that spoke only to Edgardo in Spanish. "Humberto here is another porteño," Edgardo said. "He helps me with matters such as this." Humberto rolled his eyes dramatically. He took Frank's keys and went at the van as if he owned it, banging around, pulling up carpet from the floor, running various diagnostics through a laptop, complaining to Edgardo all the while. Eventually he opened the hood and, after rooting around for a while, unbolted a small box from the crowded left engine wall. When he was done, he gave the box to Frank and walked off into the dark, still berating Edgardo over his shoulder. "Thanks," Frank called after him. Then to Edgardo, "Did I see how he did that so I can put it back in?" He peered at the engine wall, then the bolts in his hand there with the box, then the holes the bolts had come out of. It looked like a wrench kit would do it. "Okay, but where do I put it now?" "You must leave it right here where it would be, so that it seems your van is parked here. Then replace it when you return." "Out here on the street?" "Isn't there a driveway to this house?" "Yeah, I can leave it there, I guess." buried in this gravel here. There you go. And other than that, I'm clean. That's what Umberto said, speaking only of the van, of course. Yeah, I've got the wand for my stuff. But is that enough? The van won't look weird to toll gates for not having the box or anything like that? No, not every vehicle has these things yet. So far, the Total Information Society is not yet fully online. When it is, you won't be able to do stuff like this. You'll never be able to get off the grid, and if you did, it would look so strange it would be worse than being on the grid. Everything will have to be rethought. Jesus. Frank grimaced. Well, by then I won't be involved in this kind of stuff. Listen, I think I'm going to take off now and get a few hours of driving in. It'll take me all of tomorrow to get there as it is. That's true. Good luck, my friend. Remember, no cell phone calls, no ATMs, no credit cards. Do you have enough cash with you? I hope so. Feeling the thickness of his wallet. You shouldn't stay away too long anyway. No. I guess I'm okay then. Thanks for the help. Good luck. Don't call. Grumpily, Frank got in his van and drove north on 95. Transponders embedded in every vehicle's windshields. Except, would that really happen? Was this Total Information Project not perhaps crazy enough to fail, ultimately? Or could it be stopped? Could they go to Phil Chase and lay out the whole story, and get him to root out Caroline's ex and his whole operation, whatever it was? Root it out from the top down? Were the spy agencies so imbricated into the fabric of the government and the military that they were beyond presidential control, or even presidential knowledge, or inquiry? If it weren't for his going off-grid status, he would have called up Edgardo to ask his opinion on this. As it was, he could only continue to think, and worry, and drive. Somewhere in New Jersey, it occurred to him that as he was on the road north, he must therefore have decided to go. He had decided something, and without even trying. Maybe decisions now had to occur without one really noticing them happening, or wondering how. It was so hard to say. In this particular case, he really had had no choice. He had to warn her. So it had been more of a life override than a decision. Maybe one went through life doing the things one had to do, hooped by necessity, with decisions reserved for options and therefore not really a major factor in one's life. A bad thought or a good one? He couldn't tell. A bad thought, he decided in the end. A bad thought in a long night of bad thoughts, as it turned out. Long past midnight, he kept following the taillights ahead of him, and the traffic slowly thinned and became mostly trucks of various kinds. Over the Susquehanna, over the Hudson, otherwise tunneling on endlessly through the forest. Finally, he felt in danger of falling asleep at the wheel, got off, and found a side road and a little parking lot, empty and dark and anonymous, where he felt comfortable parking under a tree and locking the doors and crawling into the back of the van to catch a few hours' sleep. Dawn's light woke him, and he drove on, north through New England, fueled by the worst 7-Eleven coffee he had ever tasted. Coffee so bad it was good, in terms of waking him up. The idea that it might be poisoned gave him an extra jolt. Surely someone had poured in their battery acid as a prank. There was too much time to think. If Caroline was the boss, and her ex worked for her, then... 95 kept on coming, an endless slot through endless forest, a grass sward and 2 concrete strips rolling on for mile after mile. Finally he came to Bangor, Maine, and turned right, driving over hills and across small rivers, then through the standard array of franchises in Ellsworth, including an immense Walmart. During the night, he had driven north into full winter. A thin blanket of dirty snow covered everything. He passed a completely shut-down tourist zone. The motels, lobster shacks, antique stores, and miniature golf courses, all looking miserable under their load of ice and snow, all except the Christmas knick-knack barn, which had a full parking lot and was bustling with festive shoppers. Soon after that, he crossed the bridge that spanned the tidal race to Mount Desert Island. By then, the round gray tops of the island's little range of peaks had appeared several times over the water of Frenchman's Bay. They were lower than Frank had expected them to be, but still, they were bare rock mountaintops, shaved into graceful curves by the immense force of the Ice Age's ice cap. Frank had Googled the island on a cybercafe's rented computer and had read quite a bit, and the information had surprised him in more ways than one. It turned out that this little island was, in many ways, the place where the American wilderness movement had begun, in the form of the landscape painter Frederick Church, who had come here in the 1840s to paint. In getting around the island, Church had invented what he called rusticating, by which he meant wandering on mountainsides just for the fun of it. He also took offense at the clear-cut logging on the island and worked to get the legislature of Maine to forbid it in some of the nation's first environmental legislature. All this was happening at the same time Emerson and Thoreau were writing. Something had been in the air. Eventually, all that led to the national park system, and Mount Desert Island had been the third one, the first east of the Mississippi, and the only one anywhere created by citizens donating their own land. Acadia National Park now took up about 2/3 of the island, in a patchwork pattern. When Frank drove over the bridge, he was on private land, but most of the seaward part of the island belonged to the park. He slowed down, deep in forest still, following instructions printed out from a map website. The main coast here faced almost south. The island was roughly square and split nearly in half, east and west, by a fjord called Somes Sound. Caroline's friend's house was on the western half of the island. Nervously, Frank drove through Somesville, at the head of the sound. This turned out to be no more than a scattering of white houses, on snowy lawns on either side of the road. He looked for something like a village commercial center, but did not find one. Now he was getting quite nervous. Just the idea of seeing her. He didn't know how to approach her. In his uncertainty, he drove past the right turn that headed to her friend's place and continued on to a town called Southwest Harbor. He wanted to eat something, also to think things over. In the only cafe still open, he ordered a sandwich and espresso. He didn't want to catch her unawares. That could be a bad shock. On the other hand, there didn't seem any other way to do it. Sitting in the cafe drinking espresso, heavenly after the battery acid, he ate his sandwich and tried to think. They were the same thoughts he had been thinking the whole drive. He would have to surprise her. Hopefully he could immediately explain why he was there, the possible danger she was in, so that she did not jump to the conclusion that he was somehow stalking her. They could talk. He could see what she wanted to do, perhaps even help her move somewhere else, if that's what she wanted. Although, in that case... Well, but he had run through all these thoughts 1,000 times during the drive. All the scenarios led to a break point, beyond which it was hard to imagine. He had to go to work on Monday. Or he should. And so... He finished his lunch and walked around a little. Southwest Harbor's harbor was a small bay surrounded by forested hills and filled with working boats and working docks, also a small Coast Guard station out on the point to the left. It was quiet, icy, empty of people, picturesque, but in a good way, a working harbor. He would have to risk dropping in on her. The wand said he was clean. Edgardo's friend had said his van was clean. He had driven all night. He was 5 miles away from her. Surely the decision had already been made. So he got back in his van and drove back up the road to the Soamesville fire station, where he took a left and followed a winding road through bare trees. Past an iced-over pond on the right, then another one on the left, this one a lake that was narrow and long, extending south for miles, a white flatness at the bottom of a classic U-shaped glacial slot. Pond's End. Soon after that, a left turn onto a gravel road. He drove slower than ever, under a dense network of overarching branches. Houses to the left were fronting the long frozen lake. Caroline's friend's place was on the right, where it would overlook a second arm of the lake. The map showed a Y-shaped lake with the long arm straight, and the other shorter arm curving into it about halfway down. Her friend's house had no number in its driveway, but by the numbers before and after it, he deduced that it had to be the one. He turned around in a driveway, idled back up the road. The place had a short gravel curve of driveway, with no cars in it. At the end of the driveway to the left stood a house, while to the right was a detached garage. Both were dark green with white trim. A car could have been hidden in the garage. Ah, the house number was there on the side of the garage. He didn't want to drive into the driveway. On the other hand, it must look odd, him idling out on the road, looking in, if there was anyone there to see. He idled down the road farther, back in the direction of the paved road. Then he parked on the side at a wide spot, cursing under his breath. He got out and walked quickly down the road and up the driveway to the house in question. He stopped between the house and the garage, under a big, bare-limbed tree. The snow was crushed down to ice shards on the flagstones between the house and garage, as if someone had walked all over them, and then there had been a thaw. No one was visible through the kitchen window. He was afraid to knock on the kitchen door. He stepped around the side of the house, looking in the windows running down that side. Inside was a big room. Beyond it, a sun porch facing the lake. The lake was down a slope from the house. There was a narrow path down, flanked by stone-walled terraces filled with snow and black weeds. Down on the water at the bottom of the path was a little white dock, anchored by a tiny white boathouse. The door of the boathouse swung open from inside. "Caroline?" Frank called down. Silence. Then, "Frank?" She peeked around the edge of the little boathouse, looking up for him with just the startled, unhappy expression he had feared he would cause. Then she almost ran up the path. "Frank, what is it?" she exclaimed as she hurried up. "What are you doing here?" He found he was already halfway down the path. They met between two blueberry bushes, him with a hand up as if in warning, but she crashed through that and embraced him, held him, hugged him. They clung to each other. Frank had not allowed himself to think of this part, but he had anyway. What it meant to hold her, how much he had wanted to see her. She pushed back from him, looking past him up to the house. "Why are you here? What's going on? How did you find me?" "I needed to warn you about that," Frank said. "At least I thought I should. My friend at NSF, the one who helped me with the election disc you gave us, he has a friend who was looking into who your ex is and what he's doing now, because they wanted to follow up on the election thing. So he wanted to talk to you about that, and my friend told him that you had disappeared, and this guy said that he knew where you probably were." "Oh, my God." Her hand flew to her mouth. Another body response common to all. She peered around him again up the driveway. "So I wanted to see if he was right," Frank continued. "And I wanted to warn you if he was. And I wanted to see you anyway." "Yes." They held hands, then hugged again, squeezed hard. Frank felt the fear and isolation in her. "So," he pulled back and looked at her. "Maybe you should move." "Yeah, I guess so. Possibly. But, well, first tell me everything you can, especially about how this person found me. Here, come on up. Let's get inside." She led him by the hand, back up the garden path to the house. She entered it by way of the sun porch door. The sun porch was separated from the living room by diamond-paned windows above a wainscoting. An old vacation home, Frank saw, handmade, scrupulously clean, with old furniture and paintings on every wall that appeared to be the work of a single enthusiast. The view of the lake seemed the main attraction to Frank. Caroline gestured around her. "I first visited my friend Mary here when we were 6. "Man." "But we haven't been in touch for years, and Ed never knew about her. I never told him. In fact, I can't quite imagine how your friend's friend tracked down the association." "He said you called the number of an old roommate, and this was her place?" She frowned. "That's true." "So that's how he tracked this place down. And if he could, so could your ex, presumably. And besides," he added sharply, surprising them both, "why did you tell me that he was your boss?" Silence as she stared at him. He explained. "My friend's friend said you were actually your husband's boss, so I wanted to know." She glanced away, mouth tight for just an instant. "Come on," she said, and led him through the living room to the kitchen. There she opened the refrigerator and got out a pitcher of iced tea. "Have a seat," she said, indicating the kitchen table. "Maybe I should move my van into the driveway," Frank remembered. I didn't want to shock you by driving in, and I left it out on the road."
"That was nice. Yeah, go move it in, at least for now."
He did so, his mind racing. It was definitely foolish of her to remain exposed like this. Probably they should be leaving immediately. He re-entered the kitchen to find her sitting at the table before 2 glasses of iced tea, looking down at the lake. His Caroline. He sat down across from her, took a drink. She looked at him across the table.
"I was not Ed's boss," she said. "He was reassigned to another program. When I first came to the office, I was part of his team. I was working for him. But when the Futures Market program was established, I was put in charge of it, and I reported to some people outside our office. Ed kept doing his own surveillance, and his group used what we were documenting when they thought it would help them. That's the way it was when you and I met. Then he moved again, like I told you, over to Homeland Security."
She took a sip of her drink, met his eye again.
"I never lied to you, Frank. I never have, and I never will. I've had enough of that kind of thing. More than you'll ever know. I can't stand it anymore."
"Good," Frank said, feeling awkward. "But, tell me, this is another thing I've really wondered about, that I've never remembered to ask you. What were you doing on that boat during the big flood, on the Potomac?"
Surprised, she said, "That's Ed's boat. I was going up to get him off Roosevelt Island."
"That was quite a time to be out on the river."
"Yes, it was. But he was helping some folks at the marina get their boats off, and we had already taken a few down to below Alexandria, and on one of the trips he stayed behind to help free up a boat while I ferried one of the groups downstream. So it was kind of back and forth."
"Ah."
Frank put a hand onto the table, reaching toward her.
"I'm sorry," he said. "I didn't know what to think. You know, we never have had much time. Whenever we've gotten together, there's been more to say than time to say it."
She smiled. "Too busy with other stuff."
And she put her hand on his. He turned his palm up, and they intertwined fingers, squeezed hands. This was a whole different category of questions and answers.
"Do you still love me?" "Yes, I still love you."
"Do you still want me?"
"Yes, I still want you." "Yes."
All that he had felt briefly before, during that hard hug on the garden path, was confirmed. Frank took a deep breath. A flow of calmness spread from his held hand up his arm and then through the rest of him. Most of him. "It's true," he said. "We've never had enough time. But now we do. So, tell me more. Tell me everything."
"Okay. But you too?"
"Sure." But then they sat there, and it seemed too artificial just to begin their life histories or whatever. They let their hands do the talking for a while instead. They drank tea. She began to talk a little about coming to this place when she was a girl, then about being a jock, as she put it. How Frank loved that. And how that had gotten her into various kinds of trouble, somehow.
Maybe it was a matter of liking the wrong kind of guys. Guys who are jocks are not always nice. There's a certain percentage of assholes, and I could never tell in time. Reading detective stories when she was a girl. Nancy Drew and Sue Grafton and Sarah Paretsky, all of them leading her down the garden path toward intelligence. First at the CIA. I wish I had never left. Then to a promotion, or what had seemed like a promotion, over to Homeland Security. That was where she had met Ed. The way at first he had seemed so calm, so capable, and in just the areas she was then getting interested in. The intriguing parts of spook work. The way it had let her be outdoors, or at least out and about, at first. Like a kind of sport. Ah, yeah, Frank put in, thinking of the fun of tracking animals. I did jobs like that too, sometimes. I wanted that too. Then, the way things had changed, and gone wrong, in both work and marriage. How bad it had gotten. Here she grew vague, and seemed to suppress some agitation or grimness. She kept looking out the window, as did Frank. A car passed, and they both were too distracted by it to go on. Anyway, then you and I got stuck in the elevator. She resumed. She stopped, thinking about that perhaps, shook her head, looked out the kitchen window at the driveway again. Let's get out of here, she said abruptly. Why don't we go for a drive in your van? I can show you some of the island, and I can get some time to think things through. I can't think here right now. It's giving me the creeps that you're here. I mean, in the sense of... And we can put your van someplace else, if I decide to come back here. You know, just in case. I actually have my car parked down at the other end of the lake. I've been sailing down to it when I want to drive somewhere. Sailing? Ice boating. Ah, okay, Frank said. They got up. But do you think we even ought to come back here? She frowned. He could see she was getting irritated or upset. His arrival had messed up what she had thought was a good thing. Her refuge. I'm not sure, she said uneasily. I don't think Ed will ever be able to find that one call I made to Mary. I made it from a payphone I've never used before or since. But if he's searching for something? For an old connection? Yes, I know. She gave him an odd look. I don't know. Let's get going. I can think about it better when I get away from here. He saw that it was as he had feared. To her, his arrival was simply bad news. He wondered for a second if she had planned ever to contact him again. They walked up the road to Frank's van, and he drove them back toward Soamesville, following her instructions. She looked into all the cars going past them the other way. They drove around the head of the Sound, then east through more forests, past more lakes. Eventually she had him park at a feature called Bubble Rock, which turned out to be a big glacial erratic, perched improbably on the side of a polished granite dome. Frank looked at the rocky slopes rising to both sides of the road, amazed. He had never seen granite on the East Coast before. It was as if a little patch of the Sierra Nevada had been detached by a god and cast over to the Atlantic. The granite was slightly pinker than in the Sierra, but otherwise much the same. "Let's go up the goat trail," she said. "You'll like it, and I need to do something." She led him along the road until it reached a frozen lake just under the south bubble, then crossed the road and stood facing the steep granite slope flanking this long lake. "That's Jordan's Pond, and this is Palmetic Mountain," gesturing at the slope above them. "And somewhere here is the start of the goat trail." She walked back and forth, scanning the broken jumble of steep rock looming over them. A very unlikely spot to begin a trail. The pink-gray granite was blackened with lichen, had the same faulted structure as any granite wall shaved by a glacier. In this case, the ice resting on it had been a mile thick. "My friend's father was really into the trails on the island, and he took us out and told us all about them," Caroline said. "Aha." She pointed at a rusted iron rod protruding from a big slab of rock, about head-high. She started up past it, using her hands for balance and the occasional extra pull-up. "This was the first one," he said. "It's more of a marked route than a real trail. It's not on the maps anymore. See, there's the next trail duck," pointing above. "Ah, yeah." Frank followed, watching her. This was his Caroline. She climbed with a sure touch. They had never done anything normal together before. She had talked about being a bicyclist, going for runs. This slope was easy but steep, and in places icy. A jock. Suddenly, he felt the Caroline surge that had been there waiting in him all along. Then the dark rock reared up into a wall of broken battlements, 30 or 40 feet high, one atop the next. Caroline led the way up through breaks in these walls, following a route marked by small stacks of flat rocks. In one of these gullies, the bottom of the crack was filled with big, flat stones set on top of each other in a rough but obvious staircase. This was as much of a trail as Frank had yet seen. "Mary's father wouldn't even step on those stones," Caroline said, and laughed. "He said it would be like stepping on a painting or something, a work of art. We used to laugh so much at him."
"I should think the guy who made the trail would like it to be used."
"Yes, that's what we said." As they ascended, they saw 3 or 4 more of these little staircases, always making a hard section easier. After an hour or so, the slope laid back in a graceful curve, and they were on the rounded top of the hill. "Palmetic Mountain," said a wooden sign on a post stuck into a giant pile of stones. 1,247 feet. The top was an extensive flat ridge, running south toward the ocean. Its knobby, bare rock was interspersed with low bushes and sandy patches. Lichen of several different colors spotted the bedrock and the big erratics left on the ridge by the ice. Some granite, others schist. Exposed rock showed glacial scouring and some remaining glacial polish. It resembled any such knob in the Sierra, although the vegetation was a bit more lush. But the air had a distinct salt tang, and off to the south was the vast plate of the ocean, blue as could be, starting just a couple miles away at the foot of the ridge. Amazing. Forested islands dotted the water offshore. Wisps of fog lay farther out to sea. To the immediate right and left rose other mountaintops, all rounded to the same whaleback shape. The peaks to both east and west were higher than this one, and the biggest one, to the east, had a road running up its side, and a number of radio towers poking up through its summit forest. The ice cap had carved deep slots between the peaks, working down into fault lines in the granite between each dome. Behind them, to the north, lay the forested low hills of Maine, trees green over snowy ground. "Beautiful," Frank said. "It's mountains and ocean both. I can't believe it." Caroline gave him a hug. "I was hoping you would like it." "Oh, yes. I didn't know the East Coast had such a place as this." "There's nowhere else quite like it," she said. They hugged for so long it threatened to become something else. Then they separated and wandered the peak plateau for a while. It was cold in the wind, and Caroline shivered and suggested they return. "There's a real trail down the northeast side, the ravine trail. It goes down a little cut in the granite." "Okay." They headed off the northeast shoulder of the hill and were quickly down into scrubby trees. Here the ice had hit the rock head-on, and the enormous pressures had formed the characteristic upstream side of a drumlin. Smooth, rounded, polished, any flaw stripped open, and exposed to air for no more than 10,000 years. Thus there was hardly any soil on this slope, which meant all the trees on it were miniaturized. They hiked down a good trail through this Krumholtz like giants. It was a familiar experience for Frank, and yet this time he was following the lithe and graceful figure of his lover, or girlfriend, or he didn't know what, descending neatly before him like a tree goddess. Some kind of happiness or joy or desire began to seep under his worry. Surely it had been a good idea to come here. He had had to do it. He couldn't have not done it. The trail led them into the top of a narrow couloir in the granite, a flaw from which all loose rock had been plucked. Cedar beams were set crosswise in the bottom of this ravine, forming big, solid stairs, somewhat snowed over. The side walls were covered with lichen, moss, ice. When they came out of the bottom of the couloir, the stairboxes underfoot were replaced by a long staircase of immense, rectangular granite blocks. "This is more like the usual trail on the east side," Caroline said, pointing at these monstrous field stones. For a while, the thing they liked to do was make granite staircases, running up every fault line they could find. Sometimes there'll be 400 or 500 stairs in a row. "You're kidding." "No. Every peak on the east side has 3 or 4 trails like that running up them, sometimes right next to each other. The redundancy didn't bother them at all." "So they really were works of art?" "Yes, but the national park didn't get it, and when they took over they closed a lot of the trails and took them off the maps. But since the trails have these big staircases in them, they last whether they're maintained or not. Mary's dad collected old maps and was part of a group that went around finding the old trails. Now the park is restoring some of them." "I've never seen anything like it." "I don't think there is anything like it. Even here they only did this for a few years. It was like a fad. But a fad in granite never goes away." Frank laughed. "It looks like something the Incas might have done." It does, doesn't it?
She stopped and looked back up the snowy stone steps, splotchy here with pale green lichen. I can see why you would want to stay here, Frank said cautiously when they started again.
Yes, I love it.
But
I think I'm okay,
she said. For a while they went back and forth on this, saying much the same things they had said at the house. Whether Ed would look at her subjects, whether he would be able to find Mary. Finally, Frank shrugged. You don't want to leave here.
It's true, she said. I like it here, and I feel hidden.
But now you know better. Someone looked for you and they found you. That's got to be the main thing.
I guess, she muttered.
They came to the road they had parked beside. They walked back to his van, and she had him drive south, down the shore of Jordan Pond.
Some of my first memories are from here, she said, looking out the window at the lake. We came almost every summer. I always loved it. That lasted for several years, I'd guess, but then her parents got divorced, and I stopped seeing her, and so I stopped coming.
Ah.
So we did start college together and roomed that first year, but to tell the truth, I hadn't thought of her for years. But when I was thinking about how to really get away, if I ever wanted to, I remembered it. I never talked to Ed about Mary, and I just made the one call to her here from a payphone.
What did you say to her?
I gave her the gist of the situation. She was willing to let me stay.
That's good. Unless, I just don't know. I mean, you tell me just how dangerous these guys are. Some shots were fired that night in the park after you left. My friends were the ones who started it, but your ex and his friends definitely shot back. And so, given that... Now she looked appalled.
I didn't know.
Yeah. I threw a rock at your ex. He added lamely.
You what?
I threw my hand axe at him. I saw a look on his face I didn't like, and I just did it.
She squeezed his hand. Her face had the grim, inward expression it took on whenever she was thinking about her ex. I know that look, she muttered. I hate it too.
And then,
I'm sorry I've gotten you into this.
No. Anyway, I missed him, luckily. But he saw the rock go by his head, or felt it. He took off running down the metro stairs, so he definitely knows something is up. Frank didn't mention going by their apartment afterward and ringing the doorbell. He was already embarrassed enough about the hand axe. So, what I'm still worried about is if he starts looking and, happens to replicate what my friend's friend did.
I know. She sighed. I guess I'm hoping that he's not all that intent on me anymore. I have him chipped, and he's always in D.C. at the office, moving from room to room. I've got him covered in a number of ways, a spot cam on our apartment entry, and things like that, and he seems to be following his ordinary routine.
Even so, he could be doing that while sending some of his team here to check things out.
She thought about it, sighed a big sigh. I hate to leave here when there might not be a reason to.
Frank said nothing. His presence was itself proof of a reason. Thus, his appearance had indeed been a bad thing.
the transitive law definitely applied to emotions. She had directed him through some turns, and now they were driving around the head of Soames Sound again, back toward her place. As he slowed through Soamesville, he said, "Where should we put my van?" She ran her hands through her short curls, thinking it over. "Let's put it down where my car is. I'm parked at the south end of Long Pond, at the pump house there. First, drop me off at the house, then drive down there and I'll sail down on the iceboat and pick you up." So he turned at the firehouse, drove to her camp and dropped her off at the house, feeling nervous as he did so. Then he followed her instructions, back toward Southwest Harbor, then west through the forest again, on a winding, small road. He only had a rough sense of where he was, but then he was driving down an incline, and the smooth, white surface of Long Pond appeared through the trees. The southern end of its long arm was walled on both sides by steep granite slopes, 600 or 700 feet high, a pure, glacial U, floored by a lake. He parked in the little parking lot by the pump house and got out. The wind from the north slammed him in the face. Far up the lake, he saw a tiny sail appear as if out of the rock wall to the left. It looked like a big windsurfing sail. Faster than he would have thought possible, it grew larger, and the iceboat swept up to the shore, Caroline at the tiller, turning it in a neat curlicue at the end, to lose speed and drift backwards to shore. "Amazing," Frank said. "Here, wait. Park your van up in those trees, just past the stop sign up there." Frank did so, and then returned to the craft, stepped in, and stowed his day pack before the mast. The iceboat was a wooden triangular thing, obviously handmade, more like a big soapbox derby car than a boat. 3 heavy struts extended from the cockpit box, 1 ahead and 2 sideways and back from the cockpit. It was an odd-looking thing, but the mast and sails seemed to have been scavenged from an ordinary sloop, and Caroline was obviously familiar with it. Her face was flushed with the wind, and she looked pleased in a way Frank had never seen before. She pulled the sail taut and twisted the tiller, which set the angles of the big metal skates out at the ends of the rear struts, and with a clatter they gained speed and were off in a chorus of scraping. The iceboat did not heel in the wind, but when gusts struck, it merely squeaked and slid along even faster, the skates making a loud, clattery hiss. When a really strong gust hit, the craft rocketed forward with a palpable jolt. Frank's eyes watered heavily under the assault of the wind. He ducked when Caroline told him to, their heads together as the boom swung over them as part of a big curving tack. To get up the narrow lake against the wind, they would have to tack a lot. The craft did not appear able to hold too close to the wind. As they worked their way north, Caroline explained that Mary's grandfather had built the iceboat out of wood left over from when he had built the garage. He built everything there, even some of the furniture. He dug out the cellar, built the chimney, the terraces, the dock, and rowboats. Mary's father had told them about this. Caroline had met the grandfather only once, when she was very young. This last month I've been feeling like he's still around the place, like a ghost, but in the best kind of way. The first night I got here, the electricity wasn't on, and there was no sound at all. I never realized how used to noise we've gotten, that there's always some kind of sound, even if it's only the refrigerator. Usually it's a lot more than that, Frank said,
thinking of how D.C. sounded from his treehouse.
Yes, but this time it was completely quiet. I began to hear myself breathing. I could even hear my heartbeat. And then there was a loon on the lake. It was so beautiful. And I thought of Mary's grandfather building everything, and it seemed like he was there. Not a voice, just part of the house somehow. It was comforting.
Good for him, Frank said. He liked the sound of such a moment, also the fact that she had noticed it. It occurred to him again how little he knew her. She was watching the ice ahead of the boat, holding the boom line and the tiller in place, making small adjustments, splayed in the cockpit as if holding a kind of dance position with the wind. And there they were, barreling across the frozen surface of the lake, the ice blazing in a low, tarnished sun that was smeared out in long bars of translucid cloud, the wind frigid and flying through him as if the gusts were stabs of feeling for her, for the way she was capable, the way she liked it out here. He had thought she would be like this, but they had spent so little time together he could not be sure. But now he was seeing it. His Caroline, real in the sunlight and the wind. A gust of wind was a surge of feeling. She brought the ice boat around again, east to west, and continued the smooth curve west, as they were now shooting into the channel that began the other arm of the lake's Y. Here, the north wind was somewhat blocked by the peninsula separating the two arms of the lake, and the ice boat slid along with less speed and noise. Then another curve, and they were headed into the wind again, on the short arm of the Y, running up to a little island she called Rum Island, which turned out to be just a round bump of snow and trees in the middle of a narrow part of the lake. As they were about to pass Rum Island, something beeped in Caroline's jacket pocket. "Shit," she said, and snatched out a small device, like a handheld GPS or a cell phone. She steered with a knee while she held it up to her face to see it in the sunlight. She cursed again. Someone's at camp. She swerved, keeping Rum Island between the boat and Mary's place. As they approached the island, she turned into the wind and let loose the sail, so that they skidded into a tiny cove and onto a gravel beach no bigger than the iceboat itself. They stepped over the side onto icy gravel and tied the boat to a tree, then made their way to the island's other side. The trees on the island hooted and creaked like the Sierras in a storm, a million pine needles whooshing their great chorale. It was strange to see the lake surface perfectly still and white under the slaps of such a hard blow. Across that white expanse, the greenhouse and its little white boathouse were the size of postage stamps. Caroline had had binoculars in the boat, however, and through them the house's lakeside was quite distinct, and through its big windows there was movement. "Someone inside." "Yes." They crouched behind a big schist erratic. Caroline took the binoculars back from him and balanced them on the rock, then bent over and looked through them for a long time. "It looks like Andy and George," she said in a low voice, as if they might overhear. "Uh-oh, get down." And she pulled him down behind the boulder. "There's a couple more up by the house, with some kind of scope. Can those IR glasses you use for the animals see heat this far away?" "Yes," Frank said. He had often used IR when tracking the ferules in Rock Creek. He took the binoculars back from her and looked around the side of the boulder near the ground,
with only one lens exposed. There they were, looking out toward the island, then hustling down the garden path and onto the ice itself, their long, dark overcoats flapping in the wind. "Jesus," he said. "They're coming over here to check. They must have seen our heat." "Damn it," she said. "Let's go then." They ran back over the little island to the beach. A hard kick from Caroline to the hull of the iceboat, and it was off the gravel and ready to sail. Push it around, get in, and take off, waiting helplessly for the craft to gain speed, which it did with an icy scratching that grew louder as they slid out from the island's wind shadow and skidded south. "You saw 4 of them?" Frank asked. "Yes." Skating downwind did not feel as fast as crossing it had, but then they passed the end of the peninsula between the 2 arms of the lake, and Caroline steered the craft in another broad curve, and as she did, it picked up speed until it shot across the ice, into the gap leading to the longer stretch of the lake. Looking back, Frank saw the men crossing the lake. They saw him. One of them took a phone from his jacket pocket and held it to his ear. Back at the house, tiny now, he saw the 2 others running around the back of the house. Then the point of the peninsula blocked the view. "The ones still at the house went for the driveway," he said. "They're going to drive around the lake, I bet. Do you think they can get to the southern end of the lake before we do?" "Depends on the wind," Caroline said. "Also, they might stop at Pond's End, for a second at least, to take a look and see if we are coming up to that end." "But it wouldn't make sense for us to do that." "Unless we had parked there. But they'll only stop a second, because they'll be able to see us. You can see all the way down the lake, so they'll see which way we're going." "And then?" "I think we can beat them. They'll have to circle around on the roads. If the wind holds, I'm sure we can beat them." The craft emerged from the channel onto the long stretch of the lake, where the wind was even stronger. Looking through the binoculars as best he could, given the chatter, Frank saw a dark van stop at the far end of the pond, then, after a few moments' pause, drive on. He had made the same drive himself a couple of hours before, and it seemed to him it had taken about 15 minutes, maybe 20, to get to the south end of the pond by way of the small roads through the woods. But he hadn't been hurrying. At full speed, it might take only half that. But now, the iceboat had the full force of the north wind behind it, funneling down the steep granite walls to both sides, and the gusts felt stronger than ever, even though they were running straight downwind. The boat only touched the ice along the edges of the metal runners, screeching their banshee trio. Caroline's attention was fixed on the sail, her body hunched at the tiller and line, feeling the wind like a telegraph operator. Frank didn't disturb her, but only sat on the gunwale opposite to the sail, as she had told him to do. The stretch of the lake they had to sail looked a couple of miles long. In a sailboat, they would have been in trouble. On the ice, however, they zipped along as if in a catamaran's dream, almost frictionless, despite the loud noise of what friction was left. Frank guessed they were going about 20 miles an hour, maybe 25, maybe 30. It was hard to tell. Fast enough. Down a granite wind tunnel, perfectly shaped to their need for speed. The dwarf trees on the steep granite slopes to each side bounced and whistled. The sun was almost blocked by the western cliff, blazing in the pale streaked sky, whitening the cloud to each side of it. Caroline spared a moment to give Frank a look, and it seemed she was going to speak, then shook her head and simply gestured at the surrounding scene, mouth tight. Frustrated. It was magnificent, but they were on the run.
I guess them showing up so soon suggests I tipped them off somehow, he said.
Yes.
She was looking at the sail. I'm sorry. I thought I needed to warn you.
Her mouth stayed tight. She said nothing. The minutes dragged, but Frank's watch showed that only 8 had passed when they came to the south end of the lake. There were a couple of big houses tucked back in the forest to the left. Caroline pulled the tiller and boom line and brought them into the beach next to the pump house, executing a bravura late turn that hooked so hard Frank was afraid the iceboat might be knocked on its side. Certainly, a windsurfer or catamaran would have gone down like a bowling pin. But there was nothing for the iceboat to do but groan and scrape and spin, into the wind and past it, then screeching back, then stopping, then drifting back onto the beach.
"Hurry,"
Caroline said, and jumped out and ran up to Frank's van. Frank followed.
What about the boat?
She grimaced. "We have to leave it." Then, when they were in his van, "I'll call Mary when I can get a clean line and tell her where it is. I'd hate for Harold's boat to be lost because of this shit." Her voice was suddenly vicious. Then she was all business, giving Frank directions. They got out to a paved road and turned right, and Frank accelerated as fast as he dared on the still frozen road, which was often in shadow and seemed a good candidate for black ice. When they came to a T-stop, she had him turn right. "My car's right there, the black Honda. I'm going to take off." "Where?" "I've got a place. I've got to hurry. I don't want them to see me at the bridge. You should head directly for the bridge and get off the island. Go back home."
"Okay,"
Frank said. He could feel himself entering one of his indecision fugues, and was grateful she had such a strong sense of what they should do.
"Look, I'm sorry about this. I thought I had to warn you."
"I know. It's not your fault. None of this is your fault. It was good of you to try to help. I know why you did it." And she leaned over and gave him a quick peck of a kiss before she got out.
"I was pretty sure my van is clean,"
Frank said.
"And my stuff, too. We checked all of it out."
"They may have you under other kinds of surveillance. Satellite cameras or people just tailing you."
"Satellite cameras? Is that possible?"
"Of course." Annoyed that he could be so ignorant, Frank shrugged, thinking it over. He would have to ask Edgardo. Right now, he was glad she was giving him directions. She came around the van and leaned in on his side. Frank could see she was angry.
"You'll be able to come back here someday," he said.
"I hope so."
"You know," he said, "instead of holing up somewhere, you could stay with people who would keep you hidden and cover for you."
"Like Anne Frank?" Startled, Frank said,
"Well, I guess so."
She shook her head. "I couldn't stand it, and I wouldn't want to put anyone else to the trouble."
"Well, but what about me? I'm staying with the Cambalis in almost that way already. They're very helpful, and their place is packed with people."
Again, she shook her head. "I've got a plan C, and it's down in that area. Once I get into that, I can contact you again."
"If we can figure out a clean system."
"Yes, I'll work on that. We can always set up a dead drop."
"My friends from the park live all over the city."
"I've got a plan," she said sharply.
"Okay."
He shook his head. swallowed, tasted blood at the back of his throat. "What?" she said. "Nothing," he said automatically. "Something," she said, and reached in to touch the side of his head. "Tell me what you just thought. Tell me quick, I've got to go, but I didn't like that look." He told her about it as briefly as he could. Taste of blood, inability to make decisions. Maybe it was sounding like he was making excuses for coming up to warn her. She was frowning. When he was done, she shook her head. "Frank, go see a doctor." "I know." "Don't say that. I want you to promise me. Make the appointment and then go see the doctor." "Okay, I will." "All right. Now I've got to go. I think they've got you chipped. Be careful and go right back home. I'll be in touch." "How?" She grimaced. "Just go." A phrase which haunted him as he made the long drive south. Back to home, back to work, back to Diane. Just go. He could not seem to come to grips with what happened. The island was dreamlike in the way it was so vivid and surreal, but detached from any obvious meaning. Heavily symbolic of something that could nevertheless not be decoded. They had hugged so hard, and yet had never really kissed. They had climbed together up a rock wall. They had ice-boated on a wild wind. And yet in the end she had been angry, perhaps with him, and holding back from saying things, it had seemed. He wasn't sure. Mile after mile winged by, minute after minute. On and on they went, by the tens, then the hundreds. And as night fell, and his world reduced to a pattern of white and red lights, both moving and still, with glowing green signs and their white lettering providing name after name, his feel for his location on the globe became entirely theoretical to him, and everything grew stranger and stranger. Some kind of fugue state, the same thoughts over and over. Obsession without compulsion. Headlights in the rear-view mirror. Who could tell if they were from the same vehicle or not? It became hard to believe there was anything outside the lit strip of the highway. Once Kenzo had shown him a USGS map of the United States that had displayed the human population as raised areas, and on that map the 95 corridor had been like an immense Himalaya from Atlanta to Boston, rising from both directions to the Everest that was New York. And yet driving right down the spine of this great density of his species, he could see nothing but the walls of trees lining both sides of the endless slot. He might as well have been driving south through Siberia, or over the face of some empty forest planet, tracking some great circle route that was only going to bring him back where he had started. The forest hid so much. Despite the re-established Gulf Stream, the jet stream still snaked up and down the northern hemisphere under its own pressures, and now a strong cold front rode it south from Hudson Bay and arrived just in time to strike the inauguration. When the day dawned, temperatures in the capital region hovered around 0 degrees Fahrenheit, with clear, sunny skies and a north wind averaging 15 miles an hour. Everyone out of doors had to bundle up, so it was a slow process at all the security checkpoints. The audience settled onto the cold aluminum risers set on the east side of the Capitol, and Phil Chase and his entourage stepped onto the dais, tucked discreetly behind its walls of protective glass.
The cold air and Phil's happy, relaxed demeanor reminded Charlie of the Kennedy inauguration, and images of JFK and Earl Warren and Robert Frost filled his mind as he felt Joe kicking him in the back. He had only been a few years older than Joe when he had seen that one on TV. Thus the generations spanned the years, and now his boy was huddled against him, heavy as a rock, dragging him down but keeping him warm. "Dad, let's go to the zoo. Want to go to the zoo." "Okay, Joe, but after this, okay? This is history." "His story?" Phil stood looking out at the crowd after the oath of office was administered by the Chief Justice, a man about 10 years younger than he was. With a wave of his gloved hand, he smiled his beautiful smile. "Fellow Americans," he said, pacing his speech to the reverb of the loudspeakers, "you have entrusted me with the job of president during a difficult time. The crisis we face now, of abrupt climate change and crippling damage to the biosphere, is a very dangerous one, to be sure. But we are not at war with anyone, and in fact, we face a challenge that all humanity has to meet together. On this podium, Franklin Roosevelt said, 'This generation has a rendezvous with destiny.' Now it's true again. We are the generation that has to deal with the profound destruction that will be caused by the global warming that has already been set in motion. The potential disruption of the natural order is so great that scientists warn of a mass extinction event. Losses on that scale would endanger all humanity, and so we cannot fail to address the threat. The lives of our children and all their descendants depend on us doing so. So, like FDR and his generation, we have to face the great challenge of our time. We have to use our government to organize a total social response to the problem. That took courage then, and we will need courage now. In the years since we used our government to help get us out of the Great Depression, it has sometimes been fashionable to belittle the American government as some kind of foreign burden laid on us. That attitude is nothing more than an attack on American history, deliberately designed to shift power away from the American people. I want us to remember how Abraham Lincoln said it, that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from this earth. This is the crucial concept of American democracy, that government expresses what the majority of us would like to do as a society. It's us. We do it to us and for us. I believe this reminder is so important that I intend to add the defining phrase, of the people, by the people, and for the people, every time I use the word government, and I intend to do all I can to make that phrase be a true description. It will make me even more long-winded than I was before, but I am willing to pay that price, and you are going to have to pay it with me. So, this winter, with your approval and support, I intend to instruct my team in the executive branch of government of the people, by the people, and for the people, to initiate a series of federal actions and changes designed to meet the problem of global climate change head-on. We will deal with it as a society working together and working with the rest of the world. It's a global project, and so I will go to the United Nations and tell them that the United States is ready to join the international effort. We will also help the underdeveloped world to develop using clean technology, so that all the good aspects of development will not be drowned in its bad side effects, often literally drowned. In our own country, meanwhile, we will do all it takes to shift to clean technologies as quickly as possible.
Phil paused to survey the crowd.
My, it's cold out here today. You can feel right now, right down to the bone, that what I am saying is true. We're out in the cold, and we need to change the way we do things. And it's not just a technological problem, having to do with our machinery alone. The devastation of the biosphere is also a result of there being too many human beings for the planet to support over the long haul. If the human population continues to increase as it has risen in the past, all progress we might make will be overwhelmed. But what is very striking to observe is that everywhere on this earth, where good standards of justice prevail, the rate of reproduction is about at the replacement rate, while wherever justice and the full array of rights as described in the UN Declaration of Human Rights is somehow denied to some portion of the population, especially to women and children, the rate of reproduction either balloons to unsustainably rapid growth rates or crashes outright. Now, you can argue all you want about why this correlation exists, but the correlation itself is striking and undeniable. So this is one of those situations in which what we do for good in one area helps us again in another. It is a positive feedback loop with the most profound implications. Consider, for the sake of climate stabilization, there must be population stabilization, and for there to be population stabilization, justice must prevail. Every person on the planet must live with the full array of human rights that all nations have already ascribed to when signing the UN Charter. When we achieve that, at that point and at that point only, we will begin to reproduce at a sustainable rate. To help that to happen, I intend to make sure that the United States joins the Global Justice Project fully, unequivocally, and without any double standards. This means accepting the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court and the jurisdiction of the World Court in The Hague. It means abiding by all the clauses of the UN Charter and the Geneva Conventions, which, after all, we have already signed. It means supporting UN peacekeeping forces and supporting the general concept of the UN as the body through which international conflicts get resolved. It means supporting the World Health Organization in all its reproductive rights and population reduction efforts. It means supporting women's education and women's rights everywhere, even in cultures where men's tyrannies are claimed to be some sort of tradition. All these commitments on our part will be crucial if we are serious about building a sustainable world. There are 3 legs to this effort, folks: technology, environment, and social justice. None of the 3 can be neglected. So, some of what we do may look a little unconventional at first, and it may look more than a little threatening to those few who have been trying, in effect, to buy our government of the people, by the people, and for the people, and use it to line their own pockets while the world goes smash. But you know what? Those people need to change, too. They're out in the cold the same as the rest of us. So we will proceed, and hope those opposed come to see the good in it. Ultimately, we will be exploring all peaceful means to initiate positive changes in our systems, in order to hand on to the generations to come a world that is as beautiful and bountiful as the one we were born into. We are only the temporary stewards of a mighty trust, which includes the lives of all the future generations to come. We are responsible to our children and theirs. What we do now will reveal much about our character and our values as a people. We have to rise to the occasion, and I think we can and will. I am going to throw myself into the effort wholeheartedly and with a feeling of high excitement, as if beginning a long journey over stormy seas." "Good," Charlie said into his phone. "He's still saying the right stuff." "Heck yes," Roy replied in his ear. "But you know the old saying, an ounce of law is worth a pound of rhetoric." Roy had made up this saying and trotted it out as often as possible. He was seated on the opposite side of the viewing stands from Charlie and Joe, and Charlie thought he could just spot him talking into his cell phone across the way, but with all the hats and mufflers and ski masks bundling the heads of the audience, he could not be sure. Roy continued. "We'll see if we can wag the dog or not. Things bog down in this town." "I think the dog will wag us," Charlie said. "I think we are the dog. We're the dog of the people, by the people, and for the people." "We'll see." As Chief of Staff, Roy had already worked so hard on the transition that he had, Charlie feared, lost all sight of the big picture. "Everything depends on how the start goes." Charlie said, "A good start would help, but whatever happens, we have to persevere. Right, Joe?" "Go, Phil! Hey, Dad, it's cold." The transition team had concocted its first 60 days, a gigantic master list of things to do, parceled out among the many agencies of the executive branch. Each agency had its own transition team and its own list, which usually began with a status report. Many units had been deliberately disabled by previous administrations so that they would require a complete retooling to be able to function. In others, change at the top would rally the efforts of the remaining permanent staff, made up of professional technocrats. Each agency had to be evaluated for these problems and qualities, and the amount of attention given to them adjusted accordingly. For Charlie, this meant working full-time, as he had agreed back in November. Everyone else was up to speed and beyond, and he felt an obligation to match them. Up before sunrise, therefore groggy in the cold dark of the depths of winter, when, Frank said, hominids living this far north had used to go into a dream state very close to hibernation. Get Joe up, or at least transferred sleeping into his stroller. Quick walk with Anna down to the metro station in Bethesda. Companionable, as if they were still in bed together, or sharing a dream. Charlie could almost fall back asleep on such a walk. Then descend with her into the earth, dimly lit and yet still lighter than the pre-dawn world above. Slump in a bright vinyl seat and snooze against Anna to Metro Center, where she changed trains, and they went up in elevators to the sidewalk, to have a last brisk walk together, Joe often awake and babbling, down G Street to the White House. There, pass through security, more quickly each time, and down to the daycare center, where Joe bounced impatiently in his stroller until he could clamber over the side and plow off into the fun. He was always one of the first kids there, and one of the last to leave, and that was saying a lot. But he did not remark on this, and did not seem to mind. He was still nice to the other kids. Indeed, the various teachers all told Charlie how well he got along with the other kids. Charlie found these reports depressing. He could see with his own eyes the beginning and end of Joe's days in daycare, but there weren't as many kids there at those times. And he remembered Gymboree, indeed had been traumatized by certain incidents at Gymboree. Now, as everyone pointed out,
Joe was calm to the point of detachment, serene, in his own space. In the daycare, he looked somewhat like he would have been during a quiet moment on the floor of their living room at home, perhaps a bit more wary. It worried Charlie more than he could say. Anna would not understand the nature of his concern, and beyond that, he might have mentioned it to Roy during one of their phone calls, back in the old days. But Roy had no time and was obsessed, and there was no one else with whom to share the feeling that Joe had changed and was not himself. That wasn't something you could say. Sometimes he brought it up with Anna obliquely, as a question, and she agreed that Joe was different than he had been before his fever, but she seemed to regard it as within the normal range of childhood changes, and mostly a function of learning to talk, growing up. Her theory was that as Joe learned to talk, he got less and less frustrated, that his earlier tempestuousness had been frustration at not being able to communicate what he was thinking. But this theory presupposed that the earlier Joe had been inarticulate, and in possession of thoughts he had wanted to communicate to the world but couldn't, and that did not match Charlie's experience. In his opinion, Joe had always communicated exactly whatever he was feeling or thinking. Even before he had had language, his thoughts had still been perfectly explicit, though not linguistic. They had been precise feelings, and Joe had expressed them precisely, and with well-nigh operatic virtuosity. In any case, now it was different. To Charlie, radically different. Anna didn't see that, and it would upset her if Charlie could persuade her to see it, so he did not try. He wasn't even sure what it was he would be trying to convey. He didn't really believe that the real Joe had gone away as a result of the Kembali's ceremony for him. When Charlie had made the request, his rather vague notion had been that what such a ceremony would dispel would be the Kembali's interest in Joe, and their belief that he harbored the spirit of one of their reincarnated lamas. Altering the Kembali's attitude toward Joe would then change Joe himself, but in minor ways, ways that Charlie now found he had not fully imagined, for how exactly had he thought that Joe was not himself, beyond being feverish and maybe a bit subdued, a bit cautious and fearful? Had that really been the result of the Kembali's regard? And if their regard were to change, why exactly would Joe go back to the way he was before? Feisty, bold, full of himself. Perhaps he wouldn't. It had not worked out that way, and now Charlie's ideas seemed flawed to him. Now he had to try to figure out just exactly what it was he had wanted, what he thought had happened in the ceremony, and what he thought was happening now. It was a hard thing to get at, made harder by the intensity of his new schedule. He only saw Joe for a couple of hours a day, during their commutes, and their time in the metro cars was confined, with both of them asleep on many a morning's ride in, and both of them tired and distracted by the day's events on the way home. Charlie would sit Joe beside him, or on his lap, and they would talk, and Joe was pretty similar to his old self, babbling away at things outside the window or in his stroller, or referring to events earlier in his day, telling semi-coherent stories. It was hard to be sure what he was talking about most of the time, although toys and teachers and the other kids were clear enough and formed the basis of most of his conversation. But then they would walk home and enter the house, and life with Anna and Nick, and often that was the last they would have to do with each other until bedtime. So, who knew? It was not like the old days, with the vast stretches of the day, the week, the season, extending before and behind them in a perpetual association not unlike the lives of Siamese twins. Charlie now saw only fragmentary evidence. It was hard to be sure of anything. Nevertheless, he saw what he saw. Joe was not the same. And so, trapped at the back of his mind, but always there, was the fear that he had somehow misunderstood and asked for the wrong thing for his son, and gotten it. As the winter deepened, it became more and more expensive to warm the entire house. The price of heating oil became a political issue, but President Chase tried to keep the focus on the alternative sources they needed to develop. At the Quiblers, Anna programmed the house's thermostat to choreograph their evenings, so that they congregated in the kitchen and living room in the early evenings, and then bumped the heat upstairs in the hour before bedtime to augment whatever heat had gathered there from below. It worked fairly well, following and reinforcing what they would have done anyway. But one exceptionally cold night in early February, the power went out, and everything was suddenly different. Anna had a supply of flashlights and candles in a cabinet in the dining room, and quickly she banged her way to them and got some candles lit in every room. She turned on a battery-powered radio, and Nick twiddled the dial trying to find some news. While Charlie was building up the fire in the fireplace, they listened to a crackly, distant voice that said a cold front like one from the winter before had dropped temperatures across New York, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey by up to 60 degrees in 20 minutes, presumably causing a surge in demand or a malfunction at some point in the grid, thus crashing the system. "I'm glad we all got home in time," Anna said. "We could have been in the metro somewhere." They could hear sirens beginning to oscillate through the air of the city. The metro had an emergency generating system, Charlie thought, but no doubt the streets were clotted with cars, as they could see was true out on Wisconsin, just visible from their front window. When Charlie stepped outside to get more firewood from their screened-in porch, he smelled the smell of a power outage, unexpectedly familiar from the winter before. Exhaust of burned generator fuel, smoke of green firewood. Inside, the boys were clamoring for marshmallows. Anna had unearthed a bag of them at the back of a kitchen cabinet. Anna passed on trying one, to Joe's amazement, and went to the kitchen to whip up a late salad, keeping the refrigerator door open for as short a time as possible, wondering as she did so how quickly an unopened refrigerator would lose its chill. She resolved to buy a couple of thermometers to find out. The information might come in useful. Back in the living room, Charlie had finished lighting all the candles in the house, a profligacy that created a fine glow, especially when they were set around the room where the shadows from the fire congregated the most. Carrying one upstairs, Anna watched the shadows shift and flicker with her steps, and wondered if they would be warm enough up there that night. The bedrooms felt colder than the inside of the refrigerator had. She wondered briefly if a refrigerator would work to keep things from freezing in a sub-zero house. "We should maybe sleep on the couches down here," she said when she was back in the living room. "Do we have enough firewood to keep a fire going all night?" "I think so," Charlie said. "If the wood will burn."
Last winter, after the cold snap, there had been a period when firewood had been deemed cheaper heat than oil or gas, and all the cured firewood had been quickly bought and burned. This year, green wood was almost all that was available, and it burned very poorly, as Charlie was now finding out. He threw in a paraffin and sawdust log from time to time, and used his massive wrought iron fire tongs to lift the heavy, recalcitrant logs over the fake ones, to dry them out and keep things going. Remind me to buy dry wood next time? Anna took her bowl back into the kitchen. Water was still running, but it wouldn't for long. She filled her pots, and a couple of 5-gallon plastic jugs they had in the basement. These, too, would freeze eventually, unless she put them near the fire. They needed a better blackout routine, she saw. She took them out to the living room and saw the boys settling in. This must be how it had been, she thought, for generations on end, everyone huddling together at night for warmth. Probably she would have to work from home the next day, though her laptop battery was depleted. She wished laptop batteries lasted longer. Remind me to check the freezer in the morning. I want to see if things have started to thaw. If you open it, it will lose its cool. Unless the kitchen is colder than the freezer. I've been wondering about that. Maybe we should just leave the freezer door open then. Maybe we can get the fire going in it. They laughed at this, but Anna still felt uneasy. They built a city on the coffee table using Joe's blocks, then read by candlelight. Charlie and Nick hauled an old double mattress that they called the tiger's bed up from the basement, and they laid it right before the fire, where Joe used it as a trampoline, which looked like it was going to slingshot him right into the feeble blaze. When everything was arranged, Charlie read aloud some pages from The Once and Future King, about what it was like to be a goose migrating over the Norwegian Sea, a passage that had Anna and the boys entranced. Finally, they put out the candles and fell asleep, only to awaken altogether surprised and disoriented when the power came back on. It was 2 a.m., and beyond the reach of the smoldering gray coals, the house was very cold, but fully lit and buzzing with the sounds of its various machines. Anna and Charlie got up to turn the lights off. The boys were already asleep again by the time they got back downstairs. The next day, things were back to normal, more or less, though the air was still smoky. Everyone wanted to tell stories about where they had been when the power went off and what had happened to them. It was actually kind of nice, Charlie said the next night at dinner. A little adventure. Anna had to agree, though she was still uneasy. It wouldn't have been if the power were still off. Chapter 3. Going Feral. Again foul weather shall not change my mind, but in the shade I will believe what in the sun I loved. Thoreau. Against the pressure at the front of one's thoughts must be held the power of cognition as a shield. Cognition that could see its own weak points and attempt to work around them. Examination of the relevant literature, however, revealed that there were cognitive illusions that were as strong or even stronger than optical illusions. This was an instructive analogy, because there were optical illusions in which one's sight was fooled
no matter how fully one understood the illusion and its effect, and tried to compensate for it. Spin a disk with certain black and white patterns on it, and colors appear undeniably to the eye. Stand at the bottom of a cliff, and it will appear to be about 1,000 feet tall, no matter its real height. Mountaineers called this foreshortening, and Frank knew it could not be avoided. From the bottom of El Capitan, one looked up 3,000 feet, and it looked like about 1,000. In Klein Scheidegg, one looked up the north face of the Eiger, and it looked about 1,000 feet tall. You could not alter that even by focusing on the strangely compact details of the face's upper surface. In Thun, 20 miles away, you could look south across the Thunersee and see that the north face of the Eiger was a stupendous face, 6,000 feet tall, and looking every inch of it. But if you returned to Klein Scheidegg, so would the foreshortening. You could not make the adjustment. There were many cognitive errors just like those optical errors. The human mind had grown on the savannah, and there were kinds of thinking not natural to it. Calculating probabilities, thinking about statistical effects. The cognitive scientists had cooked up any number of logic problems and tested great numbers of subjects with them, and even working with statisticians as their subjects, they could find the huge majority prone to some fairly basic cognitive errors, which they had given names like anchoring, ease of representation, the law of small number, the fallacy of near certainty, asymmetric similarity, trust in analogy, neglect of base rates, and so on. One test that had caught even Frank, despite his vigilance, was the 3-box game. 3 boxes, all closed, one $10 bill hidden in one of them. The experimenter knows which. Subject chooses one box. At that point, left closed. Experimenter opens one of the other 2 boxes, always an empty one. Subject then offered a chance to either stick with his first choice or switch to the other closed box. Which should he do? Frank had decided it didn't matter. 50-50 either way. He thought it through. But each box at the start had a 1/3 chance of being the one. When subject chooses one, the other 2 have 2/3 of a chance of being right. After experimenter opens one of those 2 boxes, always empty, those 2 boxes still have 2/3 of a chance, now concentrated in the remaining unchosen box, while the subject's original choice still had its original 1/3 chance. So one should always change one's choice. Shit. Well, put it that way, it was undeniable, though it still seemed wrong. But this was the point. Human cognition had all kinds of blind spots. One analyst of the studies had concluded by saying that we simulate in our actions what we wish had already happened. We act, in short, by projecting our desires. Well, but of course, wasn't that the point? But clearly it could lead to error. The question was, could one's desires be defined in such a way as to suggest actions that were truly going to help make them come to pass in one of those futures still truly possible, given the conditions of the present? And could that be done if there was a numb spot behind one's nose, a pressure on one's thoughts, a suspension of one's ability to decide anything? And could these cognitive errors exist for society as a whole, as well as for an individual? Some spoke of cognitive mapping when they discussed taking social action, a concept that had been transferred from geography to politics, and even to epistemology, as far as Frank could tell. One mapped the unimaginable immensity of postmodern civilization, or reality, not by knowing all of it, which was impossible, but by marking routes through it, so that one was not like the GPS or the radar system, but rather the traffic controller or the pilot. At that point, it became clear even mapping was an analogy. Anna would not think much of it. But everyone needed a set of operating procedures to navigate the day, a totalizing theory forming the justification for a rubric for the daily decisions, the science of that particular Wednesday. Using flawed equipment, the brain, civilization, to optimize results, most adaptive practices, robustness. Something from ecology, from Aldo Leopold. What's good is what's good for the land. Something from Rudra, although he said from the Dalai Lama or the Buddha. Try to do good for other people. Your happiness lies there. Try it and see. Make the experiment and analyze it. Try again. Act on your desires. So what do you really want? And can you really decide? One day when Frank woke up in the garden shed with Rudra, it took him a while to remember where he was. Long enough that when he sat up, he was actively relieved to be Frank Vanderwall. Or anybody. Then he had trouble figuring out which pants to put on, something he had never considered before in his life. And then he realized he did not want to go to work, although he had to. Was this unusual? He wasn't sure. As he munched on a power bar and waited for his bedside coffee machine to provide, he clicked on his laptop, and after the portentous chord announced the beginning of his cyber day, he went to emersonfortheday.net. Hey Rudra, are you awake? Always. Listen to this. It's Emerson talking about our parcellated mind theory. It is the largest part of a man that is not inventoried. He has many innumerable parts. He is social, professional, political, sectarian, literary, and is this or that set and corporation. But after the most exhausting census has been made, there remains as much more which no tongue can tell. And this remainder is that which interests. Far the best part of every mind is not that which he knows, but that which hovers in gleams, suggestions, tantalizing, unpossessed, before him. This dancing chorus of thoughts and hopes is the quarry of his future, is his possibility. Maybe so, Rudra said. But whole sight is good too, being one. But isn't it interesting he talks about it in the same terms? It is common knowledge. Anyone knows that. I guess. I think Emerson knows a lot of things I don't know. He was a man who had spent time in the forest, too. Frank liked to see the signs of this. The man who rambles in the woods seems to be the first man that ever entered a grove. His sensations and his world are so novel and strange. That was right. Frank knew that feeling. Hikes in the winter forest, so surreal. Emerson knew about them. He had seen the woods at twilight.
Never was a more brilliant show of colored landscape than yesterday afternoon. Incredibly excellent topaz and ruby at 4 o'clock. Cold and shabby at 6. The quick strangeness of the world, how it came on you all of a sudden. Now, for Frank, the feeling started on waking in the morning. Coming up blank, the primal man, the first man ever to wake. Strange, indeed, not to know who or what you were. Often, these days, he felt he should be moving back out into the park and living in his treehouse. That would mean leaving the Kembalis, however, and that was bad. But on the other hand, it would in some ways be a relief. He had been living with them for almost a year now. Hard to believe, but it was true. And they were so crowded. They could use all the extra space they could get. Besides, it felt like time to get back outdoors and into the wind again. Spring was coming. Spring and all. But there was Rudra to consider. As his roommate, Frank was part of his care. He was old, frail, sleeping a lot. Frank was his companion and his friend, his English teacher, and his Tibetan student. Moving out would inevitably disrupt that situation. He read on for a while, then realized he was hungry, and that in poking around and thinking about Emerson and Thoreau and cognitive blind spots, he had been reading for over an hour. Rudra had gotten up and slipped out. "Ack! Time to get up! Seize the day!" Up and out, then. Another day. He had to consult with Edgardo about the Caroline situation. Best get something to eat first. But from where? He couldn't decide. A minute or two later, angrily, and before even actually getting up, he grabbed his cell phone and made the call. He called his doctor's office and found that, regarding a question like this, the doctor couldn't see him for a week. That was fine with Frank. He had made the decision and made the call. Caroline would have no reason to reproach him, and he could go back to the way things were. Not that something didn't have to be done. It was getting ridiculous. It was, an obstacle, a disability, an injury, not just to his brain, but to his thinking. That very afternoon, the urgency in him about Caroline being so sharp and recurrent, he made arrangements to go out on a run with Edgardo. It was an afternoon so cold that no one but Kenzo would have gone out with them, and he was away at a conference, so after they cleared themselves with the wands, which Frank now questioned as fully reliable indicators, off they went. The two of them ran side by side through the streets of Arlington, bundled up in nearly Arctic running gear, their heavy wool caps rolled up just far enough to expose their ears' bottom halves, which allowed sound into the eardrums so they could hear each other over the noise of traffic, without shouting or completely freezing their ears. Very soon they would be moving with Diane over to the old executive offices, right next door to the White House. This would be one of their last runs on this route. But it was such a lame route that neither would miss it. Frank explained what had happened in Maine, in short, rhythmic phrases synchronized with his stride. It was such a relief to be able to tell somebody about it. Almost a physical relief. One vented, as they said. "So how the heck did they follow me?" he demanded at the end of his tale. "I thought your friend said I was clean." "He thought you were," Edgardo said. "And it isn't certain you were followed. It could have been a coincidence."
Frank shook his head. Well, there may be other ways you are chipped, or they may indeed have just followed you physically. We'll work on that, but the question now becomes, what has she done? She said she has a plan C that no one can trace, and she said it would get her down in this area, that she'd get in touch with me. I don't know how that will work. Anyway, now I'm wondering if we can, root these guys out. Maybe sick the president on them. Well, Edgardo said, elongating the word for about 100 yards. These kinds of black operations are designed to be insulated, to keep those above from responsibility for them. But surely if there was a problem, if you really tried to hunt things down from above, following the money trail, for instance. Maybe. Black budgets are everywhere. Have you asked Charlie? No. Maybe you should, if you feel comfortable doing that. Phil Chase has a million things on his plate. It might take someone like Charlie to get his attention. Frank nodded. Well, whatever happens, we need to stop those guys. We? I mean, they need to be stopped. And no one else is doing it. And, I don't know, maybe you and your friends from your DARPA days or wherever might be able to make a start. You've already made the start, and could carry it forward from there. Well, Edgardo said, I shouldn't speak to that. Frank focused on the run. They were down to the river path now, and he could see the Potomac was frozen over again, looking like a discolored white sheet that had been pulled over the river's surface and then tacked down roughly at the banks. The sight reminded him of Long Pond, and the shock of seeing those men striding across the ice toward them. His pulse jumped, but his hands and feet got colder. The tip of his nose, still a bit numb at the best of times, was even number than usual. He squeezed and tugged it to get some feeling and blood flow. Nose still numb? Yes. Edgardo broke into the song, Comfortably Numb. I have become comfortably numb. Then scat singing the famous guitar solo. Da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da. Exaggerating Gilmore's bent notes. Okay, is there anybody in there? Abruptly, he broke off. Well, I will go talk to my friend whom you met. He's into this stuff, and he has an interest. His group is still looking at the election problem for sure. Do you think I could meet him again, to explore some strategies? And ask a bunch of questions he didn't say. Maybe. Let me talk to him. It may be pointless to meet. It depends. I'll check. Meanwhile, you should try your other options. I don't know that I have any. Are you still having trouble making decisions? Yes. Go see your doctor, then. I did. I've got an appointment. The time has almost come. Edgardo laughed. Please, Frank said. I'm trying. I made the call. But, in fact, when the time came for his doctor's appointment, he went in unhappily. Surely, he thought obstinately, deciding to go to the doctor meant he was well enough to decide things. So he felt ridiculous as he described the problem to the doctor, a young guy who was looking rather dubious. Frank felt his account was sketchy at best, as he very seldom tasted blood at the back of his throat anymore. But he could not complain merely of feeling indecisive, so he emphasized the tasting a little more than the most recent data would truly support, which made him feel even more foolish. He hated visiting the doctor at any time, so why was he there just to exaggerate an occasional symptom? Maybe his decision-making capability was damaged after all, which meant it was good to have come in. And yet here he was making things up, although he was only trying to physicalize the problem, he told himself, to describe real symptoms. In any case, the doctor offered no opinion, but only gave him a referral to an ear, nose, and throat guy. It was the same one Frank had seen immediately after his accident. Frank steeled himself, called again, 2 decisions, and found that here the next appointment available was a month away. Happily, he wrote down the date and forgot about it. Or would have, except now he was cast back into the daily reality of struggling to figure out what to do, hoping every morning that Emerson or Thoreau would tell him. So he didn't really forget about the appointment, but it was scheduled, and he didn't have to go for a long time, so he could be happy. Happy until the next faint taste of old blood slid down the back of his throat, like the bitterness of fear itself, and he would check and see the day was getting nearer, with a mix of relief and dread. Once he noticed the date when talking with Anna, because she said something about not making it through the winter in terms of several necessary commodities that people had taken to hoarding. She had gotten into studying hoarding in the social science literature. Hoarding, Anna said, represented a breakdown in the social contract, which even their economy's capacity for overproduction in many items could not compensate for. "It's another case of prisoner's dilemma," Frank said. "Everyone's choosing the always defect option as being the safest, or the one in which you rely least on others." "Maybe." Anna was not one for analogies. She was as literal-minded a person as Frank had ever met. It was always good to remember that she had started her scientific training as a chemist. Metaphors bounced off of her like spears off bulletproof glass. If she wanted to understand hoarding, then she Googled hoarding, and when she saw links to mathematical studies of the economics and social dynamics of hoarding in shortage societies, those were the ones she clicked on, even if they tended to be old work from the socialist and post-socialist literature. Those studies had had a lot of data to work with, sadly, and she found their modeling interesting, and spoke to Frank of things like choice rubrics in variable information states, which she thought he might be able to formalize as algorithms. "It's called always defect," Frank insisted. "Okay, but then look at what that leads to." "All right." Clearly, Anna was incensed at how unreasonable people were being. To her, it was a matter of being rational, of being logical. "Why don't they just do the math?" she demanded. A rhetorical question, Frank judged, though he wished he could answer it, rhetorically or not, in a way that did not depress him. His investigations into cognition studies were not exactly encouraging. Logic was to cognition as geometry was to landscape. After this conversation, Frank recalled her saying, "End of the winter," as if that were near, and he checked his desk calendar. The date circled for his ENT appointment was circled there, and not too far away. And suddenly he realized that in America, when it came to health care, the most important product of them all, They always operated in a shortage society. In any case, he went to the doctor when the day came. Ear, nose, and throat. But what about brain? He read Walden in the waiting room, was ushered into an examination room to wait and read some more, then 5 minutes of questions and inspections, and the diagnosis was made. He needed to see another specialist. A neurologist, in fact, who would have to take a look at some scans, possibly CT, PET, SPECT, MRI. The brain guy would make the calls. The ENT guy would give him a referral, he said, and Frank would have to see where they could fit him in. Scans, the reading and analysis of the brain guy, then perhaps a re-examination by the ENT. How long would it all take? Try it and see. They hurried things up in scheduling when there were questions about the brain, but only so much could be done. There were a lot of other people out there with equally serious problems, or worse ones. So, Frank thought as he went back to work in his office, you could buy DVD players for $30 and flat-screen TVs for $100. Also a million other consumer items that would help you to experience vicariously the lives that your work and wages did not give you to live. That T-shirt seen on Connecticut Avenue. Medieval peasants worked less than you do. Everything was cheap, in overproduction, except you lived in a permanent shortage of doctors, artificially maintained. Despite the high cost of medical insurance, if you could get it, you had to wait weeks or months on tests to find out how your bodies were sick or injured when such events befell you. Even though it was possible to measure statistically how much health care a given population was going to need, and provide it accordingly. But there was nothing for it but to think about other things, when he could, and when not, to bide his time and try to work, like everyone else. It had been every kind of winter so far. Warmer, drier, stormier, colder. Bad for agriculture, but good for conversation. In the first week of March, a cold front swept south and knocked them back into full winter lockdown. The river frozen, the city frozen, every metro vent steaming frost, which then froze and fell to the ground as white dust. The whole city was frosted, and with all the steam curling out of the ground, looked as if it had been built atop a giant hot springs. When the sun came out, everything glittered whitely, then prismatically when the melting began, then went gray when low stratus clouds obscured the sun. For Frank, this was another ascent into what he thought of as high latitude or high altitude, a return to the high country one way or another, because weather was landscape, in that however the land lay underfoot, it was the weather that gave you a sense of where you were. If it was below zero, then you were in the Arctic. You found yourself on the cold hills side, in a dreamscape as profound as any imaginable. One recalled in the body itself that the million-year ballooning of the brain, the final expansion with its burst into language and art and culture, had occurred in the depths of an ice age, when it had been like this all the time. No wonder the mind lit up like a fuse in such air. And so Frank got out his snowshoes and gaiters and ski poles and drove over to Rock Creek Park and went out for hikes, just as he had the winter before. And though this year there was not that sense of discovery in the activity, It was certainly just as cold, or almost. Wind barreling down the great ravine from the north, the icy new rip in the canyon looking from its rim just as blasted by the great flood as the day the waters had receded. The park was emptier this year, however, or maybe it was just that there was no one at Site 21. But many of the other sites were empty as well. Maybe it was just that during weeks this cold, people simply found shelter. That had happened the previous winter as well. In theory, one could sleep out in temperatures like this if one had the right gear and the right expertise, but it would have taken a great deal of time and energy to accomplish, and would still have been somewhat dangerous. It would have to become one's main activity. And no doubt some people were doing it, but most had found refuge in the coffee shops by day, and the shelters and funeral houses by night, waiting out the coldest part of the winter, indoors, as Frank had done when he had been taken in by the Kimbalis. Leaving, in these most frigid days, the animals. He saw the aurochs once, and a Canada lynx. I call it the Concord lynx, Thoreau said. As still as a statue of itself, and 4 or 5 foxes in their winter white, and a moose, a porcupine, coyote, and scads of white-tailed deer, also rabbits. These last 2 were the obvious food species for what predators there were. Most of the exotic ferals were gone, either recaptured or dead. Although once he spotted what he thought was a snow leopard, and people said the jaguar was still at large. As were the Frisbee guys. One Saturday, Frank heard them before he saw them, hoots over a rise to the north, Spencer's distinctive yowl, which meant a long putt had gone in. Cheered by the sound, Frank pulled around the point in the ravine wall, snowshoes sinking deep in the drifts there, and suddenly there they were, running on little plastic snowshoes, without poles, and throwing red, pink, and orange frisbees, which blazed through the air like beacons from another universe. "Hi, guys," Frank called. "Frank!" they cried. "Come on!" "You bet," Frank said. He left his poles and daypack under a tree at Site 18 and borrowed one of Robert's discs. Off they went. Quickly it became clear to Frank that when the snow was as hard as it was, running on snowshoes was about as efficient as walking on them. One tended to leap out of each step before the snowshoe had sunk all the way in, thus floating a bit higher than otherwise. Then he threw a drive straight into a tree trunk and broke the disc in half. Robert just laughed, and Spencer tossed him a spare. The guys did not overvalue any individual disc. They were like golf balls, made to be lost. Work as hard as they did, and you would sweat, just barely, after which, when you stopped, sweat would chill you. As soon as they were done, therefore, Frank found out when they thought they would play snow golf again, then bid farewell and hustled away, back to his daypack and poles. A steady hike, then, to warm back up, plunging poles in to pull him uphill, to brace him downhill. A little glissades, tricky traverses, yeoman ups. Quickly he was warm again, and feeling strong and somehow full, the joy of the frisbee buzzing through the rest of the afternoon. The joy of the hunt and the run and the cold. He walked by his tree, looked up at it longingly. He wanted to move back out there. But he wanted to stay with Rudra, too. and Caroline's ex might be keeping watch out here. The thought made him stop and look around. No one in sight. He would have to wand his tree to see if there was anything there. The floorboards of the treehouse were visible, at least if you knew where to look, and of course Frank did, so it was hard for him to judge how obvious they were to others. Wherever he went in the park, if his tree was in sight, he could see various bits of the little black triangle that was his true home. The following Monday, he made sure to arrange a run with Edgardo again. The need to speak securely was going to drive them to new levels of fitness. As they trailed Kenzo and Bob down the narrow path next to Route 66, he said, "So, did you ever hear anything back from your friend?" "Yes, a little. I was going to tell you." "What?" "He said the problem with taking the top-down approach is the operation might be legal, and also legally secret, such that even the president might have trouble finding out about it." "You're kidding." "No. He said that most presidents want it that way, so they aren't breaking the law by knowing if the operation chooses to do something illegal for the higher good. So Chase might have to order a powerful group right under his command to seek something like this out." "Jesus. Are there any such powerful groups?" "Oh, sure. He would have his choice of 3 or 4. But this presumes that you could get him that interested in the matter. The thing you have to remember is, a president has a lot on his plate. He has a staff to filter it all and prioritize what gets to him, so there are levels to get through. So these people we're interested in know that, and they trust he would never go after something this little." "Something as little as stolen presidential elections?" "Well, maybe. But how much would he want to know about that when he just won?" They paced on, while Frank tried to digest this. "So, did your friend have any other ideas?" "Yes. He said it might be possible to get these people embroiled in some kind of trouble with an agency that is less black than they are. Some kind of turf battle or the like." Quickly, Frank began to see possibilities. While at NSF, Diane had been fighting other agencies all over the place, usually David and Goliath-type actions, as most of NSF's natural rivals in the federal bureaucracy were far bigger than it. And size mattered in the feds, as elsewhere, because it meant money. This little gang of security thugs Frank had tangled with were surely treading on some other, more legitimate agency's turf. Possibly they had even started in some agency and gone Rambo without the knowledge of their superiors. "That's a good idea. Did they have any specific suggestions?" "He did, and he was going to work up some more. It turns out he has reasons to dislike these guys beyond the destruction of democracy stuff." "Oh, good." "Yes. It is best never to rely on people standing on principle." "So true," Frank said grimly. This set off Edgardo's raucous laugh and his little running prance of cynical delight. "Ah, yes, you are learning. You are beginning to see. My friend said he will give me a menu of options soon." "I hope it's real soon, because my friend's out there enacting her Plan C, and I'm worried. I mean, she's a data analyst when you get right down to it. She isn't any kind of field spook. What if her Plan C is as bad as her Plan B was?" "That would be bad. But my friend has been looking into that, too. I asked him to, and he did, and he said he can't see any sign of her. She seems to be really off the net this time." "That's good. But her ex might know more than your friend. And she said she'd be around here somewhere." "Yes. Well, I'll go see my friend as soon as I can. I have to follow our protocol, though, unless it's an emergency. We only usually talk once a week." "I understand," Frank said, then wondered if he did. With Chase now in office, the new administration's activity level was manic but focused. Among many more noted relocations, Diane and all the rest of the Science Advisors team moved into their new offices in the old executive building, just to the west of the White House and within the White House security barrier. So Frank gave up his office at NSF, which had served as the living room and office in his parcellated house. As he moved out, he felt a bit stunned, even dismayed. He had to admit that the set of habits that had been that modular house was now completely demolished. He followed Diane to their new building, wondering if he had made the right decision to go with her. Of course, his real home now was the Kembali Embassy's garden shed. He was not really homeless. Maybe it was a bad thing not to have rented a place somewhere. If he had kept looking, he could have found something. Then Diane convened a week's worth of meetings with all the agencies and departments she wanted to deal with frequently, and during that week, he saw that being inside the White House compound was a good thing, and that he needed to be there for Diane. She needed the help. There were literally scores of agencies that had to be gathered into the effort they had in mind, and many of them had upper managements appointed during the years of executive opposition to climate mitigation. Even after the long winter, not all of them were convinced they needed to change. "They're being actively passive-aggressive," Diane said with a wry grin. "War of the agencies, big time." "Such trivial crap they're freaking about," Frank complained. He was amazed it didn't bother her more. "EPA trying to keep USGS interpreting pesticide levels they're finding because interpretation is EPA's job? Energy and Navy fighting over who gets to do new nuclear? It's always turf battles." She waved them all away with a hand, seemingly unannoyed. "Turf battles matter in Washington, I'm sorry to say. We're going to have to get things done using these people. Chase has to make a lot of appointments fast for us to have any chance of doing that, and we'll have to be scrupulous in keeping to the boundaries. It's no time to be changing the bureaucracy too much. We've got bigger fish to fry. I plan to try to keep all these folks happy about their power base holding fast, but just get them on board to help the cause." It made sense when she put it that way, and after that, he understood better her manner with the old guard technocracy they were so often dealing with. She was always conciliatory and unassuming, asking questions, then laying out her ideas as more questions rather than commands, and always confining herself to whatever that particular agency was specifically involved in. "Not that that's what I always do," Diane said, when Frank once made this observation to her. She looked ashamed. "What do you mean?" Frank asked quickly. "Well, I had a bad meeting with the Deputy Secretary of Energy, Holderlin. He's a holdover, and he was trying to disparage the Alternatives program, so I got him fired." "You did?" "I guess so. I sent a note over to the president describing the problem I was having, and the next thing I knew he was out."
Do people know that's how it happened?
I think so.
Well, good.
She laughed ruefully. I've had that thought myself, but it's a strange feeling.
Get used to it. We probably need a whole bunch of people fired. You're the one who always calls it the war of the agencies.
Yes, but I never had the power to get people in other agencies fired before.
To change the subject to something that would make her more comfortable, Frank said, I'm having some luck getting the military interested. They're the 800-pound gorilla in this zoo. If they were to come down definitively on the side of our efforts as being a critical aspect of national defense, then these other agencies would either get on board or become irrelevant.
Yes, maybe, Diane said. But what they are you talking about? The Joint Chiefs?
Well, to an extent. Although I've been starting with people I know, like General Rack, also meeting some of the chief scientists. They're not much in the decision-making loop, but they might be easier to convince about the science. I show them the Marshall Report they did internally, rating climate change as more of a defense threat than terrorism. It seems to help.
Can you make a copy of that for distribution?
Yes. It would also make sense to reach out to all the scientists in government and ask them to get behind the National Academy statement on the climate, for starters, then help us to work on the agencies they're involved with.
Sure, but they don't decide, and there's management who will be against us no matter what their scientists say, because that's why they were appointed in the first place.
There's where your firing one of them may have an effect.
Frank grinned, and Diane made a face. Okay, fine, she said. Maybe it's time to talk to Energy then. If they're scared that they'll lose their funding, that's the moment to strike.
Which means we should be talking to the OMB?
Yes, we definitely need the OMB on our side. That should be possible if Chase has appointed the right people to head it.
And then the appropriations committees?
The best chance there is to talk to their staffs and to win some new seats in the midterm election. For Chase's first 2 years, it'll be a bit uphill when it comes to Congress.
At least he's got the Senate.
Yes, but really you need both. Frank saw it anew. Hundreds of parts to the federal government, each part holding a piece of the jigsaw puzzle, jockeying to determine what kind of picture they all made together. War of the agencies, the Hobbesian struggle of all against all. It needed to be changed to some kind of dance, made coherent, lazed. In his truncated time off, it was hard to get many hours in with Nick anymore, as Nick was often busy with other people in Fog, including a youth group, as well as with all his other activities at school and home. They still held to a meeting at the zoo every third Saturday morning, more or less, starting with an hour at the tiger enclosure, taking notes and photos, then doing a cold certification course, or walking up to the beaver pond to see what they might see. But that time quickly passed, and then Nick was off. Frank missed their longer days out together, but it wasn't something that he could press about. His friendship with the Quiblers was unusual enough as it was to make him feel awkward, and he didn't want them wondering if he had some kind of peculiar thing going on about Nick. Really the last thing that would occur to him, although he enjoyed the boys' company greatly. He was a funny kid. More likely a suspicion was that Frank might have some kind of a thing for Anna, because there was some truth to it. Although it was not something he would ever express or reveal in any way, it was only just a sort of heightened admiration for a friend. an admiration that included an awareness of the friend's nice figure and her passionate feelings about things, and most of all, her quick and sharp mind. An awareness of just how smart she was. Indeed, here was the one realm in which Frank felt he must know Anna better than Charlie did. In effect, Charlie didn't know enough to know just how smart Anna was. It was like it had been for Frank when trying to evaluate Chessman as a chess player. Once, while waiting for Nick to get ready, Frank had posed the 3-box problem to Anna, and she had repeated his scenario carefully and squinted, and then said, "I guess you'd want to change to that other box then." And he had laughed, and put out his hands and bowed, like the kids on Saturday Night Live. And this was just the smallest kind of indicator of her quickness, of a quality of thought Frank would have to characterize as boldly methodical. Charlie only grinned at the exchange and said, "She does that kind of thing all the time." He would never see the style of her thought well enough to know how to admire it. Indeed, what he called her quibbling was often his own inability to see a thrust right to the heart of a problem he had not noticed. She had married a man who was blind in exactly the area she was most dashing. Well, there were no total relationships. Maybe what he felt for Anna was just what friendship was with certain co-workers of the opposite sex. Nietzsche had declared friendship between men and women to be impossible, but he had written many stupid things among his brilliant insights, and had had terrible relationships with women, and then gone insane. Surely on the savannah there would have been all sorts of friendships between the sexes. On the savannah, things might have been a little more flexible at the borders. But he did not want Charlie to misunderstand, and so all this was just a matter of thoughts, trying to figure things out, feelings and behaviors. Sociobiology was like a green light cast over their naked faces. Sometimes he classed these among the thoughts that made him worry about his mentation. At work now, however, he missed Anna very much. He tried to focus on the various problems on his master list of things to do, and about twice a day he would have gone over to ask her a question about something or other. But not anymore. Now he forged on with what was, in effect, Diane's list of things to do, compiled by them all. Frank focused on the solar power front in particular as being the crux of the problem. If solar did not step in immediately, they were going to have to commission and build a whole lot of new nuclear power plants. Or else they would go ahead and burn the 530 gigatons of carbon that would raise the atmospheric level of CO2 to 500 parts per million, frying the planet. Put like that, the priority on solar power went pretty high, which made it baffling to see how little money had been put into it in the past 3 decades. But what was done, and looking forward, it was a little encouraging, even gratifying, to see results beginning to come out of the experiments he had funded in the previous 2 years, because some of the new prototypes were looking pretty good. There were new photovoltaics at 42% efficiencies now. This was getting closer and closer to the Holy Grail. And at the largest scales, the Stirling engines were doing almost as well, at even less expense. Really, with results like that, it was now only a matter of money and time, and they could be there. Clean power. Sometimes he even skipped to the other items on the list. Among the really big-ticket items when it came to carbon emissions, transportation and agriculture ranked up there with power generation. Here again, the expense of changing out such a big and fundamental technology would be very high, until one compared it to the cost of not changing. This was the case that Diane wanted to make to the reinsurance companies and the UN and everyone else. Say it cost $1 trillion to install clean energy generators and change out the transport fleet. Weigh that against the financial benefit to civilization of continuing with approximately the sea level it now enjoyed, the weather, the biosphere support, etc. Also, the difficult-to-calculate in dollars, but undoubtedly huge benefit of avoiding a great deal of human suffering, not to mention a mass extinction event for the rest of the biosphere, which might threaten their very survival. Wouldn't it pencil out? It seemed like it would have to. Indeed, if it didn't pencil out, maybe there was something wrong with the accounting system. Compare these costs to the U.S. military budget. $2 trillion would not be more than 3 or 4 years of the Pentagon's budget. This gave Frank a shock. That the military was so expensive, sure, but also that they could shift to clean power and transport so cheaply relative to the total economy. Electricity now cost about 6 cents a kilowatt hour, and they spoke of clean energy costing up to 10, and then said it couldn't be done? For financial reasons?
It wouldn't take much of a carbon ceiling regulation to make it pencil out immediately,
Frank said to Diane when they were talking on the phone.
Companies like Southern California Edison must be begging for a strict emissions cap. They'll make a killing when that happens. They'll be raking it in.
True.
I wonder what would happen if the reinsurance companies refused to insure oil companies that didn't get with the cap program right now.
Good idea. She sighed. Boy, if only we could sic them on the World Bank and the IMF, too.
Maybe we can. Phil Chase is president now.
So maybe we can. Hey, it's 2 already. Have you had lunch? In his office, Frank smiled.
No. You wanna?
Yes, give me 5 minutes.
Meet you at the elevator.
So they had lunch, and among other things talked over the move to the White House and what it meant. The danger of becoming an advisory body only, of having no budget to do things, as against the potential advantage of being able to tell all the federal agencies, and to an extent the whole government, what to do. Diane said, My guess is Chase is still trying to work out what's really possible. He's talked quite a line, but now push has come to shove, and it's a big machine he's got to move. I've gotten a whole string of questions about the technical agencies, and just today I got an email asking me to submit a thorough analysis of all the particulars of the New Deal, what he called the scientific aspects of the New Deal. I have no idea what he means. Nevertheless, she had looked into it. There had been 5 New Deals, she said. Each had been a distinct project, with different goals and results. She listed them with a pen on the back of a napkin. 1. 100 Days, 1933. 2. Social Security, 1935. 3. Keynesian Stimulation, 1938. This package, she explained, had been enacted partly to re-prime the pump, partly to restore what the Supreme Court had blocked from New Deal 2. 4. The defense buildup of 1940 to 1941, and 5. The GI Bill of Rights of 1944. Number 5 was entirely FDR's idea, by the way. Nothing's ever done more for ordinary Americans, the analysis said. It was what made the post-war middle class and the baby boom.
Encouraging,
Frank said, studying the list. Very. Granted, this all took 12 years, but still, it doesn't even count the international stuff, like getting us prepared for the war or winning it, or starting the UN.
Impressive,
Frank said.
Let's hope Chase can do as well.
Here, Diane looked doubtful. One thing seems pretty clear already, she confessed. He's too busy with other stuff for me to be able to make many of our arguments to him in person. I mean, I've barely met him yet.
That's not good.
Frank was surprised to hear this. Well, he's pretty good at replying to his email, and his people get back to me when I send along questions or requests.
Maybe that's where I should ask Charlie for help. He might be able to influence the decision about how to allocate Chase's meeting time.
That would be good. It seemed to Frank, watching her and thinking about other kinds of things, that she appeared to have forgotten his abrupt cancellation of their post-North Atlantic date. Or, since no one ever really forgot things like that, to have let it go. Forgiven, if not forgotten. All he could expect, of course. Maybe it had only been a little weird. In any case, a relief, after his experiences with Marta, who neither forgot nor forgave. Which reminded him that he had to talk to Marta sometime soon about Small Delivery Systems' Russian experiment. Damn. As always, the thought of having to communicate with his ex-partner filled Frank with a combination of dread and a perverse kind of anticipation, which came in part from trying to guess how it would go wrong this time. For go wrong it would. He and Marta had always had a stormy relationship, and Frank had come to suspect that all Marta's intimate relationships were stormy. Certainly her relations with her ex-husband had been inflamed, which had been one of the reasons she and Frank, too, had come to a nasty end. Marta had needed to keep her name off the paperwork on the house she and Frank had bought together, in order to keep it clear of the divorce and bankruptcy morass created by Marta's always soon-to-be ex. This absence of her name had created the possibility for Frank later to sign a third mortgage, in effect taking all their equity out of the place and losing it in a surefire biotech that had guttered out. A very bad idea. One of a string of bad decisions that Frank had made in those years, many clustered around Marta. There had to be some kind of nostalgia for bad times involved in Frank's desire to talk to her. In any case, he had to call her, because she was his contact with the Russian Lichen Project, and he needed to know more about how that was going. Given the ongoing opacity of Russian government and science, the weird mix of Kremlinocracy and nouveau capitalist corporate secrecy, a semi-reliable informant was crucial if he was going to learn anything solid. So the call had to be made. Or rather, the visit. Because he wanted to see the new facility, too. NSF had rented the very same building once occupied by Torrey Pines Generique, and the committee involved had offered contracts to an array of very good people in the relevant sciences, including Jan and Marta. The geosciences were hot these days, and the new head of the institute had called a conference to discuss various proposals for new action. Frank was unsurprised to see that Jan and Marta were on the program. he called down to the travel office to have them book a flight for him. For the Quiblers, as for the rest of the capital's residents, the winter's blackouts had developed their own routines, with the inconveniences balanced by the seldom indulged pleasures of the situation. Fire in the fireplace, candles, blankets, blocks, and books. Anna had taken up knitting again, so when the power went out, she helped get things settled and then got under a comforter and clicked away. Charlie read aloud to them. He and Anna discussed whether they should get satellite cell phones so they could stay in contact if they happened to get caught out somewhere when the next one hit. The blackouts were getting more frequent. It was widely debated whether they were caused by overdemand, mechanical failure, sabotage, computer viruses, corporate rigging, or the cold drought, but no one could deny they were becoming regular occurrences, and sometimes they lasted for 2 days. On this particular dark evening, after Anna had gone to the appropriate drawer and cabinets and got out their blackout gear, there came a knock at their door, very unusual. So much so that Nick said, "Frank must be here." And so he was. He stamped in looking freeze-dried, put the back of his hand to their cheeks, and had them shrieking. "Is it okay?" he asked Charlie uncertainly. "Oh, sure. What do you mean?" "I don't know." It seemed to Charlie almost as if Frank's thinking had been chilled on the hike over. His words were slow, his manner distracted. He had been out snowshoeing in Rock Creek Park, he said, checking on his homeless friends, and had decided afterward to drop by. "Good for you. Have some tea with us." "Thanks." Nick and Joe were delighted. Frank brought a new element to the power-free evening with his hint of mystery and strangeness. "Tiger Man!" Joe exclaimed. Nick talked with him about the animals at the zoo, and still at large in the park. Joe plucked the appropriate plastic animals out of his big box as they spoke, lining them up in a parade on the floor for their inspection. "Tiger, tiger, tiger!" he said, pleasing Charlie very much. Lately he had been showing a preference for zebras and dolphins and hippos. Frank and Nick were saying that there were very few feral animals still at large, and almost all the holdouts were either Arctic or mountain species. The other exotics had all come in from the cold, or died. Charlie noticed Nick smoothly change the subject. "What about your friends?" The human ferals, Frank said, were still pretty easy to find. "My own group is kind of scattered, but in general I think there'll be more and more people like them as time goes on. Housing is just too expensive. If you can arrange some other way, it makes sense in a lot of ways." "You wouldn't have to worry about blackouts," Charlie remarked. Later, when the boys were asleep, Frank hunkered down by the fire, holding his hands to it and staring into the flames. "Charlie," he said hesitantly, "has anyone on Chase's staff been looking into the election and that talk that went around about irregularities in some of the votes?" "No one I know of." "I'm surprised." "Well, it's kind of a Satchel Paige moment." "What does that mean?" Anna said. "Don't look back. Something might be gaining on you." Frank nodded.
But what if something is gaining on you?
I think that was Satchel's point. But what do you mean?
What if there was a group that tried to fix the election, but failed?
Charlie was surprised. Then good.
But what if they're still out there?
I'm sure they are. It's a spooky world these days. Frank glanced quickly at Charlie, then nodded, the corners of his mouth tight.
A spooky world indeed.
You mean spooks, Anna clarified. Frank nodded, eyes still on the fire.
There's 17 intelligence agencies in the federal government now, and some of them are not fully under anyone's control anymore.
Whoa, how do you mean?
You know, black agencies. Black agencies so black they've disappeared, like black holes.
Disappeared? Charlie said.
No oversight, no connections. I don't think even the president knows about them. I don't think anyone knows about them except the people in them.
But how would they get funding? Anna laughed at that, but Frank frowned.
I don't know. I suppose they have access to some kind of slush fund.
So whoever was responsible for those funds would know.
They might only know. Maybe they're being run by people who have discretionary funds, so those people know, but they're in the groups, or leading them, forming them. I don't know. You know more about that kind of stuff than I do. But surely there's money sloshing around that certain people have access to, especially in intelligence?
Charlie nodded. $40 billion per year on intelligence. Black program money could get subdivided. I've heard of that happening before.
Well,
Frank paused, as if weighing his words carefully.
They are a danger to the Republic.
Whoa! Charlie had never heard Frank say such a thing. Frank shrugged.
Sorry, but it's true. If we mean to be a constitutional government, then we're going to have to root some of these groups out, because they are a danger to democracy and open government as we're used to thinking of it. They're trying to move all the important stuff into the shadows.
And so
I'm wondering if you could direct Chase's attention to them, make him aware of them, and urge him to root them out.
Do you think he could?
I should hope so.
Frank looked disturbed at the question.
I mean, if he followed the money, made his secretaries and agency heads account for all of it fully, maybe sicked the OMB on all the black money to find out who was using it, and for what? Couldn't you?
I'm not sure, Charlie admitted. Maybe you could. The Pentagon can't account for its outlays, Anna pointed out grimly, knitting like one of the women under the guillotine, click, click, click. They have a percentage gone missing that is bigger than NSF's entire budget.
Gone missing?
Unaccounted for. Unaccountable. I call that gone missing. Anna's disapproval was like dry ice, smoking with cold. Freeze all the excess carbon dioxide in the atmosphere into one big cake of dry ice and drape it around Anna's shoulders in the few moments when she was professionally contemptuous.
But if it were done by a competent team, Frank persisted, without any turned people on it, and presidential backing to look into everything?
Charlie still was dubious, but he said, "In theory that would work. Legally it should work."
But Well, but the government, you know. It's big. It has lots of nooks and crannies, like what you're talking about. Black programs that have been firewalled so many times, there are blacks within blacks, super black blacks, with black accounts and dedicated political contributions, so that the money is socked away in Switzerland or Walmart. Jesus, there are government programs with that kind of funding? Charlie shrugged. Maybe. Frank was staring at him, startled, even perhaps frightened. In that case, we could all be in big trouble. Anna was shaking her head. A complete audit would find even that. It would include all accounts of every federal employee or unit, and also what they're doing with every hour of their work time. It's a fairly simple spreadsheet, for God's sake. But it could be faked so easily. Charlie objected. Well, you have to have some way to check the data. But there are hundreds of thousands of employees. I guess you'd have to use a statistically valid sampling method. But that's just the kind of method you can hide your black programs out of the reach of. Now Anna was frowning too. She was also sending curious glances Frank's way. This was a pretty un-Frank-like inquiry, in both content and style. Well, maybe you'd have to be comprehensive with the intelligence and security agencies in particular, account for everything in those. Charlie said, So, that being the case, they probably aren't tucked there. They're probably in Commerce or the Coast Guard or the Treasury, which by itself is huge. Like, you know, the bank. Frank said, So maybe it isn't possible. Charlie and Anna did not reply. Each was thinking it over. Frank sighed. Maybe if we found a specific problem and then told the president about it, or whoever could best put a stop to it, wouldn't that be the president? Charlie said, I should think the president would always be best at that kind of thing, but there are a lot of demands on his time. Everyone keeps saying that, but this could be important, even, crucial. Then I would hope it would get attended to. Maybe there's a unit designed to do it, in the Secret Service or something. Frank nodded. Maybe you could talk to him then, when you think it's a good time, because I know where to start the hunt. Charlie and Anna glanced at each other, saw that neither knew what he was talking about. What do you mean? Charlie said. I've run across some stuff, Frank said, adjusting a log in the fire. Then the power flickered and hummed back on, and after a while Frank made his excuses and took off, still looking distant and thoughtful. What was that all about? Charlie said. I don't know, Anna replied. But I'm wondering if he found that woman in the elevator. Anna had been pleased when Diane asked her to join the Presidential Science Advisor's staff, but it only took her a short period of reflection to decide against accepting the offer. She knew she was right to do so, but explaining why to Diane and Frank had been a little tricky. She couldn't just come out and say, I prefer doing things to advising people to do things. Or, I like science more than politics. It wouldn't have been polite, and besides, she wasn't sure that was the real reason anyway. So all she could do was claim an abiding interest in her work at NSF, which was true. It was always best when your lies were true. But you're the one who has been finding all these programs that knit together the federal agencies.
Frank said,
You'd be perfect to help in a project like this. You could maybe come over on loan for a year or so.
This confirmed Anna's suspicion that it was Frank's idea to invite her over to the White House. Very nice of him. She liked that very much. But she said, I can keep doing that from here and still run my division, too.
Maybe.
Frank frowned, almost said something, stopped. Anna could not guess what it might have been. Some personal appeal? He looked a bit flushed. But maybe he was abashed at the thought of how little time he now had to give to his work on biological algorithms, his actual field. With this move, he had shifted almost entirely to policy, to administration, to politics, in a word. Of course, maybe their circumstances called for a shift from science to policy as an emergency measure, so to speak. Also an application of science to policy, which she knew was what Frank had in mind. Anna knew it was very common among scientists to be science snobs, and hold that no work in the world was as good and worthy as scientific research. Anna did not want to fall prey to that error, even though she felt it pretty strongly herself, or at least felt that she was better at science than at any of the mushier stuff. Correcting for that bias adequately was one part of the confusion of her feelings about all this. She would make lists sometimes of arguments pro and con, of qualities and their relative values, attempting to quantify and thus clarify her feelings. In any case, she held to her refusal and to her job at NSF. And as she sat in the metro on the way home, she thought somewhat grimly that it was too bad that Charlie hadn't stuck to his guns too, and refused his new job offer like she had. Because here she was going home early again, to pick up Nick from school and take him to his piano lessons. Of course, Charlie's situation had been different. He had been faced with a case of, come back or lose your job. Still, if he had held, how much easier life would have been for her. Not that she ever shirked any work at all, but it would have been easier for the boys, too. Not so much Nick, but Joe. She was intensely worried about Joe going into the White House daycare center. Was he ready for that? Would it make him even stranger and more difficult, to put it plainly, than he already was? Or would it normalize him? Was he perhaps autistic? Or just fractious? And why was he fractious? And what would be the effect on him, and on the other children, of confining him in a single room or group or situation for an entire day? Even Charlie, with all his energy and flexibility, had not been able to keep up with Joe's demand for the new. She was afraid that in a daycare, he and everyone around him would go mad. Not that she put it exactly that way to herself. In her conscious mind, she focused on incremental changes, specific worries, without moving on to larger and vaguer concepts. The conscious mind wasn't the whole story, as she knew from her troubled sleep. But that was what she could actually think about and work on directing, and so she did. This was one of the many differences between her and Charlie, most of which were accentuated when they both worked at home. This was a bad system for other reasons, because it meant Joe was around too, scheming for attention when she was attempting to work or think. But sometimes it just had to be done, as when the metro was down for the supposedly last round of flood repairs. And there she would be, at the computer, staring at the spreadsheet on the screen, entering data on pesticides in stream water as part of a project to measure their effects on amphibians. Endless lists of chemical and product names collated from a wide range of studies, so that quantities had to be normed and reformatted and analyzed, meaning a whole flurry of highly specific technical emails from colleagues to be dealt with. Questions, comments, criticisms concerning details of math or chemistry or statistical methodology, working in the parts per billion range. And at the same time, Charlie would be audible from the floor below, trying to amuse Joe while holding a simultaneous headphone conversation with his friend Roy, shouting out things like, "Roy, these are not idiots you're dealing with here. You can't just lie to them." "What?" "Okay, well, maybe you can lie to them, but make it a smart lie. Put it at the level of myth. These are like Punch and Judy figures, and your people want to be doing the punching. Sledgehammer them in the forehead with this stuff. Joe, stop that." And so on. Sledgehammer them in the forehead? Really, Anna couldn't bear to listen. But now this was Charlie's work, full-time and more, meaning, as in the old days, evenings too. Of course, Anna spent a lot of evenings working, but for Charlie, it was something he had not done since Joe had arrived. Endless phone conversations now. How much help could these be? Of course, there was the new administration's first 60 days to execute successfully, accounting for much of this rush, but Anna doubted that very much would come of that. How could it? The system was simply slower than that. You could only do things at the speed they could be done. So, whereas before she had most often come home to find the house in an uproar, Charlie cooking operatically while Joe banged pots and Nick read under the lamp in his corner of the couch, with the dinner soon to be on the table, now she often got home to find Nick sitting there like an owl, reading in the dark, and no one else home at all. And her heart would go out to him, all alone at 7 p.m., at age 12. "You'll go blind," she would say. "Mom," he would object happily. And she would kiss his head and turn on his light and barge around banging her toes as she turned on the other lights and went out to the kitchen to rustle something up before she starved. And sometimes there would be nothing in the fridge or the cupboards that she could cook or eat, and grumpily she would throw on her day pack and tell Nick to answer the phone, if she did not need him to come along and carry extra bags, and would walk down the street to the giant grocery store, still grumpy at first, but then enjoying the walk. And then at the grocery store, there would be no meat on the shelves, and few fresh veggies, fewer fruits. She would have to forget about her list and troll the aisles for something palatable, amazed once again at the sight of so many empty shelves. She had thought, like everyone else, that it would be a temporary thing. Then, getting angry at people for their selfish, hoarding instincts. Before this winter, ever since the flood, really, people had hoarded some of the essentials, but now it had spread far beyond toilet paper and bottled water to almost every shelf in the store, but particularly to all the foods she most liked to eat. It had gotten so bad that once, when in her hurry she had driven the car, she got back in and drove over to the smaller grocery store on Woodson, and they didn't have any eggplant either, though she craved it. So she got zucchini instead, and back home, late, starving, made chicken soup. All this distracted her as she worked over the data in her biostatistical studies, but it also caused her to continue to think about the situation. She had chosen to stay at NSF because she felt she could do more there, and that NSF still had a crucial part to play in the larger effort. It was a small agency, but it was central, in that it coordinated basic scientific research, really the heart of all their solutions. So she continued to do her work there, organizing the grant evaluation process and running the division. And when she could, she kept working on the Fix-It program she had discovered, which Diane was going to try to get OMB to get Chase to reinstate. That kind of coordination of all the federal departments and agencies into overarching project architectures was a development with huge potential. But there had to be other things she could do too. She talked to Alyssa and the others in her office about it. She talked to Diane and Edgardo. She talked to Drepung, and then to Sukandra. Sukandra she found particularly interesting. He was the one who had been her cognizant program manager, so to speak, at the Kembalung Institute for Higher Learning, and he had been the single most disconcerting person she had ever talked to about the underlying purposes of science, being a doctor himself, but of Tibetan medicine, as well as a kind of Buddhist teacher, or even mentor to her, if there could be such a thing, as well as her Tibetan tutor, which she liked the best, as being most straightforward of their interactions. But in that context, she mentioned to him once her attempt to balance her scientific work with something larger, amorphous though it might be. He said to her, "Look to China." Chapter 4. The Technological Sublime. The formalized shortage economics Anna had found had been pioneered by one János Kornai, a Hungarian economist who had lived through the socialist era in Soviet-controlled Eastern Europe. His work focused on the period 1945 to 1989, when most of his data had been generated. Anna found certain parallels to their current situation interesting, particularly those having to do with the hoarding response. One day, when she was visiting with Frank and Edgardo after a task force meeting in the old executive offices, she showed some of what she had found to them. Edgardo happily pored over the relevant pages of the book she had brought along, chuckling at the graphs and charts. "Wait, I want to Xerox this page." He was the happiest broadcaster of bad news imaginable, and indeed had recently confessed that he was the one who had started the tradition of taping especially bad news to the walls of the Department of Unfortunate Statistics over at NSF, a revelation that was no surprise to his two friends. "See?" Anna said, pointing to the top of the diagram he was looking at now. "It's a decision tree, designed to map what a consumer does when faced with shortages." "A shopping algorithm," Frank said with a short laugh. "And have we made these choices?" Edgardo asked. "Well, you tell me. Shortages start because of excess demand, a disequilibrium which leads to a seller's market, which creates what Kornai calls suction." "As in, this situation sucks," Edgardo said. "Yes. So the shelves empty because people buy when they can. Then the queuing starts. It can be either a physical line in a store or a waiting list. So for any given item for sale, there are 3 possibilities. It's either available immediately, or available after a queue, or not available. That's the first split in the tree. If it isn't available at all, then the next choice comes. The shopper either makes a forced substitution, like apples for artichokes, or else searches harder for the original item, or else postpones the purchase until the item is available, which Kornai also calls forced saving, or else abandons the purchasing intent entirely.
I like this term, investment tension, Edgardo said, reading ahead on the page. When there aren't enough machines to make what people want. But that's surely not what we have now. Are you sure? Frank said, paging through the paper. What if there's a shortage of energy?
It should work the same, Anna said. So see, in a shortage economy, you get shortages that are general, frequent, intensive, or chronic. The classical socialist systems had all these, although Kornai points out that in capitalism you have chronic shortages in healthcare and urban housing, and now we have intensive shortages during the blackouts. No matter what the product or service is, you get consumers who have a notional demand, which is what they would buy if they could, and then completely adjusted demand, which is what they really intend to buy, knowing all the constraints, using what he calls expectation theory. Between those you have partially adjusted demand, where the consumer is in ignorance of what's possible, or in denial about the situation, and still not completely adjusted. So the move from notional demand to completely adjusted demand is marked by failure, frustration, dire rumors, forced choices, and so on down his list. Finally, the adjustment is complete, and the buyer has abandoned certain intentions, and might even forget them if asked. Kornai compares that moment to workers in capitalism who stop looking for work, and so aren't counted as unemployed.
I know some of those, Frank said. He read aloud. A curious state of equilibrium can arise. And laughed. So you just give up on your desires? It's almost Buddhist.
I don't know.
Anna frowned.
Forced adjustment equilibrium? That doesn't sound to me like what the Kembalis are talking about.
No, although they are making a forced adjustment. Frank mused. And they would probably agree we are forced to adjust to reality if we want equilibrium. Listen to this, Edgardo said, and read. The less certain the prospect of obtaining goods, the more intensively buyers have to hoard. Oh dear, oh my. Here we are in a partially adjusted demand, not in equilibrium at all, and we don't have what he calls monetary overhang, or even a gray or black market to take care of some of our excess demand. So, not much adjustment at all, Frank noted.
I've seen examples of all these behaviors already at the grocery store,
Anna said.
The frustrating thing is that we have adequate production, but excessive demand, which is the hoarding instinct. People don't trust that there will be enough.
Maybe thinking globally, they are right, Edgardo pointed out.
But see here, Anna went on, how he says that socialism is a seller's market, while capitalism is a buyer's market? What I've been wondering is, why shouldn't capitalism want to be a seller's market too? I mean, it seems like sellers would want it, and since sellers control most of the capital, wouldn't capital want a seller's market if they could get it? So that if there were some real shortages, real at first, or just temporarily real, wouldn't they maybe seize on those and try to keep the sense that shortages are out there waiting? Maybe even create a few more, so that the whole system tipped from a buyer's market to a seller's market, even when production was actually adequate, if only people trusted it. Wouldn't profits go up?
Prices would go up.
Edgardo said.
That's inflation. Then again, inflation always hurts the big guys less than the little guys because they have enough to do better at differential accumulation. And it's differential accumulation that counts. As long as you're doing better than the system at large, you're fine.
Still, Frank said, the occasional false shortage, Anna is saying, or just stimulating a fear, creating boogeymen, pretending we're at war, all that, to keep us anxious.
To keep us hoarding,
Anna insisted. Edgardo laughed.
Sure, like healthcare and housing.
Frank said, so we've got all the toys and none of the necessities.
That's backwards, isn't it?
Anna said. It's insane, Frank said. Edgardo was grinning.
I told you we're stupid. We're going to have a tough time getting out of this mess. We are so stupid.
Again, Frank flew out to San Diego. Descending the escalator from the airport's glassed-in pedestrian walkway, he marveled that everything was the same as always. The only sign of winter was a certain brazen quality to the light, so that the sea was a slate color, and the cliffs of Point Loma a glowing apricot. Gorgeous Mediterranean coast of the Pacific, his heart's home. He had not bothered to make hotel reservations, rent a van, and that was that. No way was Mr. Optimodal, son of Alpine Man, going to pay hundreds of dollars a night for the dubious pleasure of being trapped indoors at sunset. The light at dusk over the Pacific was too precious and superb to miss in such a thoughtless way. And the Mediterranean climate meant every night was good for sleeping out, or, at the very least, leaving the windows of the van open to the sea breezes. The salt and eucalyptus air, the cool warmth, it was all otherworldly in its sensuous caress. His home planet. During the day, he dropped by his storage locker in Encinitas and got some stuff, and that night he parked the van on La Jolla Farms Road and walked out onto the bluff between Scripps and Black's Canyons. This squarish plateau, owned by UCSD, was a complete coastal mesa left entirely empty, a very rare thing at this point. In fact, it might have been the only undeveloped coastal mesa left between Mexico and Camp Pendleton. And its sea cliff was the tallest coastal cliff in all of Southern California, some 350 feet high, towering directly over the water so that it seemed taller. A freak of both nature and history, in short, and one of Frank's favorite places. He wasn't the first to have felt that way. There were graves on it that had given carbon-14 dates around 7,000 years before present. The oldest archaeological site in Southern California. It occurred to him as he walked out to the edge of the cliff that on the night he had lost his apartment and first gone out into Rock Creek Park, he had been expecting something like this. Instant urban wilderness, entirely empty, overlooking the world. To bang into the bros in the claustrophobic forest had come as quite a shock. At the cliff's edge itself, there were small scallops in the sandstone that were like little hidden rooms. He had slept in them when a student, camping out for the fun of it. He recognized the scallop farthest south as his regular spot. It had been 25 years since the last time he had slept there. He wondered what that kid would think to see him here now. He slept there again, fitfully, and in the gray, wet dawn, hiked up to the rented van and dropped off his sleeping bag and ground pad, then continued up to campus and the huge new gym called REMAC. His faculty card got him entry into the spotless men's rooms, where he showered and shaved, then walked down to Revelle College for a catch-up session at the department office. A good effort now would save him all kinds of punitive work when he finally made it back. After that, he bought an outdoor breakfast at the espresso stand overlooking the women's softball diamond and watched the team warm up as he ate. Oh, my, how he loved American jock women. These classics of the type threw the ball around the horn like people who fully understood the simple joys of throwing something at something. The softballs were like intrusions from some more Euclidean universe, a little example of the technological sublime in which rocks, like his hand axe, had become ideas of order. When the gals whipped them around, the pure white spheres did not illustrate gravity or the wind, as Frisbees did, but rather a point drawing a line. Whack! Whack! God, that shortstop had an arm. Frank supposed it was perverted to be sitting there regarding women's softball practice as some kind of erotic dance. But, oh well, he couldn't help it. It was a very sexy thing. After that, he walked down La Jolla Shores Road to the Visualization Center at Scripps. This was a room located at the top of a wooden tower 6 stories tall, 1 room to each floor. 2 or 3 of the bottom floors were occupied by a single computer, a super powerful behemoth like something out of a 1950s movie. It was rather mind-boggling to consider the capacities of that much hardware now. They must have entered the kingdom of petaflops. The top room was the visualizing center per se, consisting of a 3D wraparound movie theater that literally covered 3 walls. 2 young women in shorts, graduate students of the professor who had invited Frank to drop by, greeted him and tapped up their show, placing Frank in the central viewing spot and giving him 3D glasses. When the room went dark, the screen disappeared, and Frank found himself standing on the rumpled, black floor of the Atlantic, just south of the sill that ran like a range of hills between Iceland and Scotland, and looking north into the flow at the 2,000-meter level. Small temperature differences were portrayed in false color that extended across the entire spectrum, all the colors transparent, so that the air appeared to have become flowing banners of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and indigo. The main flow was about chest-high on Frank. Like standing in a lava lamp, one of the techs suggested, although Frank had been thinking he was flying in a rainbow that had gone through a shredder. The pace of the flow was speeded up, the techs told him, but it was still a stately waving of flat bands of red and their penumbral oranges, ribboning south through the blues and blue-greens, undulating like a snake, and then rolling smoothly over a blue and purple layer and down, as if passing over a weir. "That was 5 years ago," one of the grad students said. "Watch now, this is last year this time." The flow got thinner, slower, thinner. A yellow sheet roiling under a green blanket in a midnight blue room. Then the yellow thinned to nothing. Green and blue pulsed gently back and forth, like kelp swinging in a moon swell in a sea of deep purple. "Wow," Frank said. "The stall." "That's right," the woman at the computer said. "But now—" The image lightened. Tendrils of yellow appeared, then orange, then ribbons of red appeared, coalesced in a broad band. "It's about 90% what they first measured at the sill." "Wow," Frank said. "Everyone should see this. For one thing, it's so spacey." "Well, we can make DVDs, but it's never the same as, what you have here, standing right in the middle of it." "No, definitely not." For a time he stood and luxuriated in the wash of colors running past and through him. It looked kind of like a super slow-mo screening of the hyperspace travel at the end of 2001, A Space Odyssey. The underside of the Gulf Stream flowing through his head. "Very pretty," he finally said, rousing himself. "Say thanks to Mark for getting me down to see this." Then it was less than a mile's walk back up the road, though he was the only person walking it, and he was north of the university, at the old Torrey Pines Generique facility, now the National Science Foundation's Regional Research Center in Climate and Earth Sciences, RRCCES, which, of course, they were pronouncing recess, with appropriate comparisons to Google's giant employee utopia in San Jose. They've got the playground, but we've got recess. Inside, the reception room was much the same. The labs themselves were still under construction. His first meeting was in one of these, with Jan Pierzynski. Frank had always liked Jan, and that was easier than ever now that he knew Jan and Marta were just friends, and not a couple. His earlier notion that they were a couple had not really made sense to him. Not that any couple made sense, but his new understanding of Jan, as Marta's housemate and some kind of gay genius, like Da Vinci or Wittgenstein, did make sense, maybe only because Jan was odd. Creative people were different, unless, of course, they weren't. Jan was, and in a strangely attractive way. It was as if Frank, or anybody, could see the appeal Jan would have to his partner. So, now they discussed the latest concerning the new institute, comparing it to the Max Planck institutes that had been its model. It was an intriguing array of sciences and technologies being asked to collaborate here. The scientists ranged from the most theoretical of theorists to the most lab-bound of experimentalists. In this gathering, as one of the only first-rank mathematicians working on the algorithms of gene expression, and one with actual field experience in designing and releasing an engineered organism into the wild, Jan was going to be a central figure. The full application of modern biotechnology to climate mitigation. It got interesting to think about. Jan's specialty was Frank's, too, and to the extent Frank had been on Jan's doctoral committee and had employed him for a while, he knew what Jan was up to. But during the 2 years Frank had been away, Jan had been hard at work, and he was now far off into new developments, to the point where he was certainly one of the field's current leaders, and as such, getting pretty hard to understand. It took some explaining from him to bring Frank up to speed, and speed was the operative word here. Jan had a tendency to revert to a childhood speech defect called speed-talking, which emerged whenever he got excited or lost his sense of himself. So it was a very rapid and tumbling tutorial that Jan now gave him, and Frank struggled just to follow him, leaping out there on the horizon of his mind's eye. Great fun, in fact, a huge pleasure to be able to follow him at all, to immerse himself in this mode of thinking which used to be his normal medium. And extremely interesting, too, in what it seemed might follow from it, in real-world applications. For there was a point at which the proteins Jan had been studying had their own kind of decision tree. In Jan's algorithm, it looked like a choice, like a protein's free will, unless it was random. Frank pointed this out to Jan, wondering what Jan had been thinking when he wrote that part of the equation. If you could force or influence the protein to always make the same choice, he suggested, or even simply predict it, they might get the specific protein they ultimately wanted. They would have called for a particular protein to come out from the vasty deep of a particular gene, and it would have come when they called. Yes, Jan agreed. I guess maybe. I hadn't thought about it that way. This kind of obliviousness had always been characteristic of Jan. But maybe so. You'd have to try some trials. Take the palindrome codons and repeat them, maybe. See if they make the same choice in the operation if that's the only codon you have there. Frank made a note of it. It sounded like some pretty good lab work would be needed. You've got Leo Mulhouse back here, right? Jan brightened. Yeah, we do. Why don't we go ask him what he thinks? So they went to see Leo, which was also a kind of flashback for Frank, in that it was so like the last time he had seen him. Same people, same building. Had all that out in D.C. really happened? Were they only dreaming of a different world here, in which promising human health projects were properly funded? But after a while, he saw it wasn't the same Leo. As with the lab, Leo looked outwardly the same, but had changed inside. He was less optimistic, more guarded, less naive, Frank thought. Almost certainly he had gone through a very stressed job hunt in a tight job market. That could change you, all right. Mark you for life sometimes. Now Leo looked at Jan's protein diagrams, which illustrated his model for how the palindromic codons at the start of the KLD gene expressed, and nodded uncertainly. So, basically you're saying repeat the codons and see if that forces the expression? Frank intervened. Also, maybe focus on this group here, because if it works like Jan thinks, then you should get palindromes of that too. Yeah, that would be a nice result. The prospect of such a clearly delineated experiment brought back an echo of Leo's old enthusiasm. That would be very clean, he said. If that would work. Man. I mean, there would still be the insertion problem, but, you know, NIH is really interested in solving that one. Getting any of their engineered genes into living human bodies, where they could supersede damaged or defective DNA, had proven to be one of the serious stoppers to a really powerful gene therapy. Attaching the altered genes to viruses that infected the subject was still the best method they had, but it had so many downsides that in many cases it couldn't be used. So literally scores or even hundreds of potential therapies, or call them outright cures, remained ideas only because of this particular stumbling block. It vexed the entire field. It was, ultimately, the reason that venture capital had mostly gone away, in search of quicker and more certain returns. and if it wasn't solved, it could mean that gene therapy would never be achieved at all. To Frank's surprise, it was Jan who now said, "There's some cool new stuff about insertion at Johns Hopkins. They've been working on metallic nanorods. The rods are a couple 100 nanometers long, half nickel and half gold. You attach your altered DNA to the nickel side and some transferrin protein to the gold, and when they touch cell walls, they bind to receptors in pits and get gooed into vesicles, and those migrate inside the cell. Then the DNA detaches and goes into the nucleus, and there it is. Your altered gene is delivered and expressing in there, doing its function." "Really?" Leo said. He and his Torrey Pines Generique lab had been forced to look at a lot of options on this front, and none had worked. "What about the metals?" "They just stay in the cell. They're too small to matter. They're trying out platinum and silver and other metals too, and they can do a 3-metal nanorod that includes a molecule that helps get the thing out of the vesicles faster. They want the 4th one to attach a molecule that wants into the nucleus, and the nickel ones are magnetic, so they've tried using magnetic fields to direct the nanorods to particular areas of the body." "Wow. Now that would be cool." And on it went. Leo was clearly very interested. He seemed to be suggesting in his manner that insertion was the last remaining problem. If this were true, Frank thought, for a while he was lost in a consideration of the possibilities. Leo followed Jan better than Frank had. Frank was used to thinking of Leo as a lab man, but then again, lab work was applying theory to experiments, so Leo was in his element. He wasn't just a tech, although he was obviously confident of his ability to work the lab as such, to design experiments expressly for his machinery and schedule. Sometimes he stopped and looked around at all the new machinery as if he were in the dream of a boy on Christmas. Everything he ever wanted, enough to make him suspicious, afraid he might wake up any second. Cautious enthusiasm, if there could be such a thing. Frank felt a pang of envy. The tangible work that a scientist could do in a lab was a very different thing from the amorphous, not to say entirely illusory, work that was consuming him in D.C. Was he even doing science at all, compared to these guys? Had he not somehow fallen off the wagon? And once you fell off, the wagon rolled on. Again and again, as the minutes passed, he could barely follow what they were saying. Then Marta walked in the room, and he couldn't have followed them even if they had been reciting the periodic table or their ABCs. That was the effect she had on him. And she knew it, and did all she could to press home the effect. "Oh, hi, Frank," she said with a microsecond pause discernible only to him, after which she merrily joined the other two, pushing the outside of the discussion envelope where Frank was certain to be most uncomprehending. Irritating, yes. But then again, this was stuff he wanted to know, so he worked on focusing on what Jan was saying. It was Jan who would be leading the way, and emphasizing this truth with his attentiveness was the best way Frank had of sticking it back to Marta anyway. So they jostled each other like kids, sticking elbows into ribs, as Jan invented the proteomic calculus right before their eyes, and Leo went deep into some of the possible experiments they might run to refine their manipulation of the biochemistry of cell wall permeability. A very complicated and heady hour. Recess was off to a good start, Frank concluded at the end of this session, despite his sore ribs. Combine the efforts of this place with UCSD and the rest of the San Diego biotech complex, not to mention the rest of the world, and the syncretic result could be something quite extraordinary. Some newly powerful biotech, which they would then have to define and aim somehow. Which was where the work at the White House would come in. There had to be some place where people actually discussed what to do with the advances science continually made. Somewhere there had to be a way to prioritize, a way that didn't have to do with immediate profit possibilities for outside investors. If it took 10 more years of unprofitable research to lift them into a realm of really robust healthcare, leading to long, healthy lives, shouldn't there be some place in their huge economy to fund that? Yes. Which was why he did not have to feel superfluous, or on the wrong track, or that he was wasting his time, or fooling around, as Marta was implying with all her little digs. But then she said, offhandedly, and almost as if trying to be rude, "We are going to go out to dinner to celebrate the lab getting back together. Do you want to join us?" Surprised, Frank said, "Yeah, sure." Ah, God. Those 2 words committed him to an awkward evening, nowhere near as serene as eating tacos on the edge of Black's Cliffs would have been. Decisions. Why be so fast with them? Why be so wrong? Now he would be pricked and elbowed by Marta's every glance and word all night long. And yet, nevertheless, he was glad to be with them, slave as he was to Homo sapiens' universal sociability. And also, to tell the truth, he was feeling under some kind of new dispensation with Marta. Not that she had forgiven him, because she never would, but that she had at least become less angry. As him with her. Mixed feelings, mixed drinks, mixed signals. They ate in Del Mar, in one of the restaurants near the train station, on the beach. The restaurant's patio and its main room were both flooded with sunset, the light both direct and reflective, bouncing off the ocean and the ceilings and the walls and the mirrors, until the room was as hyper-illuminated as a stage set, and everyone in it as vivid and distinct as a movie star. Air filled with the clangor of voices and cutlery, punctuating the low roar of the incoming surf. Air thick with salt mist, the glorious tang of Frank's home ground. Perhaps only Frank came from a place that allowed him to see just how gorgeous all this was. Then again, now that he thought of it, Marta and Jan were just returning from a year in Atlanta, a year that could have been permanent. And they, too, looked a little heady with the scene. And there was an extra charge in this restaurant, perhaps, some kind of poignant undercurrent to the celebrating, as if they were drinking champagne on a sinking liner, because for this row of restaurants, it was certainly the end time. This beach was going to go under, along with every other beach in the world. And what would happen to the beach cultures of the world when the beaches were gone? They, too, would go. A way of life, vanished. Places like this first. Even now, high tides had waves running into the patio wall, a waist-high thing with a stairway cut through it to get to the beach. Frank nursed his margarita and listened to the others talk, and felt Marta's elbow both metaphorically and sometimes literally in his ribs. He could feel her heat, and was aware of her kinetically, just as he had been years before when they had first started going out, meeting in situations just like this, drinks after work, and she the wild woman of the lab, expert at the bench or out in the waves, passionate. After dinner they went out for a walk on the beach.
Del Mar's was almost the only beach in North County left with enough sand for a walk. Development meant all the Southern California beaches had lost their sources of sand, but enough was left here to provide a fine, white promenade for the sunset crowd. Surfers, shrieking kids in bathing suits, sandcastle engineers, runners, couples, and groups on parade. Frank had played all these parts in his time, all there together in the horizontal light. They came to the mouth of the Del Mar River and turned back. Marta walked beside Frank. Leo and Jan were chattering before them. They fell behind a little bit farther. "Happy to be back?" Frank ventured. "Oh, God, yes. You have no idea." And all of a sudden she collared him and gave him a quick, rough hug intended to hurt. He knew her so well that he could interpret this gratitude precisely. He knew, also, that she had had a couple of margaritas and was feeling the effects, although just to be back in San Diego was doubtless the biggest part of her mood, the boisterous high spirits he remembered so well. She had been a very physical person. "I can guess," Frank said. "Of course," she said, gesturing at the sea grumbling on and on to their right. "So, how are you doing out there, Frank? Why are you still there and not back here, too?" "Well," how much to tell? His decision gears crunched to a halt with a palpable shudder. "I'm interested in the work. I moved over to the Presidential Science Advisor's office." "I heard about that. What will you do there?" "Oh, you know, be an advisor to the advisor." "Diane Chang?" "That's right." "She seems to be doing some good stuff." "Yes, I think so." "Well, that's good." But still. "I bet you wish you could do that from here." Gesturing again at the sea. "Won't you have to come back to UCSD pretty soon?" "Eventually, sure. But the department and the administration are happy to have someone out there, I think." "Sure, I can see that." She considered it as they walked along behind the other two. But what about the rest of it? What about girls, Frank? Have you got a girlfriend?" Oh, God. Stumped. No idea what to reveal or how, and he had only a second before she would know something was up. "Ah-ha!" she cried, and crashed her shoulder into him like she used to, just like Francesca Taolini had in Boston, so familiar and intimate, but in this case real, in that Marta really did know him. "You do have one! Come on, tell me! "Well, yes, kind of." "Kind of? Yes? And? Who is it?" She had not the slightest idea that it might be Diane Chang, despite him having said he was following her from NSF to the White House. But of course, people didn't think that way, and it was not something Frank had told anyone about, except maybe Rudra. It was not even really true. But what then could he say? "I have two sort of girlfriends? My boss, whom I work for and who is older than I am, and whom I have never kissed or said anything even slightly romantic to, but love very much. Then also a spook who has disappeared, gone undercover, a jock gal who likes the outdoors, like you, and with whom I have had some cosmic outdoor sex, like we used to have, but who is now off radar and incommunicado, I have no idea where, whom I'm scared for and am desperate to see."
Oh, and along with that, I'm also still freaked out by my instant attraction to an MIT star who thinks I am a professional cheater, and yes, I still find you all too attractive, and remember all too well the passionate sex we used to have when we were together, and wish you weren't so angry at me, and indeed can see and feel right now that you're maybe finally giving up on that, and aren't as angry as you were in Atlanta. He, too, had had a couple of margaritas in the restaurant. Well, come on, Frank, tell me. Well, it isn't really anything quite like that. Like what? What do you mean? I've been busy. She laughed. You mean you're too busy to call them back afterward? That's what too busy means to me. Hey. She crowed her laugh, and Jan and Leo looked over their shoulders to see what was going on. It's all right, Marta called. Frank is just telling me how he neglects his girlfriend. Am not, Frank explained to them. Jan and Leo saw this was not their conversation, and turned back to their own. I bet you do, though, she went on, chortling. You did me. I did not. You did too. Did not. Did too. Frank shrugged. Here they were again. You wouldn't even go dancing with me. But I don't know how to dance, he said. And we still went anyway, all the time. Except when you wanted to go by yourself to meet new guys and maybe disappear with them for the night. Yeah, right. So, come on, who is it? And why are you so busy, anyway? What do you do besides work? I run, I climb, I play frisbee golf, I go for walks. Go for walks? Snowshoeing, tracking animals. Tracking animals? Now she had gotten to the snorting phase of her laughter. Yes. We follow the animals that escaped from the National Zoo and do feral rescue and the like. It's interesting. She snorted again. She was thinking like the Californian she was. There were no such things as animals. I go ice skating. I'm going to start kayaking again when the river thaws. I stay busy, believe me. When the river thaws... But big deal, so what? You're never too busy for company. I guess. So, okay. She saw that he wasn't going to say anything to her about it. She elbowed him again and let it pass. She caught them up to the others. The sun was almost down now, and the ocean had taken on the rich, glassy sheen that it often did at that hour, the waves greenly translucent. Have you been out surfing yet? He asked. Yeah, sure. What about you? Not on this trip. They came back to their restaurant, went through to the parking lot, stood in a knot to say goodbyes. Jan and I are going to go dancing, Marta said to Frank. Do you want to come along? Too busy, Frank said promptly, and grinned as she cried out and punched him on the arm. Oh, come on, you're out here visiting. You don't have any work at all. Okay, he said. Dancing, after all, was on his Paleolithic list of things to do. What is it, some kind of rave again? Do I have to blast my mind with ecstasy to get with the beat? Rave? That isn't even a word anymore. It's just a band at the Belly Up. A rave band, Jan confirmed. Frank nodded. Of course. That was Marta's thing. Come on, Marta said. It only means you'll know how to do it. No swing or tango. Just bop up and down and groove. You could use it if you're so busy out there. Okay, he said. Leo had already driven off,
He was outside Marta's sphere of influence. So he followed Jan and Marta up the coast highway to Solana Beach and turned inland to the Belly Up, a big old Quonset hut by the train tracks that had hosted concerts and dances and raves for many years now. This night's bill appeared to Frank to be catering to the gay and lesbian crowd, or maybe that was just what the Belly Up audience always looked like these days. Although the band was a mostly butch, all-girl acid reggae kind of thing, with perhaps a score of people on the little stage, and a few hundred bopping on the dance floor. So he could join Jan and Marta both on the dance floor and start dancing. That curious moment when the rules of movement changed, when one began to dance. And then it was bop, rave, bop, in the heavy beat and the flashing lights, easy to lose one's mind in, which was always good, Dionysiac release into shamanic transcendence, except when it involved losing his sense of all that had gone on between him and Marta. Jan was somewhere nearby, and also his sense of just how dangerous it would be to regard her only as a sexy woman dancing with him, seemingly oblivious to him, but always right there and deep in the rhythm, and occasionally giving him a light bang with hip or shoulder. In the old days, these bumps would have come from pubic bone as well. He had always loved the way she moved, but they had a history together. He struggled to remember. A really bad history. And he was already overcommitted and over-entangled in this realm. It would be crazy, and worse, to have anything more to do with Marta in that way. He had gotten her back to San Diego as a way to make up for taking their money out of their house without telling her, and that was that. They were even. No more entanglements needed or wanted. Although he did want her. Damn those softball players, anyway. "Here, eat this!" She shouted in his ear, and showed him a pill between her forefinger and thumb. Ecstasy, no doubt, as in the old days. "No." "Yes!" The Paleolithics had gotten stupendously stoned, he recalled, in the midst of their Dionysiac raves. Some of their petroglyphs made this perfectly clear, depicting people flying out of their own heads as birds and rockets. He remembered the feeling of peace and well-being this particular drug used to give him when he danced on it, and let her shove the pill in between his teeth. Nipped her fingers as she did. Leap before you look. He danced with his back to her, and felt her butt bumping his as he looked at the other dancers. Quite a radical scene for good old San Diego, which Frank still thought of as a sun and sports monoculture, a vanilla Beach Boys throwback of a place, hopelessly out of it in cultural terms. Maybe one had to stay out in the water all the time for that to be true anymore. Although, in fact, the surf culture was also crazed. Certainly it was true that in the belly up of the beast, in the cacophonous, sweaty, strobed space of the rave, there were plenty of alternative lifestyles being enacted right before his very eyes. Most provocatively, in fact. Some very serious kissing and other acts. Dance as simulated standing sex. Heck, actual standing sex if you were at all loose with the definition. A very bad context in which to keep only pure thoughts about his bouncing surfer scientist ex, who always had been a party gal, and who was now looking like someone who did not remember very well the bad parts of their past together. That was not what dancing was about. Maybe there was such a thing as being too forgiven.
Random thoughts began to bounce to their own rave in his head. Oh dear, he was feeling the buzz. Could one get away with just one night of sex without consequences? Go out to Black's Cliffs, for instance, and then later pretend it was just an aberration or had not happened at all? Marta had certainly done that before. It was pretty much a modus vivendi for her. But practical problems. She had rented a house with Jan again. Jan would know. Bad. He didn't have a hotel room to go to, and didn't want Marta to know that. Bad. So, no place to go, even though the cliffs would have been so nice, a trysting place of spectacular memory. In fact, he had gone out there with 2 or 3 different women through those undergraduate years, among them some of the nicest of all the women he had ever met. It had been so nice, it would be so nice. It was all jostling in his head. Caroline, Diane, the dance, 2 young beauties nearby, groping each other in the crush of bouncing bodies. Oh my, it was having an effect on him, an unusually vivid effect. Not since a well-remembered dance in a bar on the Colorado River during spring break of 1973 had he gotten an erection while on a dance floor dancing. It was not the effect ecstasy usually had on him. He really must be feeling it, Marta and her vibe, and her butt. And yes, that was her pubic bone, too. Maybe that was the cause of the erection. He turned to her again, and naturally now when she bumped against him, she hit something else, and felt it, and grinned. They had to shout in each other's ears to be able to hear each other within the surround sound of the crunchingly loud bass line. "I guess you like the tab." "I don't remember ecstasy doing this." She laughed. "They mix in Viagra now," she shouted in his ear. "Oh, shit." "Jan's friends make them. They're great." "What the fuck, Marta?" "Yeah, well." "No way. You're kidding me." Angry, even fearful, he stopped dancing and stared at her bopping in front of him. "I don't like it. It's making me feel sick." "You'll get used to it." No. I'm gonna go. I'll see you later." "Okay, go then." She looked surprised, but not horribly displeased, amused at him. Maybe it really was just the new dance drug. Maybe it was revenge. Or an experiment. Or that for Marta there would still be a lot of potential partners there, for dancing or anything else, so it didn't matter what he did. Who knew San Diego could be so depraved? People were totally making out right in front of his eyes. There were so many doing it, they had a kind of privacy in numbers. "See you then," Marta said in his ear, and gave him a swift, sweaty hug and a kiss, already looking around for Jan or whomever. Happy, he thought, maybe even happy at becoming free from her anger at him, or happy at her last little tweak of revenge, happy to see him go. Maybe all the prurient thoughts about the 2 of them together had been his only, and not hers, and the pill just the new dance pill. He pondered this as he walked through the dark gravel parking lot to his rented van, cooled swiftly by his sweat and the salty night air, his erection like a rock in his pants. She didn't care. The erection was not a comfortable feeling, not a natural feeling, not a sexual feeling. Normally, Frank was as happy as the next guy to have an erection, meaning very happy, but this was ridiculous. He was drugged by drugs. It had no connection to his feelings. He might as well be at the doctor's, undergoing some horrible diagnostic. People were so stupid. Talk about technology replacing the natural pleasures. This really took the cake. He cursed Marta viciously as he drove. Marine layer gusting in, lit by the city from underneath, then out over the sea, darker, lit only by moonlight from above. Marta, angry at him. Would he miss that when it was gone? A feeling was a relationship. Then again, now he was angry at her. There was something pressing on his brain, even more than the usual. A headache was coming on, the likes of which he had never felt before. A migraine, perhaps, and at the same time as a drug-induced hard-on that hurt. It was like priapism. Maybe it was priapism. The side effects warnings on the TV ads mentioned this ever so quickly, but it was a serious danger. Terrible permanent damage could result. Shit. He was going to have to go find an ER somewhere and confess all. Tell the truth that he hadn't known he was taking it, and get laughed at as a liar. He cursed again, drove up the long hill of Torrey Pines, past their new facility and UCSD, park on La Jolla Farms Road, and walk out onto the bluff in the dark, his stuff in a day pack. He had spent some sexy nights out here, he thought as he throbbed. Oh well. Now he just wanted to be free of it. Just embrace the cliff and make love to Mother Earth. But it hurt, and his head pounded, and he was afraid. It felt as if an orgasm would blow out every little sac, or shoot his spine right out of him while his head exploded. Horror movie images. Damn Marta anyway. What a horrible drug, thus to ruin one of the best feelings of all. Some guys must be so desperate. But of course, everyone desperate for love. So now you could buy it, of course, but it hurt. Would he have to give up and go to the ER and explain? Have to feel the needles stuck in there to drain him? Abruptly he got up and down-climbed over the lip of his little scallop, out onto the cliff. Now he was hanging there in space, and could slip and die at any moment. Not a good move, really. Fear, real fear, stuck him like a stab in the ribs, and his blood rushed everywhere in him, hot and fast. Suddenly the sandstone was as if lit from within. His left foot was on a gritty hold, and slipping slightly. He grasped a shrub that had sent a branch over the lip, wondered if it would hold his weight. It was terrible climbing rock, gritty and weak, and suddenly he was angry as well as afraid. Sound of the surf cracking below, 350 feet below. Hanging by a shrub on Black's Cliff. He set his feet and pulled smoothly back up onto the scallop, a desperately graceful little move. And the blood had indeed evacuated his poor penis. Detumescence, a new pleasure, never before experienced as such. Blessed relief. Even his head felt a little better, and he had worked his will over a powerful drug, and over Marta, too. Hopefully he had survived undamaged. Little sacks, all over full. He was going to be sore, he could tell. It felt like last winter's brush with penile frostbite. Scared back to normality. Not a smart move. The margaritas might be implicated in that one. Leap before you look, sure, but not really. He took a deep breath, feeling foolish in multiple ways. Well, no one knew the full extent of his folly, and he was back in his scallop. He could sit on his sleeping bag, breathe deeply, shake his head, shuddering, like someone casting off a nightmare. So much for Marta. She could not have cured him of his momentary lust for her any more effectively than if she had given him the exact antidote for it. Homeopathic poison, just her style. He recalled the last time he had taken mescaline, back in the days he had slept out here, throwing up and thinking it was stupid to poison oneself to get high. But that was what life with Marta had been. He liked her in some ways. He liked her energy and her wit, but there had always been so much he didn't like about her, and any excess of her good qualities quickly became so obnoxious. He wanted his Caroline. Somewhere out east, she also was alone, and thinking of him. He knew it was true, at least some of the time. How he wanted to talk to her. Cell phone to cell phone. Surely they could both get one, on some account unknown to her ex. He needed to talk to her. Like he could always talk to Diane. Slowly the susurrus of surf calmed him, and then, as his body finally relaxed, it helped to make him sleepy. For a long time he just sat there. In D.C., it was 3 a.m. Diane and Caroline. His own personal D.C. He was jet-lagged. San Diego, or really this campus, these very cliffs, this beautiful place, this was his home. The ocean made him happy. The ground here was good. Just to be here, to feel the air, to feel the thump of the breaking waves, to hear their perpetual grumble and hiss, crack, grumble and hiss. To breathe it. Salt air fuzzy in the moonlight. The brilliant galaxy of light that was La Jolla, outlining its point. Ah, if only he knew what to do. At first, Phil Chase wanted to call his blog The Fireside Chat, but then someone pointed out to him that he was already doing those on talk radio, so he changed the name to Cut to the Chase. He wrote his entries late at night in bed before falling asleep, and hit send without even a spell check, so that his staff got some horrible jolts with their morning coffee, even though Phil had clearly stated right at the top of the home page that these were his private, personal musings only, blogged to put the electorate in touch with his thinking as a citizen, and no reflection of formal policies of his administration. No impact whatsoever on anything at all, just like any other blog. Cut to the chase. Today's post. We Americans don't want to be in a state of denial about our relationship to the world and its problems. If we're 5% of the world's population and we're burning 1/4 of the carbon being burned every year, we need to know that, and we need to think about why it's happening and what it means. It's not a trivial thing, and we can't just deny it. It's a kind of obesity. There are different kinds of denial. One is sticking your head in the sand. You manage not to know anything. Like that public service ad where there's a bunch of ostriches down on a big beach, and all the big ones have their heads in the sand, and some of the little ones do too, but a lot of the little ones are running around, and they see a giant wave is coming in, and they start yelling down the holes to the big ones, "There's a wave coming!" And one of the big ones pulls his head out and says, "Don't worry, just stick your head in like this." And the little ones look at each other and figure that if that's what their parents are doing, it must be okay. So they stick their heads in the sand, too.
and in the last frame you see that all the holes in the sand are windows made of little TVs and computer screens. That kind of says it all. And there you are seeing it on TV. But there are other kinds of denial that are worse yet. There's a response that says, I'll never admit I'm wrong, and if it comes to a choice between admitting I'm wrong or destroying the whole world, then bring it on. This is the Götterdämmerung, in which the doomed gods decide to tear down the world as they lose the big battle. The God-damning of the world. It's a term sometimes used to describe what Hitler did in the last months of World War II, after it was clear Germany was going to lose the war. Of course, people are offended by any comparison to the actions of Adolf Hitler, but consider how many species have died already, and how many more might die if we keep doing what we're doing. It may not be genocide, but it is ugly. Speciescide, as if nothing else matters but us, and specifically the subset of us that agrees with everything we say. When you take a look at our own rapture culture, these people pretending to expect the end of the world any time now, you see that we have our own Götterdämmerung advocates, all very holy, of course, as the world destroyers always are. And it's an ugly thing. Countries can go crazy. We've seen it happen more than once. And empires always go crazy. But right now, we need to stay sane. We don't want the United States of America to be hauled before the World Court on a charge of attempted Götterdämmerung. We can't let that happen because this is America, land of the free and home of the brave, the country made of people from all the other countries, the grand experiment that all world history has so far been conducting. So if we blow it, if America blows it, then all world history might be judged a failure so far. We don't want that. We don't want to go from being the hope of the world to convicted in the world court of attempted Götterdämmerung. 5,392,691 responses. Back in D.C., it was still so cold that the idea that he could have been surfing the day before struck Frank as ludicrous. Crossing the continent in March was like changing planets. It was a bigger world than they thought. It was so many planets at once. The Hyper Niño had left California, following the Pacific's oceanic heat shift to the west, which signaled the onset of a La Niña, predicted to be devastating to Southeast Asia. Now, all of California was fully in the drought that had begun in the northern half of the state several years before. The East Coast, meanwhile, was in a kind of cold drought, which included occasional dumps of snow that had the consistency of styrofoam. Like the snow in Antarctica, Charlie's colleague Wade said in a phone call. Frank called Wade fairly often now, finding him to be the best contact person on the Antarctic water storage project. Every once in a while, at the end of a call, they would talk for a minute or two about personal matters, which was interesting, as they had never met. But somehow something had come up, perhaps Wade describing his plans for a coming week, and after that, they both seemed to like talking to someone they had never met about these kinds of things. Wade, too, had a girlfriend whom he saw all too infrequently. He described himself as a desert rat who endured the polar cold for the chance to see this woman. At the embassy, only the older Kembalis were used to cold. The younger ones were tropical creatures and walked around blue-lipped. Those of Rudra's generation never seemed to notice the cold at all. They left their arms bare in really frigid temperatures. Rudra often was reading in bed when Frank came in, or looking at picture books. Then one day, Kang brought him a laptop,
and he chuckled as he tapped away at it, looking at photo collections of various sorts, including pornographic. Other times Frank found him humming to himself, or asleep with a book still swaying on his chest. When he was up and about, he was slower than ever. When Frank and he went for walks, they always got the wheelchair out from under the stairs. It was as if this was the way they had always done it. Frank said, "Listen to this. If he had the earth for his pasture and the sea for his pond, he would be a pauper still. He only is rich who owns the day. There is no king, rich man, fairy, or demon who possesses such power as that." Rudra said, "Emerson?" "Right." They had begun a game in which Rudra tried to guess which of the two New Englanders Frank was reading from. He did pretty well at it. "Good man means go for a walk?" It was too much like a dog begging to get out. "Sure." And so out they would go, Rudra bundled in down jacket and blankets against the cold, Frank in a suitable selection from his cold weather gear. They had a route now that took them north to the Potomac under a line of tall oaks flanking Irving and Fillmore streets. This brought them to the river at the mouth of Windy Run, which was often free of ice, and thus a temporary waterhole frequented by deer, foxes, beaver, and muskrats. They looked for these regulars and any unusual visiting animals, and then the wind would force them to turn their backs and head downstream for a bit, on a rough, old asphalt sidewalk, after which they could angle up 24th Street, and thus back to the house. The walk took about an hour, and sometimes they would stop by the river for another hour. Once, as they turned to go, Frank saw a flash of dark flank, and had the impression it might have been some kind of antelope. It would have been the first time in Virginia he had seen a feral exotic, and as such worthy of calling in to Nancy for entry into the GIS. But he wasn't sure, so he let it go. The quiet neighborhood between the Rock Creek Park and Connecticut Avenue was looking more withdrawn than ever. It had always been empty-seeming compared to most of D.C., but now 3 or 4 houses had burned and not been rebuilt, and others were still boarded up from the time of the Great Flood. At night, these dark houses gave the whole place an eerie cast. Some of the dark houses gleamed at the cracks or smoked from the chimneys, and if, after a dusk hike in the ravine, Frank was hungry or wanted company, he would call up Spencer and see if he was in any of these places. Once, when Spencer answered, they established that he was inside the very house Frank was looking at. In Frank went, uncertain at first. But he was a familiar face now, so without further ado, he helped to hold a big pot over the fire, ate broiled steak, and ended up banging on the bottom of an empty trash can while Spencer percussed his chair and sang. Robert and Robin showed up, ate, sang duets to Robert on guitar, then pressed Spencer and Frank to go out and play a round of night golf. It was full moon that night, and once they got going, Frank saw that they didn't need to see to play their course. They had played it so many times that they knew every possible shot, so that when they threw, they could feel in their bodies where the frisbee was going to land, could run to that spot, and 9 times out of 10, pick it up. Although, on that night, they did lose one of Robert's, and spent a few minutes looking for it before Spencer cried, as he always did in this situation.
lo and behold, and they were off again. Socks and shoes got wet with melted snow. No snowshoes tonight, and so he leaped through drifts and abandoned his feet to their soggy fate. On a climbing expedition it would have meant disaster. But in the city, it was okay. There was even a certain pleasure in throwing caution to the wind and crashing through great piles of snow, snow which ranged from powder to concrete. Then, in one leap, he hooked a foot and crashed down onto a deer's lay-by, panicking the creatures who scrambled under him. Frank tried to leap away too, slipped, and fell back on the dough. For a second, he felt under him the warm, quivering flank of the animal, like a woman trying to shrug off a fur coat. His shout of surprise seemed to catapult them both out of the hole in different directions, and the guys laughed at him. But as he ran on, he could still feel in his body that sudden intimacy, the kinetic jolt, a sudden collision with a woman of another species. Power outages were particularly hard on the few feral exotics still out in this second winter. The heated shelters in Rock Creek Park were still operating, and they all had generators for long blackouts, but the generators made noise and belched out their noxious exhaust, and none of the animals liked them, even the humans. On the other hand, the deep cold of these early spring nights could kill. So many animals hunkered down in the shelters when the worst cold hit, but they were not happy. It would have been better simply to be enclosed, Frank sometimes felt, or rather it was much the same thing, as they were chained to the shelters by the cold. So many different animals together in one space. It was so beautiful and unnatural. It never failed to strike Frank. Such gatherings gave the zoo's zoologists a chance to do all kinds of things with the ferals, so the FOG volunteers who were cold certified were welcomed to help. With Frank's help, Nick was now the youngest cold certified member of FOG, which seemed to please him in his quiet way. Certainly Frank was pleased, though he also tried to be there whenever Nick was out on FOG business in extreme cold, to make sure nothing went wrong. Hard cold was dangerous, as everyone had learned by now. The tabloids were rife with stories of people freezing in their cars at traffic lights, or on their front doorsteps trying to find the right key, or even in their own beds at night when an electric blanket failed. There were also regular Darwin Award winners out there, feeding the tabloids' insatiable hunger for stupid disaster. Frank wondered if a time would come when people got enough disaster in their own lives and would no longer feel a need to vampire onto others' disasters. But it did not seem to have happened yet. Frank and Nick got back into a pattern in which Frank dropped by on Saturday mornings, and off they would go, sipping from the steaming travel cups of coffee and hot chocolate Anna had provided. They started at the shelter at Fort DeRussy, slipping in from the north on. On this morning they spotted, among the usual crowd of deer and beaver, a tapir that was on the zoo's wanted list. They called it in and waited uneasily for the zoo staff to arrive with the dart guns and nets and slings. They had a bad history together on this front, having lost a gibbon that fell to its death after Frank hit it with a tranq dart. Neither mentioned this now, but they spoke little until the staffers arrived and the tapir was shot by one of them. At that, the other animals bolted, and the humans approached. The big RFID chip
was inserted under the tapir's thick skin. The animal's vital signs seemed good. Then they decided to take it in anyway. Too many tapirs had died. Nick and Frank helped hoist the animal onto a gurney big enough for all of them to get a hand on. They carried the unconscious beast through the snow like its pallbearers. From a distant ridge, the aurochs looked down on the procession. After that, the two of them hiked down the stream bed to the zoo itself. Rock Creek had frozen solid and was slippery underfoot wherever it was flat. Often the ice was stacked in piles or whipped into a frothy, frozen meringue. The raw walls of the flood-ripped gorge were in a freeze-thaw cycle that left frozen spills of yellow mud splayed over the ribbon of creek ice. Then it was up and into the zoo parking lot. The zoo itself was just waking up in the magnesium light of morning, steam frost rising from the nostrils of animals and the exhaust vents of heating systems. It looked like a hot springs in winter. There were more animals than people. Compared to Rock Creek, it was crowded, however, and a good place to relax in the sun and down another hot chocolate. The tigers were just out, lying under one of their powerful space heaters. They wouldn't leave it until the sun struck them, so it was better now to visit the snow leopards, who loved this sort of weather, and indeed were creatures who could go feral in this biome and climate. There were people in Fog advocating this release, along with that of some of the other winterized predator species, as a way of getting a handle on the city's deer infestation. But others at the zoo objected on grounds of human and pet safety, and it didn't look like it would happen anytime soon. The zoo got enough grief already for its support of the feral idea. Advocating predators would make things crazy. After lunch, they would hitch a ride from a staffer back up to Frank's van, or snowshoe back to it. If the day got over the freezing mark, the forest would become a dripping rainbow world, tiny spots of color prisming everywhere. Then, back to the Quiblers, where Nick would have homework, or tennis with Charlie. On some days, Frank would stay for lunch. Then Charlie would see him off. "So, what are you going to do now?" "Well, I don't know. I could..." Long pause as he thought it over. "Not good enough, Frank. Let's hear you choose." "Okay, then. I'm going to help the Kimbalis move stuff out to their farm." Right off the top of his head. So there. "That's more like it. When are you going to see the doctor again?" Glumly. "Monday." "That's good. You need to find out what you've got going on there." "Yes." Unenthusiastically. "Let us know what you find out, and if there's anything we can do to help out. If you have to, have your sinuses roto-rootered or your nose broken again to get it right, or whatever." "I will." It still felt strange to Frank to have his health issues known to the Quiblers, but he had been trying to pursue a course of open exchange of some information with Anna, and apparently whatever she learned, Charlie would too, and even Nick to an extent. Frank hadn't known it would be like that, but did not want to complain, or even to change. He was getting used to it. And it was good Charlie had asked, because otherwise he might not have been able to figure out what to do. The pressure was becoming like a kind of wall. So, off to Kimbali House, to fill his van with a load of stuff for the farm. Out there in the snowy countryside, The construction of the new compound was coming along. Enough Kembalis had gotten licensed in the various trades that they could do almost all the work legally on their own. The whole operation ran like some big family or baseball team, everyone pitching in and getting things done. The labor, therefore, outside the money economy. It was impressive what could be done that way. Frank still had his eye on the big knot of trees that stood on the high point of the farm. These were mostly chestnut oaks. They were like his treehouse tree, but much bigger, forming a canopy together that covered most of an acre. It seemed to him that the interlaced, heavy inner branches formed a perfect foundation or framework for a full Swiss family extravaganza, and Padma and Sukandra liked the idea. So there was that to be considered and planned for, too. Spring was about to spring, and there were materials and helpers on hand. No time like the present. Leap before you look. But maybe peek first. All the various scans that Frank's doctors had ordered had been taken, at an increasing pace as they seemed to find things calling for some speed, and now it was time to meet with the brain guy. This was an MD who did neurology, also brain and face surgery. So just in ordinary terms, a very imposing figure, and in Paleolithic terms, a shaman healer of the rarest kind, being one who actually accomplished cures. Awesome. Scarier than any witch doctor. Whenever the technological sublime was obvious, the fear in it came to the fore. The doctor's office was ordinary enough, and him too. He was about Frank's age, balding, scrubbed very clean, ultra-close-shaven, hands perfectly manicured. Used to the sight of the bro's hands, and Rudra's hands, Frank could scarcely believe how perfect this man's hands were. Very important tools. They gave him a faintly wax-figure-ish look. "Have a seat," he said, gesturing at the chair across his desk from him. When Frank was seated, he described what he had found in Frank's data. "We're seeing a chronic subdural hematoma," he said, pointing to a light spot in an array of spots that roughly made the shape of a brain section. Frank's brain. The CT scan and the MRI both showed evidence of this hematoma, the doctor went on, and pretty clearly it was a result of the trauma Frank had suffered. Lots of blood vessels were broken. Most were outside the dura. That's the sac that holds your brain. Frank nodded. But there are veins called bridging veins between the dura and the surface of the brain. Some of them broke and appear to be leaking blood. But when I taste it, that must be from encapsulated blood in scar tissue on the outside of the dura here. He pointed at the MRI. Your immune system is trying to chip away at that over time, and sometimes when you swing your head hard or raise your pulse, there might be leaking from that encapsulation into the sinus, and then down the back of your throat. That's what you're tasting. But the subdural hematoma is inside the dura, here. It may be putting a bit of pressure on your frontal cortex on the right side. Have you been noticing any differences in what you think or feel? Well, yes, Frank said, thankful and fearful all at once. That's really what brought me in. I can't make decisions. Ah, that's interesting. How bad is it? It varies. Sometimes any decision seems really hard, even trivial ones. Occasionally they seem impossible.
Other times, it's no big deal. Any depression about that? Are you depressed? No. I mean, I have a lot going on right now, but I often feel pretty great. But confused and concerned, worried about being indecisive, and afraid I'll do something, I don't know, stupid or dangerous, wrong or dangerous. I don't trust my judgment. And I have reasons not to. Uh-huh. The doctor was writing all this down on Frank's chart. Oh, great. Confessing to his health insurance company, not a good idea. Perhaps a bad decision right here and now in this room. A sample of what he was capable of. Any changes in your sense of taste? No. I can't say I've noticed any. And when you taste that blood taste, does it correlate with periods of decisiveness or indecisiveness? I don't know. That's an interesting thought, though. You should keep a symptom calendar. Dedicate a calendar to just that. Put it by your bed